Purple Jade threw a seed onto the ground to test it, but soon the vitality of the seed was absorbed, and there was no way to grow a plant. Since all monsters in this world seemed to have problems, Subai's progress was completely unhindered. Even if he was careful, it only took half a day to reach the center of the world. In the center of the world was a huge stone pillar with a strange line of words engraved on it. Beside the pillar was a huge cluster of multicolored metal vines covering an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers. The height was unknown, and it seemed to extend to the end of the sky. Below the bronze vines was a large silver-white whirlpool gate, from which light spots were continuously being transmitted. After these lights spilled out, they all fell on the altar in front of the spatial door. Whenever a light spot fell on the center of the altar, the vines surrounding it would extend and inject all sorts of energy into the light spot. Then a monster body would be produced in mid-air and would walk to the bottom of the altar unsteadily, following the others forward. There were tens of thousands of such vortex gates and altars here, and every altar could create a monster every second. Roar! What is this thing? Arbai, do you know? Little Tyrant asked curiously. It says monster world number 13215, Subai explained. Although he did not recognize these strange words, he understood their meaning through his pet interface. Judging from the combination of this name here, it was obvious that this was a world dedicated to manufacturing monsters. There were more than 10,000 of such monster worlds. What made him more curious was the kind of existence that had actually created this monster world. This existence was creating life out of thin air, a terrifying ability that only the creator possessed. Human beings, be they pet tamers or those versed in using technology, currently did not have the ability to create life out of thin air. It was already so difficult to create an ordinary single-celled creature alone, yet here, there was the direct creation of extremely complex monsters. If monsters could be created, then could humans be created, too? Could it be that the master of this monster world was the real mastermind behind the scenes, the real opponent of mankind? If so, Subai could not help but fall into despair. Facing a god, or a god who could create worlds, what did he have to fight with them? No, with the current arsenal of mankind, they had no chance of winning at all. The most important thing was that this was not just Subai's conjecture but most likely the actual situation. An example was the large, 12-colored metal vine in front of him. Name: race, world vine, half-life, gender, none, level, none, attribute, all attributes, features, passive, parasitism, a passive characteristic specializing in those living in a world. It can suck a world clean, and use it to absorb void energy for itself and draw nutrients continuously. Creation, a given characteristic. After feeling the existence of the core of the soul, a corresponding physical body is created according to the situation of the soul core. This characteristic is endowed by a certain powerful existence. Restrained, none, weaknesses, none, evolutionary direction, none, introduction, a semi-living body created by an unspeakable horrible existence in the void, equivalent to a special biological machine, specially used to create monsters and to invade worlds. The characteristics of this world vine could be described as terrifying, simple, and clear. It had only two: one parasite lived in the world, while the other created monster flesh. They were directed at humans, and it was too terrifying. The most notable thing was that this time the pet interface had used unspeakable to describe its scary existence and did not even call its name directly. The pet interface even called the names of the four great creation pets, so calling this one an unspeakable existence was unprecedented. It could be seen that even the mention of that existing name could cause dangerous things to happen. Howl. I was wondering why this world is full of despair and silence. It turns out that all the vitality has been sucked away by this guy. Purple Jade looked at the huge vine in front and exclaimed, I can feel the power of a soul in those light spots. Mewling Fox also mewled. Arbai, what are you going to do? Little Tyrant urged, a little impatient. You should give it a try and see if it's dangerous. Subai glanced at it. Little Tyrant, Sigma, turned A. He raised his hand and took out a fire element emperor fruit as compensation. Roar. I want too. The dino's eyes lit up, and it almost rushed over, but then it stopped halfway. It put its claws behind its back, raised its head and chest, and revealed a bargaining look. "No problem. I'll give you one first." Subai handed over the spiritual fruit. "Raw tilde, no problem. The danger is trivial." Little Tyrant grabbed the spiritual fruit and took a bite without hesitation. After a round, it swaggered out again. There was no danger at all. "There's no danger." It had already finished the spiritual fruit. "Okay, your task is done." Subai nodded and gave the remaining spiritual fruit to it. He then walked to the door of the whirlpool, reached out, and grabbed a ball of soul light. When he raised his hand to touch it, the ball of soul light actually dimmed. He looked down at his hand again and saw a cloud of milky white attribute spheres on it. This was a rare soul attribute light ball. He widened his eyes, surprised to see this enormous benefit. "Mewling fox, come over here." He gestured towards it. Once it came over, he touched it, and infused the light balls into its body. "Hing tilde abai, my power of thought has increased." Mewling fox raised its head in surprise. "Don't worry, it'll continue to grow stronger," Subai smiled and said. The primary skill that had been strengthened was the power of mind. He then raised his hand to touch every other passing soul light ball, integrating them into the fox's body. Judging from the altar, the monsters created by a large number of the soul light balls were not only very low level but had no agility as well at a glance. It was like an unqualified inferior product. By checking the information, Subai found that these guys, which had succumbed to their soul attributes, had no evolutionary potential and wisdom at all. However, not only did he not feel guilty, he actually even felt happy. He could make Mewling Fox stronger on top of reducing the enemies of mankind. It was a win-win situation. At this point, his hand worked even faster. He touched its head and injected another soul light ball. The fox's limit had not been reached yet. The light balls, which mainly had the soul attribute, were too difficult to find. If he did not take advantage of the opportunity now, there would not be a second chance. Weep weep tilde. As the fox continued weeping, he moved his hands, squeezing its fur and integrating thousands of soul light balls into it. Although Mewling Fox kept saying that it could not hold on, its body suffered no consequences. Instead, it felt stronger and stronger. Suddenly, like an invisible ripple spreading and like a bomb exploding, a terrifying wave of mental power spread from the body of the fox. All the surrounding soul light spheres exploded as the hard rocks shattered. Even the impenetrable world vine was left with several meters of deep cuts. With the disappearance of the mind power, Mewling Fox actually showed signs of advancement on its body. This made Subai surprised and happy, and he quickly took out 3 spiritual fruits to supplement its spiritual power. The spiritual energy of this place was extremely thin, so it was impossible to break through with it. Weep weep tilde. As the spiritual fruit fell, a bunch of powerful spiritual fluctuations erupted from its body. Dark attribute spiritual power, as well as a wave of mental power, exploded and contracted at the same time, which was a further compression of spiritual power. However, at the monarch grade, promotion was not only a matter of spiritual compression, it also included the laws integrated into it. There were many details to this. Once Mewling Fox's breath settled, it was revealed to have broken through to a high-level monarch. The reason why it could advance was that the potions made with the Dark Heart could disperse the power of the demon crystal and increase its mind power. With his fantasy attribute pet's first form being the Thousand-Face Fox, it could be considered part of the spirit branch. The most important thing was its mind power. As it entered the maturity period, its mental power would gradually merge with its spiritual power before integrating into its own illusion, forming ideas once mixed in with the fantasy laws. As the second form of the nine-tailed magic fox, its focus was on blood and flesh. With the fusion of the demon crystal becoming deeper and deeper, its body turned into a black territory demon. The spiritual power of other attributes in its body gradually disappeared, too, turning into dark spiritual power. Generally speaking, the two forms were exactly complementary. Once the later period was fully integrated and the two forms were unified, its strength would become extremely terrifying. At the same time that it broke through, Subai felt that he had also received significant backfeeding. His mental power, thus, increased instantly. In contrast, the increase in his physical body was not particularly large. Hing tilde Abai, I've formed more than 500 thoughts, and I feel that my mind power has greatly increased. I've also awakened an ability called lost perception, which can affect my opponent's perception. Mewling Fox stood up and spoke in a refreshing tone. I feel that now I can continue receiving more strengthening. Subai took a look at its data. There were no obvious changes in some parts, and its strength had more than doubled. This lost perception skill was very good. It could silently affect the opponents, causing their perception to make mistakes so that their skills would be inaccurately used. What was even more powerful was that the lost perception could make opponents unable to perceive its approach, and they might even have the wrong perception until death. Of course, the situation of all this still depended on Mewling Fox's understanding of the fantasy attribute and the intensity of its mental power. Come on. Let's continue. Subai looked at the soul light balls that were continuously being transmitted and said. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Mewling Fox was lying on the ground again, having gathered more than 7,000 thoughts. Its power of thought had reached a situation where it was of an unknown terror. It felt as if it could shake the whole world with its thoughts. Okay, let's stop here this time. Try to control your surge of mental power by yourself. Subai caressed its head. Hing tilde the fox was a little groggy at this time, but it still focused on a mountain range of more than 10 kilometers and directly activated its mental thought, wanting to uproot it. With the mind power surging out, a loud bang sounded and this mountain range actually collapsed directly. It was as if some invisible heavy hammer had smashed it with one blow. Hing tilde its body softened and collapsed onto the ground as it let out a cry. Subai. He knew that the fox had not grasped its intensity well and had exploded with too much power of thought. After keeping it into his contract book, he looked at the altar again. In the past few days, the things made by this altar had been repulsive and ugly, or were even defective products that he had to weed. Purple Jade flew to his side. Abai, shouldn't it be my turn? Wait a while, he said and took out a blood-red vine, which was the same corpse-devouring vine he had harvested earlier. After thinking about it, he threw the corpse vine on the altar. The altar did not move much at the start, but after a while, these vines suddenly moved again, and dozens of vines pierced into the body of the corpse vine. Not long after, the corpse vine changed from its original blood color to blue and turned into a small green seedling with 12 vines, which were palm-sized and 10 centimeters high, looking very cute. Subai took a look at it and suddenly found something strange. Name: race, vine of all things absorbed, monster, gender, none, level, low-level servant, properties, no properties by itself. Characteristic, passive, parasitism, an active characteristic. Can parasitize any existence, whether it is life or world. After parasitism, it will absorb and suck dry everything and finally produce some essence of fruit. Foundation road, a passive characteristic. Continuously accumulate lore to condense a foundation for evolving. Skills, none, restrained, none, weaknesses, none, evolution direction, road vine, big road vine, introduction, transformed from the corpse vine, the world vine magnifies its most fundamental ability and power to form creations. After the transformation of the world vine, it will become a proper vine of all things absorbed and can absorb all things to make up for itself. It itself has no soul, no intelligence, and only instinct. It is completely guided and controlled by the spiritual power of the Pet Tamer. Looking at the palm-sized vine, Subai was a little dumbfounded. How could this be? He just wanted to try if it was dangerous and had used the corpse vine as it was the only thing he had in his hand. Who would have imagined such a result? This world vine had actually transformed the corpse vine, and the data after the transformation looked very powerful. After thinking about it, he mobilized his mental power into the corpse vine. Oh, it should be called the vine of all things absorbed now. As his mental power set in, he found that he could control this vine, its growth, and its flowering and fruiting. It was like a shadow puppet on a console, singing a shadow puppet show. The vine of all things absorbed is fine, but what about other monsters? He put away the vine of all things absorbed and then took out a nihility koi and threw it onto the altar. However, there was no other reaction from the altar, and the nihility koi eventually wandered away. It seems like a defective creature is needed to trigger a reaction, Subai murmured to himself. It was a pity that he did not have a semi-finished monster like the corpse vine, or else he could really verify it. It was not like he could go out on a special trip, for it was not cost-effective and was completely unnecessary. Because even if a terrific pet was created, he did not dare to make a contract with it. At least, not for the time being. There was always a sense of insecurity in doing so. He took a deep breath and walked over to the world vine. With a raise of his hand, he infused a large amount of wood attribute light balls into it. Then he pressed it onto the elf's body to strengthen its vine whip. His current light balls were based on the percentage, and every time, he would obtain massive amounts of wood attribute light balls. Fortunately, Purple Jade was not like Mewling Fox and had almost no upper limit. Because he strengthened the vine whip, it would only share a small part of the energy with itself. In this way, 2 days passed, and the huge world vine, which originally stood in the center of the world, had become dry and had shrunk by half. The wood attribute light balls were its most important attribute, and it was also the storage of vitality. Almost all the wood attribute light clusters in its body had been swept away, and no drop remained. Because of the lack of wood attribute light balls, the monsters he had created also had obvious defects and were very fragile. Even if the elf only took a little energy every time, its level still reached peak low-level Emperor and it was only one step away from mid-level Emperor. Subsequently, Subai removed the 4 attribute light clusters from the fire, metal, water, and soil, directly causing the entire world vine to wither 2/3. These were very basic and indispensable attributes, which directly made the monsters it created reach the extreme. In some aspects, it could not fight Emperor monsters, and in other aspects, it was as fragile as ordinary animals. In general, this monster world had almost been scrapped by Subai. Phew! The rewards of this trip are so great, Subai exclaimed, the big harvest making him feel a little surreal. The attributes of all his pets had been improved to varying degrees, including the 10 krakens which were ready to be cultivated. Of course, it was mainly the pets that he focused on training, and their primary skills had been greatly improved. The gravity skill of Planet Eye, Crush Claw of Little Blood Dragon, and Water Splash of Starry Omnivore Kraken had all been improved to varying degrees. Although he had yet to experiment on them, he felt that the power ratio had increased by at least 1 or 2 levels. As for Mewling Fox and Purple Jade, he could not estimate it and did not know how many attribute light balls had been incorporated into them. It was impossible to estimate how much strength they had at this point. Let's go and look around again to see if there are other situations. If not, we'll leave. He first asked his pets to remove all traces of aura on them, and then they boarded the spaceship-like Planet Eye together. After boarding the spacecraft and looking around for a while, the novelty feeling wore off. Come on. Let's leave directly by teleportation. Subai smiled. How? Wait a minute. Why don't we go and see the other spatial doors in this monster world? Anyway, your contract book can help us pass through this door. What if we make new discoveries? Purple Jade flew over and sat on his shoulder before turning its head and saying, All right then, which space crack do you want to see? Subai raised his hand and touched the elf's glossy cheek and asked. It seemed that because it was too cute, he was a little too fond of it. It felt like raising a daughter, there was no other way as sometimes appearance was power. How? Let me see. The elf let Planet Eye continue flying around and went to take a look. There were thousands of different spatial gates, which all looked similar. That one. I feel that that spatial door conveys a breath of silence. It might be another monster world. The elf pointed to the entrance of a space crack and said. Then let's go inside that. Subai nodded and said. He did not care. It was the same wherever he went. After entering the light film, he took out his contract book and released a blue energy light to offset the light film. A violent spiritual energy fluctuation and breath of deathly stillness spread over. Battles are taking place in this world. Judging from the fluctuations of spiritual power, it's the existence of a high-level emperor to a sovereign grade, 1314 reported. Activate your invisibility state, and then go see the situation, he said, also faintly feeling that a few familiar breaths were over there. After he drew near, he could feel the breath of despair and silence. Closer, he discovered what was happening. This was a black continent with weird building ruins. It seemed that a certain civilization had once existed here. At this moment, in the center of the mainland, two women were being besieged by some humans. Su-bai recognized one of them and also had many transactions with her. It was Zhu Lingen. As for the other woman, he was unfamiliar with her and had never seen her before. The head of the group of people was Chelsea, who had invited him to participate in the expedition before. As expected, there was a problem with this woman. The monsters that Chelsea and the others commanded were very strange and all had 7 colors. Their bodies seemed to be made of colorful crystals, and they exuded 7 kinds of spiritual power with different attributes. A breath of despair continued to spread from their bodies. A special monster composed of the soul of despair from the world of despair, its body is made of a rare colorful crystal. Not only can it release 7 attacks of different attributes, it also has the desperate intrusion characteristic. In a fight, the opponent will gradually become infected with despair, lose its intelligence, and fall into a world of despair. World of despair? It seems like those people betrayed Blue Planet and became traitors. Su-bai showed a trace of doubt. The world of despair was another world he had never heard of. The girls can't hold much longer. Do you want to help? The elf asked. Zhu Lingen and the two had already retreated steadily from their opponents. Facing 15 sovereign 7-colored monsters, the two were simply no match. Zi Wuji and the others, who should have been with them, had mysteriously disappeared. With a loud bang, this rainbow energy breath directly destroyed more than a dozen mountains behind. Who is it? Come out! Chelsea shouted coldly, looking in the direction of Su-bai. Someone's hiding here? Zhu Lingen also noticed the situation in the distance with a hint of surprise on her face. Could it be that the Alliance had come to save us? The other woman called Jin Yang also showed a hint of hope. She was one of the chief disciples of Chongshan Gymnasium, one of the top 10 peak gymnasiums. They had been trapped here for a long time and had obviously come together to explore the ruins, but soon the others were scattered, leaving only the 2 of them. Unfortunately, after 4 or 5 days, they still could not find a way out. Instead, Chelsea and the others had suddenly appeared and besieged them, asking them to join the embrace of some desperate mother and act as traitors to their world. At this moment, when there were other movements, the 2 people looked at where Su-bai was with faces full of hope. They could be sure that there was someone somewhere, for the attack just then had been distorted by a kind of power. It's possible, but it can also be someone else. Zhu Lingen exhaled deeply. No matter what, we can finally take a breather. How come we were discovered? Su-bai did not emerge out of panic and, instead, glanced suspiciously at his pets. It should be this black gas. This black gas is full of despair. Mewling Fox used a power of thought force to collect a black air current. This air current is very thin, but as soon as we appeared, it started to drill into our bodies. I see. Before he even finished speaking, 5 or 6 energy breaths of increasing power flew in the distance. Roar. Little Tyrant raised its hand and cast Blighted Fireball. A huge mushroom cloud appeared, relying on a powerful explosion to barely defeat the 5 or 6 energy breaths. Roar. The opponents are too strong. My Blighted Fireball barely resisted their attacks. The Dino showed a hint of surprise. The Blighted Fireball, which Su-bai had once again reinforced, was already at the sovereign grade. You betrayed Blue Planet. You're traitors. Since it was useless to hide, he did not bother hiding himself. Planet I returned to its spherical shape and he revealed himself and his pets. It turned out to be you, Su-bai. You actually appeared here. We really spent no effort. The Mother of Despair will definitely give you a huge reward. Seeing that it was Su-bai who had come to offer his life, Chelsea showed a hint of joy. In the hunting list given by the Mother of Despair, Su-bai ranked in the top 10. They were also told that if they obtained a living ancestor blood dragon, they would directly reward them with immortality. Compared to the other people in the top 10, Su-bai was not only weak but also had a ridiculously high bounty for killing him. This made him the ideal prey. It was a pity that he was too cautious, and his whereabouts were usually erratic, so he could not be caught at all. Furthermore, he had even rejected Chelsea's invitation. She originally had given up and was about to look for another opportunity but had not expected that he would actually show up like this. Forget about how surprised she was. Oh, my God. This is the great Mother of Despair's guidance to me. Amen. Thank the Almighty Mother of Despair. On another end, Zhu Ling'an and Jin Yang could not help but feel gloomy when they saw Su Bai and felt a little desperate. The person who had come to save them was even weaker than them. God, why is it him? Zi Wuji is better than him. Jin Yang was speechless. She thought that she was waiting for a savior but did not expect it to be a burden who might need their saving, instead. Jin Yang shook her head. Even if Su Bai had some hidden strength and had sovereign combat power, what was the use of that? There were a total of 15 opponents here, and they were all mid-level sovereigns. An old chief disciple like her could not even defeat them, let alone Su Bai. Zhu Ling'an also sighed and looked at him, shouting, Su Bai, run away quickly. You can't beat them. If you have a chance, spread the word. These people are traitors and have betrayed Blue Planet. You want to run? Impossible. This is the world destroyed by the Mother of Despair. It has long been completely closed, so no one can escape from here. Chelsea sneered and looked at Su Bai again. I'll give you a chance to join us in the Mother of Despair. Blue Planet is about to die, anyway, and there's no hope of salvation. Relying on the Mother of Despair can not only save your life but also win you a bright future. You'll be a powerful existence like the true creator. It seems like you've really become traitors. Su Bai looked at Chelsea and the others, shaking his head. Then I can't let you go. I hate betrayal the most. It seems like you're looking for death. Okay, then. Leave 2 people to deal with the 2 women. Everyone else, follow me and catch him alive. Chelsea sneered. You rejected the staircase to heaven, so let's see how powerful you truly are. As she spoke, 13 sovereign monsters rushed toward Su Bai. They enclosed him with a rainbow net from all directions and with no dead end, ready to capture him alive directly. The net was called Despair Locking Spirit Net, which could block the opponent's spiritual power and erode his will through feelings of despair, making him lose the ability to resist. The ghost-handed spider in front was the most terrifying, exuding an aura close to the sovereign level. It not only weaved a web of colorful spider silk but also emitted a strong spiritual force, which condensed to form a net numerous times more terrifying. No, we have to go over and help. We can't let them succeed. Otherwise, we'll be in even more danger. Zhu Ling'an's expression changed when she saw that the other party had directly sent 13 sovereign monsters to attack Su Bai. However, they felt a strange imbalance in their hearts. Was Su Bai alone more important than the 2 of them? Why did that guy deserve so much attention? Deal with those 2 monsters, I'll save him. Jin Yang frowned and said coldly. She was extremely reluctant, though, and could not understand why Su Bai willingly came here to die. He already rejected the offer to participate, so why was he suddenly here? Still, she went over to save the young man, since she could not let him be captured like this, or else the 2 of them would not have the power to resist. Run toward me, I'll fight them off. Before Jin Yang could finish speaking, her mouth widened and she stared in a daze. Weep weep tilde with sweet-sounding cries, the 12 sovereign monsters, which had surrounded Su Bai, instantly exploded into a bloody mist, and their 12 headless corpses plummeted below. The only survivor was the ghost-handed spider, which was of the spirit attribute, but it was also heavily injured. Immediately afterward, a fireball flew out and killed it directly. In less than 5 seconds, all these enemy monsters had died, including the very powerful ghost-handed spider. For a while, the entire field fell silent. Jin Yang opened her mouth, completely speechless. She did not even understand how the monsters had died. The enemies had disappeared before her words of rescue were even spoken. This was unbelievable. Finally, the corpses of the monsters fell to the ground and caused several thumping sounds. They seemed to have fallen into the hearts of the group and shocked them. What was that? Chelsea widened her eyes. 13 monsters had all been killed in seconds. What kind of incredible strength could do this? Kill them. However, Before they had time to think about it, the dino had already exposed itself from Subai's side and spread its lava wings to fly over. Don't! These people did not even have time to scream and were smashed into bloody mists by Little Tyrant with its 1,000-over-degree wings. Finally, Subai nodded and turned to Zhu Lingen and Jin Yang. Can you deal with the remaining 2 monsters? Don't worry, leave it to us. Jin Yang nodded first. It would be shameless if they could not deal with the monsters, of which the owners were both dead. Mewling, how is your state? Are you injured? Subai took out a bottle of potion to replenish its mental power. The fox drank the potion and mewled at him. Bai, my current limit should be the mid-level sovereign, but it takes more than 10 days to restore my mental power each time. It's okay. Just recover slowly. Subai caressed it, having understood its strength through his verification. A single burst of attack could kill non-spiritual mid-level sovereign monsters in seconds. The cause of the rainbow monsters just then were their souls, and Mewling Fox had directly poured in infinite spiritual power, squeezing their souls at once and even exploding their heads. The earlier loss of perception skills had also played a big role as it distorted the perception of the monsters and Chelsea for a moment, making them unable to make correct judgment. Otherwise, Chelsea's ghost-handed spider with its spirit attribute would not have been so badly injured. Its perception had been distorted for a moment, leaving it no way to defend itself. Of course, in terms of overall strength, Mewling Fox was still inferior to a sovereign monster, but it was almost invincible at the Emperor grade. This was the power of these full-bodied pets, and at the later stages, the gap between ordinary pets and them would be even more obvious. Coupled with Subai's presence, this gap was widened further. Just like the lost perception skill, it was hard for monsters with unsaturate origin to wake up. After feeding the fox, he kept it in his contract book to cultivate. At this time, Zhu Lingen and Jin Yang, who had both killed the remaining 2 sovereign monsters, flew over. You turned out to be so powerful. Thank you so much this time. Zhu Lingen walked over and thanked him. I won't say anything like devoting myself to you, but if there's anything I can do for you in the future, please don't hesitate to call me. Jin Yang also took a deep breath and thanked him with her hands gathered. Thank you for your life-saving grace. I hope that I can return the favor. Please inform me if you ever need my help. Don't mention it. I just happened to be passing by here. I didn't make a special trip to rescue you. Subai spread his hands and shrugged. You only need to keep this a secret for me and don't tell anyone else about what happened today. Don't worry. We will keep it confidential. The 2 nodded fiercely and promised. Jin Yang took another good look at Subai. She originally thought that he was too weak and did not dare to come with them out of embarrassment. After all, many people were targeting him. Now, it seemed like he was completely disdainful of the other people. Just like how the top geniuses in the Alliance were too disdainful to communicate with them. It was not that they looked down on him, it was that he looked down on them for being too weak. It was too ridiculous for Feng Ming and Tang Shan to assume that Subai had not dared to come because he was too weak. In fact, they themselves thought that he was like that, too. Thinking about it now, it was really ridiculous. What made her feel worse was that Subai was only 18 or 19 years old, way younger than the top geniuses in the Alliance. I originally thought that the ancestor blood dragon is your most kept secret. We didn't expect that it's just the tip of the iceberg. Zhu Lingen sighed and said telepathically to Subai, by the way, I'll tell you a secret. The fact that you have the Blood Moon divine skill has been exposed by Xiao Yulong. With many people knowing it, some may secretly plot against you. Be careful. I understand, Subai replied back, his voice calm. He did not expect that Xiao Yulong would be so courageous as to spread that fact. At this time, it seemed that with the death of Chelsea's group, the spatial door, which had originally disappeared at the edge of the continent, reappeared. The 2 women could not hide their joy. Subai, do you want to leave with us? The others have disappeared, so they might also be in danger. I have to go back and report this to the Alliance, Zhu Lingen said. Then you can go back first. I won't go back for the time being. I want to explore here. Maybe I can bump into the others. He shook his head. Okay, then. We'll leave first. You must pay attention to your own safety. Nodding, Zhu Lingen turned to leave. After asking him for his contact information, Jin Yang rode her pet away with Zhu Lingen. Even when they left, they were still deeply shocked. Su Bai's terrifying strength was too deep and unfathomable. The appearance of the little, white fox, which had mewled once, was firmly embedded in their minds, and they could not wait to know what kind of pet it was. They had never seen such a terrifying existence. Once the two were gone, the dino came over and took out a black ball. Bai, this thing seems to be very useful. I hit that woman, but this thing didn't break. I know. Come, let's explore the depths of this continent. Su Bai took the black sphere, which had weird patterns of gold and silver on it. Through the pet interface, he knew that this thing was called an ovule. It was a kind of pearl born from the clam of despair. The place where the clam of despair grew was the plain of despair. There might be mysterious monster eggs in that place, so he wanted to go in and explore it. Raw tilde Bai, don't I deserve to be rewarded? The dino approached him and asked. You just ate, let's talk about it later. Su Bai glanced at it and said, and the main credit goes to Mewling Fox. Fine. Little Tyrant glared angrily at him. What's wrong? Su Bai walked over and took a look. A spring with black mist had just been opened by the elf. Dig some more, he said. Roar. Leave it to me. Little Tyrant uttered an angry roar and directly increased its body size to slash out with its two huge claws. Purple Jade and Planet Eye also came forward to help, and in a short while, a huge underground lake reappeared. The size of the lake was about 10 kilometers, and the black water bubbled with faint smoke. In the middle of the lake was a small island with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Black trees grew on it, exuding a weird atmosphere. Let's go look. Su Bai flew directly to the small island on Planet Eye. Howl. The aura of despair here is stronger, and there's hardly any vitality, the elf frowned and said once they stepped onto the island. Let's go check the situation. Su Bai nodded, also feeling a little disgusted with the environment here. He activated a shield to isolate the black desperation but found that it was useless. This thing could pass directly through the shield. He tried to cover his whole body with mental power again. Although it had some effects, the despair could still penetrate. After this depressing air entered the body, it would continuously arouse pessimistic thoughts and even make people have the urge to commit suicide. If you can't hold on, just return to your contract book. Planet Eye is not afraid of this desperate atmosphere, so it can just follow me. Su Bai glanced at his pets. Planet Eye was a metal life, without emotions and desire, so despair had no effect on it. Roar. I'm not afraid, it can't shake my will. The dino patted its chest. Same for me. I want to train myself. It doesn't matter. Where there is life, there is no despair. The elf also shook its head. Okay, then. Let's move. Su Bai nodded. In order to ensure that he was not affected by the despair, he directly shared his senses with Planet Eye. They walked all the way to the center of the island, where some trees of despair grew on both sides. The further they went, the more depressing the aura. After 1/3 of the journey, a huge stone monument blocked the way. It stated, "There is no road ahead. Despair has no end, and you will fall into the deepest despair. Please make a choice. 1. Leave. 2. If there is no road on the ground, I will open one. And 3. Kneel and worship the Mother of Despair. Get out of the sea of despair." Roar. I'm so impressed. I'll definitely choose the second path. I want to open my own path. The dino patted its chest arrogantly. It then disappeared out of thin air before it finished speaking. It did not even give him a chance to stop it. Su Bai, wow, how foolish. Jade, please don't make a choice. He glanced at the elf that was eager to try it. This was the effect of despair on it. I'm okay. I can restrain it. The elf shook its head, though it also had the constant urge to make choices. You can just blow everything up here and then go forward. You don't need to make any *TTY choices at all. He smiled. This kind of thing was a trap with fixed rules, and no matter what choice was made, it would be the wrong one. Even if no choice was made, the trap would still be triggered. Just like Little Blood Dragon's dragon curse, This trap could be triggered no matter what the reaction was. The dino was really foolish and was terribly embarrassing with how it thought that it was smart. Anti-psionic annihilation cannon. After retreating a few steps with purple jade, Planet Eye condensed a huge muzzle with a diameter of 100 meters. Unlimited blue energy gathered and a shot was fired, sweeping everything ahead. The huge stone monument was even directly bombed into nothingness. The wood of despair at the back had also disappeared without a trace. Howl! They're destroyed, but why can't I see Brother Tyrant? The elf asked. Let it suffer a little first, it won't be a big deal, Subai shook his head and said. He already had no way to communicate with the dino, but he could still feel that it was alive. After all, it could not die easily. They rushed all the way in and soon arrived at a black pool of water. Several black snakes of despair swam in the water pool, their bodies containing very poisonous essence. Those infected would turn into soulless walking corpses. With a move of his mind, he summoned his contract book and released the 10,000 plague poison kraken. Onum tilde it looked up at him for instructions. Go around and gnaw some trees of despair, then catch the snakes of despair. He glanced at it and said. Onum tilde it nodded very obediently, rushed toward the nearby trees, and gnawed on them. Jade, you can also use this place to understand the law of life. Hope, despair, life, and death are all present here. Subai put the contract book in the elf's hands. It was the book of life, which contained a very strong life law. Howl tilde I understand. Picking up the contract book, the elf sat down at the side with a faint green light radiating from its body as it began to perceive the law with its heart. Subai glanced at this pool of despair, then raised his hand, and took out the vine of all things absorbed. He slowly placed it on the edge of the pond. With the movement of his mind, the vine of all things absorbed began to take roots and grow. As its roots spread wider and wider, it drew more and more nutrients. Some black lines gradually appeared on its vines as it slowly grew. Its vines grew very slowly, but its roots grew very quickly. It blanketed the island in a short time and quickly spread to the entire continent. Although the vines exposed to the ground were only 10 centimeters high, the roots had spread far and wide. The entire continent's energy had started to be absorbed by the vines, too. Not long after, the water in the pool of despair began to decrease, and the roots of the vine of all things absorbed covered everything, absorbing the water and leaving it without the slightest vitality. The elf approached the vine of all things absorbed and felt its breath. Planet Eye also began to catch the struggling and twisting snake of despair to feed it to the 10,000 plague poison kraken. Everything happened at once, developing in a good direction. The despair of the whole world rapidly diminished. 1 hour later, the roots of the vine of all things absorbed had almost reached all parts of the ruined world, absorbing the nutrients and despair everywhere. A vigorous vine grew to a height of 1 meter and produced 2 finger-sized fruits in front of Subai. One black and the other cyan, both grew little by little. He looked at these 2 fruits with a little joy. These were the fruits of despair and vitality. One contained the law of despair, while the other had the law of life. One was highly poisonous, while the other was non-toxic. At this moment, the water in the pool of despair and the water in the lake outside the island had all dried up. Subai was about to let Planet Eye pick up the clamshell at the bottom of the pool when the ground suddenly began to shake. Huh! He looked into the distance and saw that the vibration was occurring very far away. The reduction of despair must have triggered something. Not long after, 2 figures, both looking very frail, emerged from the source of the vibration. D*MN, that space of despair was too scary. Feng Ming cursed. He was standing on the head of a golden single-horned monkey. F*CK. If not for the sudden weakening of the power in that space, we would never have come out. Chelsea, that traitor of Blue Planet, must die. The other person was Tang Shan. His 6-winged, single-horned holy fire lion was looking very frail, too, and its breath was also extremely weak. The 2 stopped at the same time and started to recuperate, healing and feeding their pets. Bye, it seems someone has come out, Mewling Fox raised its head and said at the side. Although it had not recovered yet, there was nothing wrong with its body, just that its mental power still needed time to recover. Su Bai looked at the vine of all things absorbed, which was still growing, in front of him. It would take at least 3 or 4 hours to grow. He did not expect that someone would appear so suddenly, for he thought that there should be no one on this continent. Don't worry, let's continue. Frowning, he let Mewling Fox hide the vine of all things absorbed with an illusion so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. They're coming in our direction. Half an hour later, Mewling Fox gave this warning once more. In the distance, Feng Ming and Tang Shan, who were riding their flying pets, had naturally discovered the situation. Especially after confirming that the visitor was Su Bai, the faces of the two could not help but show a hint of surprise and greed. They all knew the secret of his Blood Moon divine skill. The two exchanged glances and said in the same way, "Let's kill him together and then distribute the benefits." Feng Ming said again, "Let's end him with a quick fight. We can't let him ask for help, just push all the blame to Chelsea and the others." Tang Shan nodded. "Understood. We'll just let others think that he's also a traitor. As for whether he really is or not, a dead man can't tell, anyway." Regarding Su Bai's strength, it was not in the scope of their consideration at all. How strong could an 18-year-old man be, even with the ancestor blood dragon? If he could not be beaten, then what was the point of living 2 or 3 more years than him? Moreover, they felt like they understood his strength and had nothing to be afraid of. "Don't go any further, you're not welcome here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." At this time, Su Bai's voice rang. "You're a traitor, you betrayed Blue Planet. You and Chelsea have both harmed us in and out." Feng Ming completely ignored his warning and flew straight to the latter's location, looking at Su Bai with resentment. On the spot, he released a low-level sovereign killing mantis and a middle-level sovereign thunder light butterfly. "You must die today. Those who betray Blue Planet will be killed without mercy." With an angry shout, Tang Shan released 2 low-level sovereign monsters, 1 light petrifying cicada and 1 sacred moon wolf king. The 2 of them did not give Su Bai a chance to speak at all. Each of them released 2 sovereign monsters, and after the 4 sovereign monsters surrounded him, they directly launched an attack. The mantis waved its blade to send out a bloody light, condensing its attack as it flew over with the sharp tip of the blade pointed at Su Bai. Between the flapping of the thunder light butterfly's wings, a strong thunder domain was directly formed. It enclosed the entire island where Su Bai was located. Infinite thunder and lightning poured down onto him. On the other side, the light petrifying cicada opened its mouth and spit out a golden light. When the sacred moon wolf king opened its mouth, it shot out a mouthful of burning flames. The 4 terrifying attacks landed, blocking all of Su Bai's escape routes and ridding him of any chance of survival. Feng Ming and Tang Shan both stared at him as if they wanted to see despair on his face. In fact, they had no conflict with him. Everything was born out of jealousy and greed. Those who were of noble origin most looked down on people like Su Bai, who had risen from poverty. The jealousy, hatred, and greed in their hearts grew infinitely stronger since Su Bai had rare pets and a divine skill, which they did not have. Facing this kind of attack, there was no possibility for ordinary sovereign pets to survive. They both wanted him to die. Su Bai did not expect that the two would directly attack as soon as they met and would even directly attempt to kill him. At this critical moment, the earth shook again. Thousands of vines drilled out from the ground and quickly formed a large net which covered him and the others. Planet I also turned into a metal shield to block the attacks. A series of attacks fell with a rumble, and the earth seemed to tremble. Having been strengthened by him countless times, the strength of the vines was strong enough. They did not allow these attacks to penetrate. What vines are these? They're not destroyed by such a terrifying attack. Feng Ming showed a hint of astonishment. No way, it should not be the case. Even a sovereign monster would be injured if it was subjected to such a powerful series of attacks, let alone these ordinary-looking vines. Even more so since one of their attacks had the fire attribute, which heavily restrained the wood attribute. Unexpectedly, it did not even destroy this large net of vines. Tang Shan was also taken aback. This result was too far from what he expected. In his opinion, Su Bai would be seriously injured even if he did not die. "Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish for you." Su-bai looked up at the two people above with extremely cold eyes, which were full of killing intent. He had been planting flowers in peace here, but these two had come and framed him without hesitation. They were even directly trying to kill him. Had he even provoked them? He would not be at ease if they did not die today. The moment Su-bai's voice fell, the ancestor blood dragon flew out. Exuding a powerful aura belonging to the low-level sovereign grade, it flew straight to Fengming and Tang Shan. Sovereign dragon, be careful. As soon as the sovereign ancestor blood dragon came out, the hearts of these two people instantly sank to 18 levels of hell. How could this be? A month ago, it had obviously been a low-level emperor, but how was it suddenly a sovereign pet? It was unreasonable. However, the roar in their hearts was useless, as the ancestor blood dragon had already arrived. The two hurriedly directed their pets to attack at the critical moment. Thunder Light Butterfly, Thunder Domain. Fengming yelled anxiously. The butterfly unleashed its domain in an attempt to restrain the ancestor blood dragon. The cicada at the side also condensed a light net to hinder the ancestor blood dragon from advancing further. Roar. Alas, these were useless in front of the ancestor blood dragon, which had restored its sovereign strength. It only needed to raise its claws with Crush Claw. A flash of blood spurted from the butterfly as the dragon came down on it with a wave of its claws. Before the butterfly could condense thunder and lightning, it was cut in half. At this time, the mantis flew over from behind and charged toward the ancestor blood dragon with its huge and sharp blade. However, before the blade fell, the dragon turned around with lightning-fast reflexes. It slashed forward with sharp claws and collided with the blade. With a crisp sound, the killing mantis's blade was cut into two without mercy, and its upper body was also severed. Blood spurted everywhere for a moment. In the face of this terrifying strength, Fengming and Tang Shan trembled with fear. Their fighting intentions disappeared completely. Now, they just wanted to leave quickly. Don't kill me. If you do, the divine insect hall will not let you go, Fengming yelled as he quickly fled with his single-horned monkey. After the two pets were killed, his mind was now in a complete state of confusion. The ancestor blood dragon's deep and terrifying breath was like a sword stuck in his heart, making him feel that he was in a race against death. At this moment, he was immensely regretful. Why did he want to find trouble with Su-bai so desperately? If he could, he would turn back time and not provoke the latter. Alas, he had no chance to do so. The ancestor blood dragon summoned a god-dragon prayer, causing its speed to increase several times. It immediately chased him and smashed his pet, turning it into a bloody mist. Then, without any reduction in speed, the ancestor blood dragon rushed toward Tang Shan, who had been the first to flee. Don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret. You definitely will regret it if you don't listen to it. Really, this secret, Tang Shan yelled desperately while he had the cicada and wolf king block the ancestor blood dragon. Kill him, said Su-bai indifferently, not believing his nonsense at all. Roar. Using the god-dragon prayer, his pet dragon gained max speed and flexibility. It shredded the cicada and wolf king with one blow. Its claws were too sharp, such that even energy breaths could be cut open and space could not resist. What more of the two monsters with the same level as it? Su-bai, believe me, bang. Tang Shan could hardly believe that his two pets were killed so quickly, but before he could finish his words, he was reduced into a bloody fog as well. After Little Blood Dragon absorbed all the blood mist and cleaned everything up, it flew back with some items. These items were scattered after the storage device exploded. Moreover, their contract books had already penetrated into the turbulence of the space because of their fragmentation. Bye, there are some pretty good treasures here. Little Blood Dragon handed over the things. The most precious items were 2 low-level sovereign spiritual fruits, 1 light attribute moonlight fruit and 1 insect king fruit. Su-bai kept these 2 spirit fruits and threw all the rest into 10,000 plague poison kraken, who swallowed them all and left no trace behind. We'll leave after the spirit fruit ripens, Su-bai exhaled and said slowly. Killing the 2D*MN people had no effect on him, but he felt much better. Time slowly passed, and the spiritual fruit on the vine of all things absorbed gradually grew to the size of a fist, becoming more and more mature. Purple Jade, who had been dedicated to comprehending the law of life, opened its eyes and raised its hand. A cyan lotus flower bloomed in the palm of its hand, full of agility. "How is it?" He looked at the elf and noticed that it seemed to be more agile than before. "I can only say that I'm barely getting started. The law of life and the law of wood have a lot in common, so it's not difficult to get started." The elf flew over and placed the lotus flower on his palm. "That's pretty good, too. As long as you have something to gain." He nodded with a smile. "Thank you." The elf sat down casually on his shoulder, with its hands resting there, and its long, snowy white legs swayed gently in the air. Subai had long been accustomed to this. The life breath and the faint floral fragrance on the elf were very pleasant and comfortable. If it transformed into its full body with a height of 1.8 meters, he would surely feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, he did not like Lolita. Roar. A sudden roar scared Subai and his pets. "It's Brother Tyrant's breath, he nearly scared me half to death." The elf looked into the distance and patted its bulging chest as it exhaled deeply. The earth in the distance had split into two, and an extremely high temperature wafted off the surface as a huge figure crawled out from underneath. It exuded an extremely powerful and terrifying aura, which seemed to be on the Emperor grade or the Immortal grade. Its huge body was nearly 20 kilometers high, full of the breath of death and flame, as if it had descended from purgatory. It had a huge horn, a triangular black bone spur that stretched across the spine, and other similar bone structures at every joint of its body. Its long and powerful tail and its powerful body covered with black scales looked very similar to the Tyranitar, but its tail was very long, and it was more hideous-looking and terrifying. This was the dino that had evolved into a purgatory tyrant of the Emperor grade. Roar. "I've succeeded. I feel like I'm invincible now. Whoever dares to bully our Bai in the future, I'll blow them up." Little Tyrant quickly shrank and ran over to him. "Subai." It was the bully. "What's the matter? Are you unhappy?" asked the dino with its head tilted. "Of course, I'm happy. How did you succeed in your evolution?" He looked at it and asked, feeling very surprised. This foolish dino had actually completed its evolution and promotion. It was really incredible. "Raw tilde after I made that choice, I was teleported into a special space, and a path appeared in front of me. Black monsters kept chasing and trying to kill me, but I rushed over and beat them until I evolved and was promoted." Little Tyrant raised its claws. "Subai, wow, you're amazing." He took out an emperor, fire-melted fruit, and fed this to it. The dino took it contentedly, digging happily into the juicy fruit. At this time, the two fruits on the vine of all things absorbed finally ripened. With a joyous expression, he took out 2 jade boxes and put them in. He then mobilized his mental power to let the vine of all things absorbed keep its roots. After everything was done, he picked up the vine, which had been reduced to the size of a palm. It was now darker than ever and had benefited a lot. At this point, all the nutrients in this entire continent had been extracted, turning the place into a real wasteland. It seemed that this continent had not appeared randomly and was probably created deliberately by the so-called Mother of Despair. "Come on. Let's leave." He gathered the vine of all things absorbed. After his pets finished wiping all the breaths here, he glanced at several gloomy mussels and snakes, which were sealed in the laboratory of Planet I. They were another gain. The gloomy mussels could produce highly toxic pearls of despair, which were also a precious material. He intended to raise them all so that they could be played and used when needed. Once everything was done, Planet I directly launched electronic transmission and disappeared from this weird continent. However, what Subai did not realize was that a pair of eyes had been observing him secretly the entire time. You went through everything in detail. I see. Is there anything else? Subai nodded, already aware of these things. Oh, yes. There's another big event. Ever since a few days ago, the Dragon Slayers have been appearing from time to time. They introduced Minister Liu Lin, the head of the exploration department of the Alliance, to a special space crack. We still don't know what the specific situation is. It's said that the minister and some of the Dragon Slayers are actually quite related. It seems like they have become involved due to an event decades ago. Now, the Alliance is set to conduct an emergency rescue, but I don't know what the situation is, said He Yu again. He was shocked upon hearing this and quickly understood what was going on. This was Wei Ya's revenge. When she rescued him, her request was for him to kill someone for her at a critical moment. However, after Chen Ruoxue worshipped her as a teacher, she had never mentioned this matter again. Su Bai thought she had put it down, but he did not expect that this day would still come. Later, he specifically investigated the matter, and through some records and verbal accounts from some elders, he understood what was going on. At that time, Blue Planet had just stabilized, the 10 space cracks had just been sealed, and the Pet Alliance had just been established. Wei Ya and Liu Lin, the current head of the exploration department, were originally an unmarried couple. At that time, the Wei and Liu families had gone to explore the space crack which had just appeared, and that was the Blood Moon world. At that time, the Blood Moon world was too dangerous for humans to explore because of the abundance of blood monsters. When they saw non-bloodline existences, they would attack them at once. Moreover, humans had no particularly good targeting methods to kill them and would also encounter the blood curse, which was simply too terrifying. However, despite the huge danger, the benefits of this undeveloped world were also big, so the two companies continued exploring it silently. This was when some crises arose. Liu Lin had taken his family members and had run away. After running away, he completely sealed off the space crack and blocked the possibility of Wei Ya and the others escaping. Thereafter, he had taken all the credits for himself. Wei Ya and her family had been sacrificed in this way. However, what Liu Lin did not expect was that Wei Ya had actually survived, and only then did all of the following things happen. Not many people knew the inside story of this matter, but his master, Gaoan, happened to be one of those who knew. Therefore, it was completely reasonable for her to take revenge. Is there nothing else? Su Bai only asked calmly. No, nothing big happened aside from those. Since the Alliance revealed how to enter the Hidden Realm, everyone has been working hard to hunt down monsters. Now, the speed of cleaning them is very fast, and although there are occasional fights due to robbing of treasures, it's completely normal. Hiyu shook her head. I see. Let me know if something is going on. I'm going out again. He nodded. Oh, you're heading out. Please pay attention to your safety. The woman showed a look of surprise. She thought that he would stay for a while this time but did not expect that he would leave after asking about the recent occurrences. Okay. Nodding, Su Bai left with the elf. He found an empty place and released Planet I. Dial Ruoxue's number for me. After a while, the call was connected, and Chen Ruoxue's voice sounded. Su Bai, where are you? I'm in danger. Can you come and save me? When he heard this, his voice rose involuntarily. I just came back. I'm at the gathering place. Where are you? What happened? I'm in a rift in space. Mistress Wei Ya and Liu Lin perished together. I had no ability to stop it from happening. Before my mistress left, she passed on her divine skill to me. Now, the Liu family and some members of the Dragon Slayers organization are chasing me down. I called you several times before, but the calls could not get through. Chen Ruoxue's voice on the phone was a little low. His heart sank when he heard this. He did not expect that the matter would end like that before he could rush over to help. When Wei Ya rescued him, he had promised to help, but in the end, he had not helped in any way. She seemed not to have wanted to trouble and implicate him. I'll come over right away. Don't worry. As soon as he said this, he directly let Planet I teleport. It did not take long for him to appear on a dilapidated continent. He raised his eyes and glanced around. This continent should have just been broken, so the strong laws and spiritual power fluctuations had not yet dissipated. The magma, which had not completely solidified, could be seen in the center. At the center of this continent far away, a blood mist had not yet dissipated, and the aftermath of a strong blood law and metal law were still there, creating a frightening atmosphere. In that area, ordinary sovereign pets dared not to approach, but that was the trace left by the death of immortal pets. This meant that they had understood the law to perfection and paved a new road. They had their own understanding and had condensed their own Tao. In fact, they were powerful existences of the immortal Tao blood. The law attack from an existence with such an aura was not something ordinary sovereign pets could fight against, they would die immediately upon encountering it. Monsters under and above the immortal grade were basically two separate existences. It could be seen that this continent should have been a huge planet not inferior to Blue Planet, but at this time, only a few fragments could be seen. The most important thing was that, judging from the situation at the scene, the main battle did not occur there at all but rather in the vast, starry sky even farther away. This planet was only affected by the aftermath of the battle and had ended up in this state. Hand over the divine skill, and we can spare your life. If you fail to appreciate our kindness, you might die a miserable death today and suffer insults before you die. A sharp voice sounded from below. Subai looked down and saw that, not far away, 6 people had surrounded Chen Ruoxue. These people had a total of 12 blood pets released, with all of them being powerful beings from high-level Emperor grade to low-level Sovereign grade. Although Chen Ruoxue's strength had been improving very quickly, her 2 dragons and 1 demon, which had evolved into the final form of Night Devil King, were still low-level emperors. In such a situation, she did not have much parrying power at all and could only fight while running away. "Hey, guy from above, you'd better not interfere, or else I'll make you sacrifice with your blood on the spot today." Seeing him flying over, the one leading the 6 shouted this coldly. None of them seemed to have recognized Subai. Realizing that he was only with a low-level Emperor elf, the person did not really care about him. "Subai, be careful, they have special methods to deal with dragon pets," Chen Ruoxue reminded him. "It looks like you're a couple, that's just perfect. Letting you die here together this time is considered being buried together." The leader, a 30-year-old man with a hook nose, sneered and said, "Captain, no. Wei Ya's apprentice is so beautiful, isn't it a waste not to play around with her?" A yellow-haired young man next to the leader looked at Chen Ruoxue and leered. While talking, he turned to look at Subai. "Isn't it more exciting to have her boyfriend watch by my side?" Bang bang. Before this male monster finished speaking, the monsters around them all exploded, turning into bloody mists. They then condensed into 12 blood-colored light balls, which flew into Little Blood Dragon on Subai's wrist. What the hell? The guy, who had been spewing nonsense, knelt on the ground with a bang, his mouth opening so wide that he could squeeze his fist into it. He was completely dazed and could not understand why his pets had exploded without warning, though there were no spiritual fluctuations. What kind of weird trick was this? Kill them all. Subai glanced at these people with a cold expression. After a short daze, the shadow of death forced them to flee quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had already run nearly a kilometer. This was all in vain, though. When the staff in the elf's hand lit up, thousands of vines appeared under the feet of these 6 people and then pierced through their bodies at lightning speed. "Howl! Heh! You want to run?" The elf snorted. 2 guys with special Pet Tamer skills had just escaped from this area of vines and landed on a hill. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief and were about to escape, some grass under their feet grew spikes, piercing their bodies and sucking their blood. Despicable. They looked at the grass under their feet unbelievably, with resentment and hatred in their eyes. What exactly was this? These people did not actually understand how their main battle pet had suddenly exploded, which was simply unheard of. "Abai, these are the war gains." The elf handed a few storage devices to him. Those people, which had turned into plant nourishments, had no idea that they would be killed by the grass under their feet after escaping so far. What they did not know was that the elf's control of plants had reached a very powerful level, so it could kill them even if they were dozens of kilometers away. Subai took the storage bags and checked their contents mentally. After finding that there was nothing good, he threw the bags to Planet Eye and asked it to sort the items out. "How did you do it? It's incredible." Chen Ruoxue took a deep breath at this time and asked, feeling incredulous. It could be seen that this cold breath had made her already towering chest even fuller and gigantic, which was enough to explain her shock. She knew that Subai could defeat the opponents, but she did not expect that he would destroy them in one single shot. From beginning to end, she could not understand what method he had used. It had been only 10 days since the couple last met. How come she could not understand him suddenly? "Actually, there's no special method, it's not as powerful as you think." Subai shook his head and landed on the ground. The reason why those monsters could be killed in seconds was that they were all descendants of little blood dragon. It was easier for the dragon to clean them all than for fathers to teach their sons a lesson, as it was just a matter of thought. He guessed that the enemies had taken the blood ashes. This referred to the scarlet ashes produced by the dozens of flesh devourers that he had cultivated using the hunger potion made by his brother, Su Yu, in order to obtain the Blood Moon divine skill. The people who used the blood ashes the most were from the organization of dragon slayers, for they happened to be in the Scarlet Wilderness. Even up to this point, there were people who kept a large number of blood ashes as treasures. However, they did not know that, once the ashes were eaten, their pets would be unnoticeably transformed into the blood subordinates of his pet dragon. Nothing would go wrong when dealing with others, but once their opponent was Su Bai, they would have no fighting power. I see. After listening to his explanation, Chen Ruoxue exhaled deeply. The cold air she had just breathed in turned into hot air. She had been wondering how Su Bai had become so powerful in just a few days. It was impossible to improve so much at once, right? What the hell is going on here? As the elf flew over to heal her pets, Su Bai asked this question. Did you see that over there? That's where my master and Liu Lin died together. Chen Ruoxue was silent for a while, then she pointed to the east and said, Actually, I feel like my master could have survived, but she seemed to be tired of it all and chose to die together with that man. Before she died, she passed her divine skill to me, and those people saw it. They tried to snatch the divine skill I received by chasing me. Some members of the Liu family were among them, but they suddenly left for no reason. I'm sorry for your loss. He patted his girlfriend's shoulder and held her hand. It was useless to say more at this time. All she needed was a warm shoulder. He had already noticed that Wei Ya was tired of living. Some people were like this. Once their lives collapsed, they no longer had the will to rebuild again. Wei Ya was a very emotional person. Her world had probably collapsed the moment Liu Lin betrayed her, and her will to live had probably only been revenge. In fact, this world was like this. There were very few people who could find true love. Most people just hugged each other because they could not stand loneliness. It was just that he felt quite guilty because he had once promised to help the woman. However, he had not done anything for her in the end. Nodding, Chen Ruoxue leaned into his arms and hugged him tightly. She was greatly indebted to Wei Ya and felt the saddest over her mistress's death. Su Bai reached out and tightly hugged his lover back, using his broad chest to give her a sense of security. On the other side, the elf healed the injuries suffered by Winter Ice White Dragon and Black Flame Dragon. By the way, this was brought here when my master passed the divine skill to me. She said it's for you. Chen Ruoxue extricated herself from his arms and took out a red crystal stone from the storage ring. My master said that her blood is sealed in this and that it can attract the blood pets that had just died with her. Chen Ruoxue placed the red crystal stone in his palm and looked up at him. This. Su Bai looked at Chen Ruoxue. Wei Ya wanted him not to let his lover down, and this was regarded as the dowry she gave to her disciple. This involuntarily made his heart feel heavier. It's okay. I'm not that vulnerable. It'll be snatched away by others if you don't take it, so you don't have to worry about me. Chen Ruoxue shook her head and said. Okay, then. Let's go there together. Su Bai nodded and immediately stopped hesitating. He took her to Planet Eye and then they flew toward the east. The most precious things of immortal monsters were immortal Dao and immortal Dao blood, and Wei Ya's pet was of the bloodline, which was of great help to him. Fortunately, Su Bai had Little Blood Dragon and Planet Eye, one blood type and one metal type. After opening the shield, it was much easier for them. They walked for nearly 100 kilometers, and Su Bai stopped advancing. He could no longer resist despite it still being nearly 500 kilometers away from the center of the battlefield. In fact, Su Bai could move forward with Little Blood Dragon, but it was not appropriate. This place was too dangerous, and it was even more dangerous after going in. If he encountered someone, he would not have much strength to fight back. Although this location was quite far away, it was still relatively safe, especially with his pet dragon around. It also had a way to draw over the bloodline Dao seeds and part of the Dao blood in the central area. He looked at the two Dao seeds in the center of the countless rock fragments. They were like two suns, one gold and one red. They were constantly entangled, releasing two powerful laws of gold and blood. However, before he could do anything, there was movement not far away, and a black-clothed man flew over with several people. Subai, these people are family members of Liu Lin, the head of the exploration department who died. The few people who left suddenly are in this team, and I'm afraid that they have ill intentions. Chen Ruoxue looked at the approaching people and spoke telepathically to him. I understand. You don't have to worry, he responded, looking up at the 8 people who had surrounded them. He said indifferently, don't come any closer, or I'll treat you as an enemy. When his voice fell, Planet I, which was under his feet, grew to a diameter of 5 kilometers, and tens of thousands of muzzles were condensed to face them in an instant. Psychic energy gathered in the muzzles, and a terrifying psychic coercion was transmitted from it. Seeing the terrifying firepower that appeared at this moment, all the 8 people's expressions changed, and they could not help but stop and stare at the war fortress. The thick muzzles and the gleaming spirits in them shocked these people. I'm Liu Shi, the captain of the Tier 3 team from the Spirit Alliance's exploration department. We now suspect that Chen Ruoxue and former dragon slayer Wei Yue colluded with each other to kill erstwhile minister Liu Lin. Please cooperate with the investigation. The black-clothed man Liu Shi looked at the couple and said indifferently. Are you kidding? How could Ruoxue, someone who has just become a title-level pet tamer, kill a legendary pet tamer? Don't use this kind of excuse and be a disgrace. If you want her, go to Fuyao Gymnasium and ask for her. Subai glanced at Liu Shi and spoke coldly. It seems that you're not ready to cooperate. If you disobey the alliance order, do you know the consequences? Asked Liu Shi in a cold voice. Their group released a total of 16 main battle pets while they were speaking, presenting a half-encirclement around Subai. Of the 16 monsters, 2 were low-level sovereigns, a blood dragon demon wolf with scarlet flames burning around its body and a steel shadow demon bird entirely made of steel. This demon bird also had many muzzles around its body, being a mechanical life form. In addition, the other 14 monsters were all high-level emperors. Just cooperate obediently, you have no room to resist, or else don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. Liu Shi looked at him and said coldly, with an obvious threatening expression in his eyes. Originally, he was only here to catch Chen Ruoxue and take back the divine skill that Wei Yue had left behind after her death. His appearance had surprised him a little, but it did not matter. As far as he knew, although he was one of the chief disciples of Yulong Gymnasium, he was not very strong and mainly relied on the Emperor Ancestor Blood Dragon. As someone who had 2 sovereign monsters, he was not afraid at all. If these 2 people failed to appreciate his kindness and angered him, they might even disappear mysteriously today. Death would end all his troubles, and it would not be the first for him, anyway. It was just that the risk he might have to take was a little bigger this time, but for the sake of the divine skill, he did not care about killing 2 more people. Subai looked up nonchalantly, then turned to look at Chen Ruoxue, and asked, Are those people here? Yes. She nodded. It seems like you don't know what's good for you. Liu Shi frowned and was about to direct his pet to attack, but he saw a middle-aged man riding a mid-level sovereign scarlet dragon rushing from the distance, surrounding them in an instant with 100 other men. After surrounding them, they released hundreds of thousands of monsters. All of them were emperors. These monsters presented a spherical blockade around Subai, Liu Shi, and the others. Seeing this situation, Liu Shi's expression could not help but change. These people were actually pet tamers specializing in group attacks. Chen Ruoxue's face also sank. How did these people find her so quickly? Looking at the hundreds of thousands of emperor monsters, her scalp turned a little numb. Although they were not strong individually, they were too terrifying together, especially if there was a unified command. Master Demon Dragon, that woman was Wei Yue's apprentice. That slut's divine skill must be in her hands, and the person next to him is Subai. He has an ancestor blood dragon. The organization offered the highest bounty for his head. The speaker was a man riding a 9-headed blood phoenix. He looked at Chen Ruoxue with hatred and jealousy. Subai already recognized this person as Yi Wuchen, Wei Yue's former subordinate. When the Blood Moon world still existed, he had been the manager of the bazaar, but now it seemed like he had taken refuge in other people. Lord, shut up. Did I allow you to speak? The middle-aged man riding the magic dragon interrupted Liu Sha directly. Liu Sha's eyes could not help but show a trace of anger, but when he saw the hundreds of thousands of emperor monsters around them, he still shut his mouth sensibly. I'll give you two a chance. Obediently come over with your hands tied. Make me happy and I'll give you a good time. Otherwise, if you wait for me to take action, I'll torture you alive and make you die. The middle-aged man glared at the couple, his voice ringing like a great bell. Su Bai looked up at Liu Sha and the big man riding the magic dragon. His handsome face showed a hint of impatience. I just want to do my own thing. Why are you all volunteering to die? Ha 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 ha. Is this kid scared stupid? Yi Wuchen, why didn't you tell me he's stupid? Stupid boy, you still want to keep pretending? The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Wuchen and asked loudly. Yi Wuchen glanced at Su Bai with a hint of sympathy on his face. How could this young man still pretend to be powerful at this juncture? My lord, let him be. If I were the one in such a horrible situation, I'd go crazy, too. At this moment, the blood pets of these people exploded one after one, like flesh and blood bombs. Blood mist instantly filled the world following the hundreds and thousands of explosions, looking like a gorgeous firework from a distance. Yi Wuchen, the big man riding the demon dragon, and the others did not expect that the pets under them would explode. All of their pets were chemically shattered in a terrifying spiritual impact. No. The eyes of these people before death were even more complicated, with bewilderment, disbelief, and even more of fear. Before their voice could be delivered from their throats, they were all submerged in the blood mist until all traces of them had disappeared. Most of these monsters had taken blood ashes. After they exploded, even if the remaining half were ordinary pets, they could not withstand this terrifying psychic storm and were all passively blown into blood mists. Roar. An ancient and deep roar sounded. The ancestor blood dragon flew out from Su Bai's wrist and turned into a peerless dragon with a body length of 50 kilometers. It opened its mouth and inhaled the blood mists, which condensed into scarlet-colored spheres and flew toward the dragon. Little blood dragon refined the blood mists, removing the dross and leaving the essence. So much blood power was absorbed by it, causing it not only to make a full recovery from the serious origin losses but also to break through to the middle-level sovereign. As the blood fog gradually dissipated, Little Blood Dragon's realm also completely consolidated. This, Liu Sha looked at the behemoth, which was more than 50 kilometers long, next to Su Bai and stuttered in shock. The remaining people froze in place, all of them were dumbfounded and in disbelief over what had just happened. Hundreds of thousands of emperor monsters and even a few sovereign monsters had disappeared in a flash. They had all been killed. If not for the heavy pressure and the feeling of suffocation, they would not believe that it was true at all. There had been hundreds of thousands of monsters, with each head measuring 500 meters long. All of them together could occupy an entire city if they lay on the ground. However, so many monsters of such gigantic sizes had disappeared in an instant, which was a method they could not understand at all. I had no other choice but to kill them all. Su Bai glanced at Liu Sha and the others and said indifferently. They were the first to express their murderous intentions, so they could all go to hell first. No, if you kill us, the Alliance won't let you go. The Liu family will never let you go, either. Liu Sha returned to his senses upon hearing that and ran onto his blood dragon demon wolf as he tried to put pressure on Su Bai through the Alliance and his family. Without hesitation, Little Blood Dragon pounced over. Its big claws, which were several kilometers long, slapped down, tearing the space apart. The steel shadow demon bird sent by Liu Sha to resist Little Blood Dragon was like a piece of tofu, and was instantly shattered. Despite being a level higher than the dragon, it did not even last for a second. No, no. The Alliance will not let you go. Seeing the advancing giant claws, these people completely panicked. When they realized that they could not escape, they turned their heads and fought back with all their might. With loud bangs, before they could even finish speaking, they had turned into blood mists along with their pets. These blood mists were then absorbed by Little Blood Dragon again, becoming part of its body. Okay, it's finally quiet now. Su Bai took a deep breath and turned to Chen Ruoxue. He did not care about the 12 dragon slayers except for the Dragon King, since many people had devoured the blood-colored ashes. Those blood-colored ashes were so advantageous to use back then. How could these desperados be able to bear it? Especially since they had many blood pets, it would be nice to feed them. They did not even stop to wonder if there would be any consequences in the future. Chen Ruoxue opened her mouth slightly. She had also been rendered speechless. Although she knew that this was the effect of Little Blood Dragon's first dragon blood, the scene was still too shocking. She suddenly felt that the gap between her and Su Bai was huge. Let's go, we'll leave as soon as we take the Dao seeds. If we stay, more people might come. Chen Ruoxue took a deep breath, nodded, and said. Su Bai thought for a while, then opened his contract book, and released the starry omnivore kraken. Tilda the kraken stared at Su Bai with wide eyes and then spotted the Dao seeds in the distance. Its eyes flashed and its tail shook involuntarily, revealing a gluttonous expression. At this time, the law of nothingness entwined on its body had not been completely swallowed and digested by it yet. There were still some black streams around its body. The gold and blood laws scattered in the void were not its opponent at all and would be destroyed upon touch. I can't let you eat these. Pave a way ahead and clear these laws. Let's get the Dao seeds together. He glanced sideways at it. Tilda, although the starry omnivore kraken was extremely reluctant, it still obediently moved forward and opened the way. After shrinking its body to a few hundred meters to minimize the impact, it opened its mouth to swallow the power of law in front. It opened the way so quickly it was as if it were riding a rocket. Ordinary krakens could not do this. In contrast, the starry omnivore kraken was not even afraid of the law of nothingness, including the laws formed by these immortal monsters. However, for the safety of his children, Su Bai let the kraken turn on its dark diving feature so that it would not be discovered by anyone. Planet I also activated its spiritual breath state and turned invisible. Howl. Hey, Bai, someone's over there. After a few dozen kilometers of distance between the two Dao seeds in the center, the elf gave that exclamation. He looked in the distance and saw that it was a young man in denim with two cats, one black and one white. The two cats kept leading him forward. Yin-Yang Spirit Cat and Chai Nan, the young curator of Yin-Yang Gymnasium? Su Bai was a little puzzled. Why was the young curator of Yin-Yang Gymnasium here? However, it was the Yin-Yang Spirit Cat for sure. The two cats seemed to be two individuals, but in fact they were one, which was equivalent to the yin and yang. It's Chai Nan, but I don't know why he's here. Chen Ruoxue also shook her head. Yin-Yang was also among the top 10 peak gymnasiums, but it was taking the super elite route. Although it was the same as the top 10 gymnasiums, the total number of Yin-Yang gymnasiums did not exceed 1,000 people. Compared to the hundreds and thousands of people in other gymnasiums, it was too few in numbers. However, its strength was not inferior to the other gymnasiums at all. When Su Bai looked over, Chai Nan seemed to have been aware of it and also glanced over, but he could not see any figure, so he no longer paid attention. Not long after, Su Bai arrived in front of the Dao seeds. He saw two basketball-sized crystal nuclei floating there, one gold and one red, looking very clear. However, they were not complete, only fragments. The reason why they could be gathered together was that they were attracted to the seedlings in the middle and had surrounded them. These little seedlings were the Dao seeds, and beside them was some golden and red liquid. It was the immortal Dao blood produced by the little seedling and the source of the immortality of the immortal monster. The two seedlings appeared to be full of cracks and were obviously just fragments, but they had come together. Peepee, it's up to you now, remember not to eat them. Su Bai looked at where the kraken should be and ordered it to take the Dao seeds. Starry omnivore kraken cheered and swallowed the two Dao seeds with a flick of its tail. Su Bai, Chai Nan in the back jumped up and said, D***MN, what kind of kraken is this to be so impressive? Junior brother Su, leave me a Dao seed so that we won't have grudges in the future. He had actually discovered Su Bai, but he did not want to show it, for he wanted the latter to test the water first. Who knew that the kraken would actually take a bite of this terrifying law? This black guy, who was only a few hundred meters long, was so scary. He was shocked. Starry omnivore Kraken rushed to Su-Bai as it sent a spiritual transmission, indicating that it had not eaten the seeds and had kept the Dao seeds in its mouth. Planet I, let's go. He heaved a sigh of relief and moved to leave, no longer caring about the matter here. F***CK. Junior brother, you're so unjust. Be careful that I report you. Chai Nan's eyes lit up anxiously. Senior brother Chai, there's still some immortal blood left there. I'll give that to you, Su-Bai replied, unafraid, and quickly left. Anyway, Chai Nan was much stronger than him on the surface. If he wanted to report it, he could just blame it on him. Anyway, without evidence and witnesses, people would definitely be more willing to believe that it was Chai Nan who had taken the seeds away. F***CK. Seeing him teleport away, Chai Nan could not help but curse loudly. It was too difficult. He had finally reached this site after much difficulty, but this guy had really taken all the meat away, leaving just a sip of soup for him. The latter was too shameless. I'll continue to improve my pet's strength, there's nothing else to do. He nodded. She said, then let's do it together. He nodded again. Yes. Now that you've obtained a divine skill, do you want to change your fighting method? The card collection divine skill was very special. It could transform pets into cards. During battle, these pets could be sent out in cards like battle pets. Regardless of the pet's resources, as long as they were turned into cards, the Pet Tamer could fully control the used skills. To a certain extent, it was much stronger than ordinary Pet Tamers. Yeah, according to my master's description, this divine skill can turn monsters into cards and also designate 1 to 3 skills to be strengthened. This divine skill is most suitable for those extreme monsters, with a particularly powerful aspect. Attach some enhancements by me, its power will then reach a very formidable level, Chen Ruoxue said slowly. She did not need to explore the ability of her divine skill slowly like Su-Bai, for Wei Yue had already told her about the abilities. I see, then it's good that we're together. He nodded. By relying on his pet interface, he could find many good monsters, which happened to be compatible with her divine skill. Improving her strength was also a great thing for him. It used to be more difficult, but now that she had this divine skill, it was much easier, for the divine skill would also improve her aptitude. Therefore, the pessimism of human beings was not interlinked. Although Wei Yue's death made him feel very sorry and guilty, he was actually more satisfied because of the result. Expand the search. He gave an order for Planet I to start searching. After a short while, it found a very suitable space crack. Su-Bai entered and found that there was a blue sea inside. Countless monsters were tossing, jumping, and vying to drill out of the crack entrance, as if there was something in the depths of the ocean that made them feel terrified. After investigating that there should be no one inside, he let Planet I release many clones hidden in the void outside the space crack entrance. By the way, you can form a contract with this gloomy clam and put it into a card. It has a skill called the Light of Despair, which is of a range nature. After being irradiated by the Light of Despair, the opponent will unconsciously fall into despair and lose its fighting spirit. Su-Bai pointed to the clam held in the laboratory cylinder. Okay, but I can card this kind of low-intelligence monster directly without a need for a contract. Chen Ruoxue glanced at the clam and opened her contract book. An illusory card illusion fell into the clam. After struggling for a while, it was directly transformed into a long card. It looked a little like the card style in Magic Sakura, very long, with the appearance of a pond of despair on it, and a black matte clamshell at the bottom of the pond. 4 strange letters were engraved on the upper right corner of the card, being exclusive words of the card world. Su-Bai examined the card curiously and then gave it back to Chen Ruoxue. He turned to look at the little guy, whose eyeballs kept turning. Okay, spit out the Dao seeds, I'll give you something to eat next time. Onum. Starry omnivore Kraken reluctantly spit out the 2 Dao seeds, and it then lay on the ground with a boom, losing its happiness. He looked at the golden Dao seeds, which were like small metal seedlings. Meanwhile, the golden immortal Dao blood next to the seeds was like melted gold. After being tortured by the starry omnivore Kraken, the power of the law it radiated at this time was already very soft. Planet I, it's up to you now. Merge with the seedlings, he thought for a while and said. The Tao seeds came from the immortal monster, the golden mantis. Apart from Planet I, no other pets could use it. As for the single-horned silver kraken that was only at the warlord grade, it would be torn apart by the power of the Tao seeds before it even got close. Thank you, Master. At this time, the mechanical sound of Planet I sounded. Part of its body turned into liquid metal, wrapping the Tao seeds and Tao blood and dragging them into the core position. Bye, I just broke through the mid-level sovereign grade, and it'll take a while to settle. Why not put these bloodline Tao seeds into the origin space of the Sea of Blood? With its power, the upper limit of the altar can be greatly increased, and the power below the immortal level can be easily satisfied by us, including some power exchanges at the low-level immortal grade, said Little Blood Dragon telepathically. Of course, I was worried about the arrangement. Subai nodded. Little Blood Dragon roared, roar tilde this way. I can also understand some of the blood rules contained in it through the decomposition and refinement of the origin space in the Sea of Blood. It flew out from Subai's wrist, opened its mouth, and spit out a dragon breath onto the Tao seeds. Then, it rolled them into a spatial tunnel and disappeared. At the same time, Subai's mind appeared in the origin space of the Sea of Blood. The originally dilapidated space had begun to recover as he and his pet dragon moved in. The statues on the altar also contained many blood blessings. That was the power formed by the fusion of faith, spirit, and blood origin. Below the altar, a small lake of blood had formed. The origin space of the Sea of Blood was about to recover. As this blood Tao seeds fell onto the blood lake in front of the altar, a special wave of light spread from the Sea of Blood, continuously absorbing and decomposing the power of the Tao seeds. Subai felt that, according to this situation, it would take a long time for the origin space in the Sea of Blood to be fully restored, and he could then receive the power feedback from the sacrificer. Thinking about it this way, he could not help but look forward to it. Subai, where did you send the Tao seeds to? Chen Ruoxue asked curiously. The origin space in the Sea of Blood. It's a secret spot. I'll take you there next time. Okay. Then let's go out and hunt monsters. She nodded. Although this place was inside the space crack, the mist of evolution had also spread, affecting the monsters inside. Killing them was also the same. Okay. Subai also nodded. His main goal now was to hunt monsters and cultivate a monster that had evolved to the Emperor grade purely by the essence of evolution. They sent their pets to hunt monsters everywhere. While the two hunted, they cultivated and fed their pets. Subai currently mainly fed his 10 krakens, while Chen Ruoxue fed a mountain-moving tortoise of the wood and soil attributes. After collecting the resources and almost exterminating the high-level monsters, he released the starry omnivore kraken so it could swallow the fragmented world. He did not even let go of the space and completely eliminated the monsters that might drill out from it. It could be said that Subai's method of destroying monsters was the most frightening. Once the law of nothingness came out, in a short time, as long as it was not an immortal monster, no monster would dare to approach this area. Ordinary monsters would be looking for death if they came in. It turns out that you caused the news online. Chen Ruoxue was so shocked that she could not say anything. Subai's kraken could directly swallow and destroy a piece of space. This method was comparable to a terrifying eternal monster. The most important thing was that the starry omnivore kraken could still survive and not be harmed by the law of nothingness. Haha. I haven't told you yet. He laughed. Wow, you hid too deeply. PP Kraken is your ultimate killer, right? Chen Ruoxue took a deep breath and glared at him. I guess so, it was cultivated by coincidence. He shrugged. After the Kraken finished devouring this space, he directly teleported away via Planet I and looked for the next space crack. The two of them fought, rested, and improved the strength of their pets together. This whole experience was a great joy for them. To describe it in a poem, it would probably go like this. Soft flowers in spring dripping sweet dew, willow bone overladen with flowers, hidden in the night. Weary head sinks into the pillow, fleeing butterflies in a dream. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. As starry omnivore kraken swallowed more and more broken worlds, more and more people discovered the mist of destruction. The news about the existence of an eternal monster was getting truer and truer, and some people finally began to believe this eternal monster. In more than a month, most of the talents in the rabbit kingdom had gathered and had almost cleared the upper part of the sea abyss. The effect of the mist of evolution was too great, especially to low-level disciples. Their strength had increased by at least 1 or 2 levels in a little more than 1 month. In addition, the monsters had become much stronger due to the mist of evolution, which greatly increased the actual combat capabilities of the disciples. Some people had even used the essence of evolution to breed emperor pets, but they were still unable to enter the hidden realm of the Lord of Infinite Matter. The Alliance gave an explanation, saying that only a certain number of monsters must be upgraded to the Emperor grade by using the essence of purification before the hidden realm could be completely opened. With the passage of time, people had also discovered that the protection outside the hidden realm was slowly weakening. The reason was precisely more and more monsters had been upgraded to the Emperor grade by using the essence of purification. Some people speculated that, at this rate, it would take about 3 months before this hidden realm would be completely opened. In this more than a month's time, the 10 Krakens in Subai's hands had been promoted to the low-level monarch grade and had all completed an evolution. Today, every Kraken was at least 5 kilometers in length. Among them, the most unexpected thing was the venomous 10,000 plague poison Kraken. It was now 20 kilometers long and had evolved twice. Now, it had 9 heads and 9 tails, along with 10,000 black carp-shaped poisonous spirits. All of these poisonous spirits had been formed by the fusion of various terrible poisons. Although part of it had become so strong due to its own talent, the other part was because of Subai's preferential treatment of it. He kept feeding it all the pearls of the gloomy muscles, the fruits produced by the vine of all things absorbed, and the 10,000 poisonous pearl obtained in the early years. The 10,000 poisonous pearl was originally dug out by Subai on the Chinese redbud wilderness and the insect ruins. It was born from the insect king flower and was extremely poisonous, being the nemesis of insect monsters. He had combined the power of the 10,000 poisonous pearl, the poison of despair, the various highly toxic substances obtained in the past month, as well as the new plague characteristics of the 10,000 plague poison Kraken. This resulting lethality was even more terrifying than the hydrogen bomb. In a few minutes, all monsters in a world below the sovereign grade would die. Plague characteristic: it has unrestricted spread, infection within the range of potent toxin cannot be avoided, only resisted. This was the horror of the plague characteristic. The opponent could not avoid being infected and could only resist after being infected. If it survived, it would no longer be affected by such toxins. Of course, it would be affected again if it was other types of toxins. This was the horror of this feature. It could be said that the Kraken's ability to awaken such a characteristic was completely beyond his expectations. With the exception of the 10,000 plague poison Kraken, his other pets had not improved so much, but their strengths had also risen steadily. The same was true for Chen Ruoxue. With the upgraded aptitude from her divine skill, her spiritual power had also accumulated very quickly, and her contract book was about to be upgraded to the amethyst grade. In addition, with Subai's help, she collected more than 30 exceptional monster cards. There's something going on in Fuyao Gymnasium. I may have to leave for a few days. On this day, Chen Ruoxue looked at Subai and said this. No problem. I'll take you back, he nodded and said. After sending her back to the gathering place of Fuyao Gymnasium, he returned to the space crack in the depths of the heavenly abyss. This was a space crack he was sure was empty. After entering, a special world with countless floating islands came into view. These floating islands were actually some broken rocks, just like an asteroid belt. However, there were plants, water sources, and dense monsters. Subai opened his contract book and released his 10 Krakens, allowing them to devour everything by themselves. Purple Jade and Little Tyrant were responsible for dealing with some of the high-level existences. These 10 Krakens had formed strong combat power, and their attacks were terrifying, too. They even had 10 different attributes, so in just 5 hours, the monsters in this space were devoured by them. It was almost like a locust crossing the border. After the monsters were eaten, Subai kept the Krakens and released Pee-Pee Kraken. A super behemoth appeared in the void, looking like a black-blue whale with a body length of more than 500 kilometers. Just appearing in the void alone could give people an endless sense of oppression. Its body was surrounded by dense black streams, which were all formed by the law of nothingness. Upon closer examination, even the space between this stream was easily cut, enough to see its terrifying features. In a little more than a month, it had swallowed broken worlds in over 300 space cracks, forming a thick and incomparable law of nothingness. Even so, it still failed to evolve, though its level had broken through from the original high-level monarch grade to the low-level emperor grade, and its size had soared from the original 100 kilometers to 500 kilometers. As for when it would break through, Subai had no way to determine at present, but it was indeed eating more and more. As soon as starry omnivore kraken came out, it ate wildly. Soon, only half of the broken world was left. Someone is chasing us. It's the same group of people, Planet I suddenly reported at this time. Subai frowned. People from the giant kraken gymnasium had been chasing him for some reason. Every time starry omnivore kraken swallowed the area, these people would be able to spot and chase him. Starry omnivore kraken flicked its tail and flew over. Without a word, it swallowed parts of the space crack's entrance directly, and a horrible mist of destruction appeared out of nowhere. Oh, no! Retreat! The few people in the giant kraken gymnasium saw the mist of destruction in front of them, and their expression changed as they hurriedly backed away. Senior brother, we've been discovered. Wei Qingshan looked at senior brother Qi Jiao and said this. They had been so close to being swallowed by the mist of destruction. No, it means that this is a giant kraken that we've never seen before. If it were an eternal monster, we would already die. Qi Jiao showed a hint of excitement. This kind of giant kraken that could swallow the world without fear of the mist of destruction was too precious and was simply a legendary existence. Senior brother, even if it's a giant kraken, we can't do anything about it. Once the mist of destruction comes out, we can't even go near it. Wei Qingshan looked at Qi Jiao and said. He really did not want to take the risk, as it was too dangerous. No, that guy is eating the world again. It's still inside, let's go in. We have a space channel on the other side to go in. Today, we must see its true face. Qi Jiao did not notice his junior's unwillingness and said excitedly, Don't worry, I have a special space pet that can open the fixed point space of teleportation. It won't be dangerous. In the space crack, starry omnivore kraken continued to devour the fragments of the world that had not been eaten, but an abnormality suddenly happened in Planet I. Golden light shimmered incomparably on it, and countless sharp rays of light broke out. An immortal aura quickly appeared and then disappeared just as quickly. Its breath stabilized at the low-level emperor grade. Have you digested the Dao seeds? Standing on Planet I, Subai could not help but ask this. Its sudden promotion had surprised him. No, I just digested all the immortal Dao blood, but the Dao seeds are still being slowly digested and decomposed, Planet I responded. I see. That's pretty good, too. Subai nodded. It was indeed amazing that Planet I could digest and decompose the immortal Dao blood so quickly. After being promoted to the Emperor grade, the number of my clones has already been increased to 100,000, and the clones can also share some of my wisdom and computing power. I can now transform into a golden mantis appearance and use some of the golden mantis skills. In addition to these, my other abilities have greatly improved. Overall, my strength is more than 10 times higher than before. On the holographic projection, Planet I revealed all its own information. It also made a very clear comparison with its previous data. Subai nodded slowly. As Planet I was also promoted to the Emperor grade, apart from these 10 krakens, only Mewling Fox was still a high-level monarch, but it was only one step away from breaking through. On the other side, starry omnivore kraken had also completely swallowed up this piece of heaven and earth and had already flown back. Let's go. Use teleportation and let's leave. We'll first go back to the gathering place to see the situation. I haven't returned for more than half a month, said Subai while keeping starry omnivore kraken into his contract book. As Planet I erupted with golden light and was about to teleport away, he saw a powerful eruption within the mist of destruction. A space channel was then forcibly opened. However, before the people inside appeared, He had already teleported away. At the gathering place of Yulong Gymnasium, he stayed for a few days. Nothing had happened inside the gym for more than a month. Ziwuji had escaped from the ruins with serious injuries and had not appeared for more than a month. Some people said that his mental power had been eroded by the despair, and he was also seriously injured. Hence, it might take a year and a half to recover, but Su Bai had no accurate information about the specific situation. He did not care either way, though. He was only concerned about his own affairs and did not have time to worry about Ziwuji's well-being. In the laboratory, Su Bai used the various fruits he had collected recently to prepare concocting agents. Planet I turned into a basketball, floated over, and said, Bai, the shield outside Kunlun ruins is weakening, and the wind of space has also ushered in a transition period. It's expected to be a good time to enter in a little more than a month. I see. It seems like we have to prepare more. Su Bai nodded. He had told Planet Eye's clone to keep an eye on the situation in Kunlun ruins. One of the reasons why he had been working hard to improve his strength was because he might encounter Dragon King Amethyst and the others there. Facing those half-step legendary pet tamers with immortal monsters at their beck and call, his strength must at least be raised to the Heavenly King level. It had almost been half a year since then, and it was indeed about to begin operation over there. Although his strength had been steadily improving, he was still some distance away from the Heavenly King level. Soon, he finished preparing the potions. This was a bottle of ultra-high concentration life potion and was specifically formulated for Purple Jade. In the past month, he had also used the Blood Moon Divine skill to help the elf experience several times of evolution, and its comprehension of the law of life had slowly deepened at this point. Come here, Jade. Drink this. He called the elf over. Thank you, Bai. The elf looked at the emerald potion with lit eyes and quickly downed the bottle. Su Bai glanced at it. He did not have any hopes for it to evolve immediately, but it should have no problem advancing. Among his pets, only the elf had 2 evolutionary types that could reach the end of the evolutionary road. All his other pets only had 1 evolutionary type. Little Tyrant had now evolved into Purgatory Tyrant, and its last stage of evolution was Starry Lava Eclipse. To complete this evolution, it had to eat a star. The 2 forms of Mewling Fox had also reached the end at this point. The end of the 1000-year fox was the 1000-year fox queen. As it had accumulated more than 7,000 thoughts, it was not far away from that. The 9-tailed magic fox relied on the fusion of the demon crystal. The most difficult thing was to fuse the 2 forms. Planet I was currently in its next evolution. Little Blood Dragon's form was the ancestor blood dragon, and it would naturally become the ultimate form of an immortal ancestor blood dragon once it was promoted. As for Peepee Kraken, he did not know what it would evolve into, and it was still unpredictable even with his pet interface. It could be said that after reaching the Emperor grade, most of his pets had entered the maturity stage, and his pets' evolutions were about to be completed. This was a good thing. The reason why pets evolved was to adapt to more advanced power. Early evolution meant that the road would be much easier in the future. The disadvantage was that, if the volume of the physical body became larger, the energy required would increase, and the promotion speed would be relatively slow. After drinking the potion, the elf's face turned red and it fell asleep dizzily. Su Bai. Is it because the energy is too saturated? He walked over and picked up the elf before walking out of the laboratory and putting it on the sofa. After a short while, its aura rapidly increased. A wave of life was transmitted until it reached a certain limit. It finally stopped at a new realm, which was exactly the middle-level Emperor grade. Su Bai looked at the small, porcelain, doll-like elf next to him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and touched its small face. Its smooth and delicate face felt very comfortable. Cultivating the elf had given him the joy of raising a daughter. Looking at it, he even kind of wanted a daughter. Unfortunately, in this environment, he probably did not have time to raise a daughter. He did not know when the elf had opened its eyes, but it was staring at him with its purple jewel-like eyes, as if stars were twinkling in them. Haha. Don't get me wrong. Su Bai let go of its hand in embarrassment. However, it rushed in his embrace and rubbed against him affectionately. I want to hug you, too tilde haha. You're already so strong, according to age. I'm only 3 years old. Aren't I a child? The elf interrupted him. I guess so. Subai glanced sideways at it. At the thought of its voluptuous body, height of 1.8 meters, and a queen's temperament of long legs plus willow waist, he really had no way of connecting it with a 3-year-old girl. Even its intelligence was no longer that of a little girl. That's not important. I'm just a bai's pet. You're thinking too much. The elf glanced at him and spoke in his mind with a smile. It's been a long time since we played games together. Do you want to play King of Glory? How about I carry you? Okay, let's play 2 rounds. Subai nodded. He lay on the sofa, facing the elf head to head, ready to play games. The powerful Emperor Pet played against the title-level Pet Tamer, whose physical fitness was now comparable to that of Emperor monsters and whose reaction speed was top-notch. Under the cooperation of the two, 1 support and 1 assassin killed everyone directly to obtain 10 consecutive victories easily. It's been a long time since it was that easy. I'm so happy today. The elf stretched lazily with a happy smile. By the way, what about the friend you met last time? Subai suddenly remembered this. That guy in the Vatican. Oh, I don't know. He hasn't sent me a message for a long time. Let me ask. The elf nodded. Howl. He didn't reply to me. It howled after a while. I'll let someone check if there's anything wrong with the Vatican City right now, he said after thinking about it. The next day, in the morning, as soon as he arrived at the office, Han Wei hurried in from outside. Senior brother, we've got news of where the black wolf flower you want has appeared, Han Wei quickly said, but that place is in some ruins, and other people have discovered it, too. Oh, where is it? Subai showed a hint of curiosity. The black wolf flower was a special kind of flower that would only be born where the dark moon-worshipping wolf king had died. What Subai wanted to find was the dark heart transformed from the dark moon-worshipping wolf king. That thing could help Mewling Fox quickly melt the power of the demon crystal. It's in the ruins of a black world, the buildings inside are very large, and it's estimated to have only appeared recently. However, when it appeared, it caused a lot of movement, and many people have discovered it. It was only discovered last night, and now it's estimated that many people have entered the exploration site, she explained. I see. Let's go take a look. You can come with me. Subai nodded and took the fox, the elf, and the dino to 1314 before flying in the direction Han Wei said. When he walked to the entrance of the space crack, he saw several people flying over on insect pets in the distance. It was obvious that they were also going to the ruins. That's the people from the insect god gymnasium. Our people and theirs were here when the ruins were discovered, Han Wei said upon seeing the group. Let's disregard them and go inside first. Subai shook his head and then asked. Are there other disciples inside? Yes, they started exploring the place. She nodded. After entering the space crack, he saw a black planet. He noticed the huge architectural relics on this planet from a distance. He said, indeed, this planet is full of dark aura. It's truly the habitat of the dark moon-worshipping wolf king, and there's a dark heart here. Then let's hurry, senior brother. Han Wei's eyes lit up. Subai suddenly turned his head and looked at her. Why are you pretending to be Han Wei? Where is she? As soon as he spoke, the woman was first anchored by the fox and then tied up by the 5-flowered vines of the elf. He had felt something amiss along the way and could finally be sure now. You finally recognized me, but it's too late. Han Wei suddenly twisted her body and turned into a blonde woman with a big chest and a thin waist. She smirked wildly and scoffed. Did you think that it's over by killing Chelsea? No, you're dead meat today. At the same time, the space behind him suddenly closed, and the world quickly shrank. A rainbow, ball-shaped shield enveloped the space and the planet. 32 people emerged from the void around them, and in front were 2 high-level sovereign monsters. What made Subai's face change slightly was that there were actually 10 extremely rare and legendary void dragon eaters. These things looked like grey-white carnivores, without bones, without a spine, with 6 fat, conical fleshy limbs, and sharp silver claws covering the tips of their lower limbs. They had no heads, replaced instead by huge round mouthparts, with rows of sharp teeth growing inside. They were very old monsters said to be born in some special places. The grey air on them specifically restrained the power of the dragons, which gave them the ability to feed on dragons. In fact, if the power around them was removed, these guys would look like invertebrate fleshy bugs, which could not be any more useless. They would be powerless monsters with incomplete evolution. These 10 void dragon eaters had obviously been brought specifically to target him. In addition were some colorful monsters composed of the souls of despair. They were a bunch of sealed spirit beasts with spiritual power that could hinder the abilities of other monsters. Sneering, Passerby directly instructed the elf to kill the woman in front of him. At this time, a huge projection appeared in the void. Only a pair of eyes filled with endless despair could be seen at a glance. When these eyes appeared, the law of light of the whole world seemed to be squeezed and repelled, and it suddenly became very dark. He did not dare to look directly into those eyes at all. Just being stared at by these eyes, all kinds of desperate thoughts were continuing to emerge from the bottom of his heart. Insignificant human, I'm very optimistic about you. If you sacrifice your ancestor blood dragon, you can get everything you want. No matter what, I can satisfy you. A strange sound came from the projection, but he could understand its meaning. At this moment, he was under tremendous pressure. This mother of despair was definitely a terrifying immortal monster. He had not expected that an immortal monster would take the initiative to find him, and he did not expect that the ancestor blood dragon would have an influence to attract them. He was panicking now and felt strongly pressured inside. It seemed like, if he refused, he would be killed instantly. Of course, otherwise why do you think I'm so special? He took out the vine of all things absorbed, retorting. This is the gift that the Lord gave me. He said that he's very optimistic about my future. It really smells of the vine of creation. The mother of despair's expression changed slightly, and her expression became erratic when she looked at the vine of all things absorbed in his hands. With the strength of the tiny human being in front of her, it was impossible for him to enter the monster world. The only explanation was that the Lord had allowed his entrance. Furthermore, he had the weakened version of the vine of creation, which was the treasure she had always wanted, but that existence had actually given it to such a small human being. ****. The Lord definitely knows that the boss of the evil dragon camp is in the hands of this kid. The Lord will definitely know if I kill him. ****. Suddenly, the mother of despair looked at Passerby and sent a terrifying force, which directly pushed him into the planet below. She then released the 32 human traitors. ****. Being a strongest existence in the void, she knew that her life was even more important. It was not worth offending the ultimate existence of an ancestor blood dragon. Treasures could be found again, but it would be over if she lost her life. As long as she was alive, there would be opportunities in the future, and there was never a lack of opportunities in the void. Oh, my God. I'm saved. Passerby heaved a sigh of relief on the planet. Fortunately, the creator of the monster world was terrifying enough to shock the mother of despair. Otherwise, the mother of despair would have taken action. Even if it was just a projection, he had no room for resistance at all. That was a proper eternal, old monster. He did know how many billions of years she had survived in the void, but it was simply not something he could deal with at present. Roar. I think that mother of despair is probably coveting my evil god altar. That kind of altar, which can spread everywhere in the void, is very rare and can only be owned by an extremely special existence, Little Blood Dragon suddenly said. I know. Don't worry. The situation just then was hopeless no matter what. Passerby touched it in reassurance. Roar. I'll definitely get revenge for your experience today once I get the approval later. Little Tyrant patted its chest and roared. It had also gotten a little frightened earlier. It was the first time since its birth that the dino had seen such a terrifying existence. It was just the breath radiating from a projection, but it felt as if a world were oppressing it. The dino felt like it had been locked in a small, enclosed dark room and had been left there to suffocate. I can't feel the slightest vitality from the mother of despair. It's a terrifying existence that belongs to the world of the dead. The elf also shook its head with lingering fear. Moments ago, when the mother of despair came to pressure them, They could not even move at all, and the spiritual power in their bodies had also stopped working. Okay, let's not talk about it. Mewling, you can feel where the dark atmosphere is the strongest. We'll go over. Han Wei and the others might still be trapped there, Su Bai instructed. Okay. The fox nodded. It was not a difficult feat for it. With its guidance, Su Bai traveled on Planet I and soon reached the ocean. He came to a continent with the strongest dark law. There's a breath of life coming from that direction. When he came to this continent, the fox quickly discovered some clues. The battle fluctuations are so fierce. After arriving quickly, the place where the incident had occurred was a huge grassland, but the grass on it was all made with black magic. In the center of the grassland was a square-like place with a diameter of over 5 kilometers, surrounded by huge stones. Phantoms of black giant wolves were attacking the 4 people in the center of the square one after another. These giant wolves had single horns, and there was a waning moon pattern on their glabella. These were the dark moon-worshipping wolf kings, but they had turned into strong illusion monsters for some reason. Mewling, kill them with your mind power, Su Bai said calmly. The fox's mind power had fully recovered at this point, so the release of its terrifying mental power was like a mountain, directly pressing onto these ghosts, such that they were unable to move. With bangs, all the wolves directly shattered into pieces. The spirit attribute originally restrained the ghost attribute, and coupled with the terrifying power of the fox's mind power, killing these ghosts was as simple as eating and drinking water, even if they were all high-level emperors. Senior brother. The sudden deaths of those ghosts made the 4 people in the center of the square bewildered, and they stared at Su Bai in a daze. They had already thought that Su Bai was finally rescuing them, but they did not expect him to kill all the ghost monsters in one stroke. Thank you, senior brother. Han Wei was the first to recover, and she quickly thanked him with her hands cupped. The cupping of the hands was a traditional way of showing obeisance, but more and more people were beginning to use it now. How long have you been trapped here? He looked at the woman and asked. The Han Wei in front of him was the real one. The ancient dragon she had just used in battle was indeed his pet's blood descendant. It's been 2 days, and no one has come back despite us passing the message. I thought we're dead meat. Fortunately, you came here, or else our lives would be over, Han Wei quickly explained. Even so, 2 disciples have been accidentally sacrificed. Let's go back and let the gym give their family a little more compensation, he nodded and said. Sacrificing their lives was a common thing, and the disciples were almost used to it. What's going on here? Do you have any inkling? He asked, too lazy to talk to the woman about what had happened earlier. There's a black wolf flower here. Underneath is a tomb where the dark moon-worshipping wolf kings gather death. Han Wei replied, there should be many of the hearts of darkness you want, senior brother. At this time, Planet I had sent a survey map to Su Bai's mind. Okay, let's take a break first. I have some healing potions here. He took out some potions and handed them over. The 3 people with Han Wei, 2 men and 1 woman, thanked him again and again after receiving the potions. Han Wei and the others slowly regained their stamina, while Su Bai found the center of this place and put the vine of all things absorbed inside. Of course, this time he just wanted to absorb all the power of the Wolf King, not the power of the entire planet. This place was not safe. It would take a month's time to absorb the power of 1 planet. During the previous time, the ruins of despair were only a broken continent, so it had been very fast. As time passed, he watched the world in front of him grow slowly. 1314, can you try to teleport away? He asked, looking at Planet I next to him. Yes, I can do so within the rainbow-colored shield area, and there's no way to do so outside, Planet I replied. Because it had wisdom, it was not mechanically rigid like ordinary artificial intelligence. Okay, release some clones and go out. I suspect that those traitors will come after them. The Mother of Despair will definitely not give up so easily. She doesn't dare to do anything, but those traitors may not be afraid, Su Bai said. Okay, I understand. Planet I immediately released 1,000 sparrow-sized electromagnetic satellite monsters, which all flew away in all directions at 5 times the speed of sound. 1 hour later, the vine of all things absorbed had sucked all the power of the dark moon-worshipping wolf king in this place. A black fruit, which looked like a heart, had grown on the branches. This was the wolf's heart fruit at the high-level emperor. Its biggest function was to melt dark power. With it, Mewling Fox could completely absorb the demon crystal in its body and accelerate its assimilation rate. Subai picked the fruit and put it in his storage ring. He then collected the vine of all things absorbed, stood up, and said, "Let's go. Get ready to leave." "Okay." Han Wei and the others came over. They had been waiting for Subai, for without him, they would never have been able to go out. They climbed onto Planet I and were just about to leave when they heard a sneer in the distance. "You want to go? Can you even leave?" Along with the voice came a series of grey balls of light. Roar. Little Tyrant raised a fireball without another sound, and as the fireball banged and exploded into a dazzling mushroom cloud, those grey-white light balls were also submerged in it. The fire dissipated, and on the mountain peak in the distance, a void dragon-eater appeared somewhere. Its pet tamer Luo Jin did not seem to expect that Subai could make such a powerful attack without the ancestor blood dragon and was a little surprised. Although this void dragon-eater species was specifically designed to restrain the dragon clan, it was in fact not strong in other aspects, and could even be said to be a little weak. However, after all, it was a high-level sovereign existence, so Luo Jin was not very afraid. He directed the void dragon-eater to rush up in attack. "This is the void dragon-eater type." Han Wei's expression changed. As a disciple of Yulong Gymnasium, she certainly knew the nemesis of dragons. The high-level sovereign void dragon-eater was simply too terrifying. Any dragon monster below its level should not even think about contending with it. She glanced at Subai, wondering if her senior brother could handle it. Judging from the attack of Little Tyrant just then, Subai did not seem to be powerless against the opponent. The other three disciples also had the same expressions. They wanted to help, but as soon as they saw this high-level sovereign void dragon-eater, they immediately discarded this thought. Their dragon pets would only be food for the monster. Once the void dragon-eater ate a dragon and entered the berserker mode, then they would be in complete danger. "Don't move." Subai glanced at the four of them. The elf and the fox had already reacted by then. Mewling Fox pressed down with its mind power, and the shape of the void dragon-eater stagnated. As the earth burst forth with strong vitality, bronze vines and thorns drilled out of the ground. In a flash, the void dragon-eater was entangled and bound. The vines, endowed with the plunder characteristic, bound it in clusters as they tried to pierce its internal organs by growing micron or even nanometer roots. However, with its frightening development, the ugly-looking, large and fat insect actually did not have any pores, so there was not even a single gap to penetrate into. This idea was simply useless. The void dragon-eating species struggled more and more fiercely. Although the vines were unable to attack it, the monster could not break free easily. After several more attempts to escape but to no avail, the void dragon-eater emitted a grey-white aura. After this breath infected the vines, it was directly destroyed. The vines, which had always been unbreakable, seemed to be burned by an invisible fire, quickly being reduced into ashes. "Abai, hurry up and leave. This thing is very strange, and the laws contained in that greyish air are extraordinary." Purple Jade's expression twisted in concentration. "Let's go." He nodded and quickly teleported away with Planet I. "You can't run away. This place has been completely blocked." Luo Jin sneered coldly. He could see that Subai was not so strong without the ancestor blood dragon. Once the others had gathered, he would not be able to escape. Golden light flashed in the starry sky beyond the planet, and then Planet I appeared. As he looked up, the seal set by the Mother of Despair slowly shrank and became stronger. Han Wei and the others also gave it a try and found that they could not do any harm to the weird seal at all. Desperation inevitably grew in their hearts. They thought they had escaped but did not expect to be trapped in a deeper cage. "What should we do now? It would be no good if we're to get caught up by that void dragon-eater," a female disciple said anxiously. "Let Planet I lead you to flee first. Move separately and confuse the enemy. I'll try to see if I can break this shield," Subai said as he instructed Planet I. "Senior brother, be careful." Han Wei could only comfort him upon hearing this. Facing the existence of a sovereign monster, they really did not have any effect. After Han Wei and the others left, he quickly released the starry omnivore kraken. Peepee, it's up to you now. This was his assassin. The kraken, which was entwined with the light of the law of nothingness, could definitely break this seal. On him. Starry omnivore kraken flicked its tail and bumped its head forward. As it probed further in, the seal broke a bigger hole. The law of nothingness and the seal bumped heads, and in only a few tenths of a second, the collision completely shredded and destroyed the seal. In the face of the law of destruction, even the seal designed by the immortal monster seemed vulnerable. Nothingness could destroy a world. It aimed to destroy everything and turn all into nothingness. Only the lone eternal monsters, which claimed to be the destruction of heaven and earth, could barely resist it, but the ordinary attacks they sent out were completely inoperable. They must be Tao law attacks and contain indestructible Tao. The seal broke open, and Planet I was sent back in an instant. It's broken? Senior brother, how did you do it? Several people were shocked to see that their senior brother had actually broken the seal. How had he done it? The attacks with their full strength had not caused even a slight scar, but their senior brother had actually broken it directly. Was his strength so terrifying? Hurry up. Let's depart from here. Su Bai shook his head without explaining anything. If they knew that this was actually a seal set by an eternal monster, they would probably be shocked senseless. Now that the seal was broken, Planet I used teleportation to leave this place. When he was back at the gathering place, he reported the incident to the Dean without hesitation and asked her to report it to the Grandmaster and the others. He felt that there was definitely something wrong with the human defense outside the Void Realm, such that even eternal monsters could project in. After hearing his description, Qin Miao's expression changed and she quickly got up to report this matter. Of course. Nodding, he took out a carton of milk and poured it into the potion. Milk had a particularly low energy content and hardly reacted with the ingredients in the potion. After mixing them, he poured the potion into a bowl and placed it in front of Mewling Fox. In half a minute, it finished all the potions. As the effect of the potion spread to its whole body, wisps of condensed black mist gradually appeared around the fox's body. A black air vortex appeared from time to time at the center of its eyebrows. Go back inside the contract book and take a good rest, Su Bai caressed its head and said. This potion was made using the dark wolf heart fruit that he had just obtained. The main function of the potion was to melt the power of the demon crystal inside the fox so that it could be dispersed into various parts of its body. This way, it would be easier to absorb the demon crystal. As such, it was unlikely for there to be a breakthrough in the meantime. Okay. Bye. Bye. Mewling Fox nodded. It now needed a quiet place to guide the power inside its body, and there was no more suitable place than the inside of the contract book. After putting the fox into the contract book, he walked out of the laboratory and returned to the gathering place. Once the fox had completely absorbed the power inside its body, breaking through to the Emperor grade was almost a certainty for it. It had been a while since it became a high-level monarch. With the mind power having been strengthened by Su Bai in the monster world last time, if not for the obstacle of the demon crystal, it would have broken through to the Emperor grade in the form of the thousand-face fox already. Back at the gathering place of Yulong Gymnasium, he went to find He Yu. Now that the weather was hot, the said woman only wore denim shorts. Her long and slender white legs were exposed to the air, revealing her shockingly pale skin. Her upper body had a white one-shoulder short sleeve on, exposing her delicate collarbones. Her huge breasts undulated with her breathing, and with her long black hair and pretty face that needed not to be described too much, it was almost impossible not to notice her. Senior brother, what's the matter? She walked quickly to him while holding a stack of documents, bringing a faint fragrance with her. Last time, I asked you to check the situation in the Vatican. How did it go? He asked. Oh, I was going to talk to you about that in the afternoon. He Yu put down the documents and poured 2 cups of tea. Su Bai took a sip and waited for her to continue. From the information I managed to obtain, the original location of the Vatican has recently changed. There is space power overflowing, and some tokens, which have entered it, have also been brought out. Many good summoners from the West have gone in to explore it, He Yu said slowly, smiling. No one on our side has gone there. After all, it is too messy, and the place isn't as attractive as the hidden realm of the Lord of Infinite Matter.
Thank you. I see.
He nodded. It seemed like Purple Jade's friend's disappearance was related to that incident. Senior brother, you're too polite. Hiyu shook her head. By the way, when do you want to see the other high-level disciples? You're too mysterious and haven't shown up even once in almost half a month. Many of the disciples really want to see you.
Wait for me.
I'll make time to see everyone soon, Subai nodded and said. After his victory in the recently held disciple recruitment meeting, a team centered around him had already taken shape. God-Dragon Division was so big, so there were too many things to do. Naturally, Hiyu, Han Wei, and Ouyang Du were in charge, with many other core disciples involved. After that time, Subai had almost won over all his disciples. Now, there were so many disciples who wanted to see him, especially with Ziwuji being seriously injured. Seeing that he was about to become the gym's new curator, even more people wanted to see him. Of course, he had already seen many of them, and their positions in the gym were there thanks to him. Thus, they were all loyal to him and Blood Dragon. Subai understood their feelings. They wanted to get closer to him so that he would not forget them when he became the curator. All right, please tell me a time and I'll arrange for it when the time comes, Hiyu nodded and said. Okay, tomorrow morning then, Subai said after thinking about it. All right, I'll make arrangements later. She nodded. Also, have you cultivated a pet with the essence of evolution? If not, the gym can train a few for you. As long as it's not monopolized by other forces, we can try our best to find one for you. No need. I cultivated one, but you can see if there are extra void oaths, as I need one more. This was the advantage of being in power. He did not need to do everything by himself, for there would be reminders and help coming from important places. Okay, I'll note that down. Hiyu nodded. The two chatted for a while before the woman got up and went to ask about void oaths. Jade, do you want to go to the Vatican to look? I happen to have a token with me. He looked at the elf and asked. Arbai, what do you think? The elf tilted its head. You can see if your friend is in trouble so that we can help if necessary. Subai gave this suggestion seriously. Then I'll listen to you. The elf grinned. When do we leave? Subai looked up. Tomorrow afternoon, we can use teleportation to go there directly. It's very fast. The elf nodded. Okay. Subai asked about Chen Ruoshua's situation again and learned that she had gone to a world of relics with a female senior in her gym and would not be back until half a month. He video called her for the afternoon, watching conduct and exploration and giving her some guidance on the way. Her situation there was quite interesting. Early the next morning, because he had promised to see the other disciples, he came to the conference room early. These disciples were working for him, after all, so he had to talk to them no matter what. Senior brother, what do you think of this void oath? This looks special. I told the dean that you wanted one, so she approved it. Hiyu came in with a butterfly the size of a basketball. The butterfly was transparent, with a silver mist radiating from its body, as well as a breath of momentary air. Subai looked up, and its data appeared in his eyes. Name race, void oath, time and space attribute rare edition, gender, male, level, middle level monarch, attribute, mysterious side, space-time, features passive, void oath. The law of void time and space can be used to form an oath for hiding secrets. Violators will suffer the backlash of the void of time and space. Secret seal, the special ability of the space-time attribute void oath. It can use the power of time and space to create a secret seal, and no existence in the entire void will know about it, unless the void oath itself dies. Skills, space-time shock, restrained, none, weaknesses, none, evolutionary direction, none, introduction. The very cherished space-time attribute is the highest law of space and time in that void, and this void oath's ability to keep secrets far exceeds ordinary void oaths. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a space-time attribute void oath? It's too precious. Subai could not help showing a hint of shock. This thing was indeed extremely precious. Although it had no combat effectiveness, its abilities made it a big treasure. Yes, according to what the dean said, this was coincidentally obtained by the Grandmaster outside. Because you wanted it, she approved it. You nodded. You nodded. The void oath was very gentle. The ones that liked them most were those with many secrets. The more secrets a pet tamer had, the easier it was to contract them. Subai had many secrets, so when he had just condensed the contract light orb, this spacetime attribute void oath took the initiative to eat the light orb and concluded a contract with him. Looking at the void oath that had appeared on the page of his contract, Subai smiled and thought for a while. His new pet then rested in his hand. I'll just call you time and space, it fits you. What do you think? Haha. I like it very much. Subai laughed not long after, having received its reply telepathically. Okay. You can enter the contract book to rest first. I'll see you again when I finish handling stuff. He smiled. As soon as his mind moved, a stream of light appeared and it entered the contract book. This void oath was a mid-level monarch. It could only grow by absorbing the power of time and space. In fact, it was more difficult for the pet tamer to help it. Also, even with an increase in its level, the effects would not increase much. Thank you. Now, call everyone to the conference room for a meeting, Subai said after keeping the void oath. Haha. You're welcome, Hiyu laughed and said. Everyone should all be in another meeting room. Shall we go there? Let's go. He nodded and followed her. In another large conference room were 70 or 80 youngsters. These were the new members of the God Dragon Division. If he became the curator, they would be the new high-ranking members of Yulong Gymnasium in the future, representing their gym's future. They were the best in all aspects and were all at least title-level pet tamers, with several of them owning sovereign monsters. Hello, senior brother Su. Seeing him enter, these people all stood up and greeted him in unison. This scene resembled lackeys greeting their gang boss, especially at this moment that everyone was wearing the uniform of the gymnasium. They were all dressed in black, with a vigorous dragon tattooed on each of their chests. Coupled with a strong body and a fierce aura, they really looked like gang lackeys. Hello, everyone. Please sit down. Subai smiled lightly and waved his hand, gesturing for them to sit down. Hearing his words, everyone sat down again. He looked at this group, recalling all their pet information. This photographic memory was trivial to high-level pet tamers. I was so busy improving my strength that I didn't have time to manage the affairs of the gym and left everything for everyone here to handle. You've all worked hard. Please bear with me for my incompetence. Subai looked at everyone and said apologetically. Senior brother is too polite. It's our duty. Your priority is to improve your strength as soon as possible. What's more, you dared to leave the gym's matters to us because you trusted us. As soon as his voice fell, Ouyang Du, who was next to him, immediately spoke flatteringly. Yes, don't blame yourself. We're all willing to work in your place. Yes, we're very willing to do such simple tasks. Several others also nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha. Thank you all for your understanding. Subai laughed and continued speaking. Everyone here is probably very concerned about my strength, so I'll let you in on it. My strength has improved a lot these days, so I won't have a problem fighting against high-level sovereign monsters. I can tell you clearly that I can become a true Heavenly King-level pet tamer within 1 month. Hearing his words, everyone's face showed a hint of shock. They could not hardly believe it. They were not skeptical about his ability to kill high-level sovereign monsters. After all, once his ancestor Blood Dragon was promoted to the sovereign grade, it could definitely kill high-level sovereign monsters. However, they were doubtful if he could become a Heavenly King-level pet tamer in just a month's time. It had not been long since he became a title-level pet tamer, right? Did he have so much mental power that he could promote his contract book to the epic level in such a short time? However, since he dared to say so in public, he must be sure of it, but this made them more curious. Had their division's chief disciple had some happy encounters outside? That's it about my personal affairs for now. Let's proceed with the gym's business. Please report your work so that I can have a rough idea of the recent situation, Subai said once everyone started discussing his revelation. Some disciples took the initiative to report the work that they were responsible for. Through their reports, Subai gained a vague understanding of the situation. In the past month, Their gym had cleared 100,000 space cracks, and the monsters eliminated in each crack exceeded hundreds of millions, with some even reaching billions. Of course, most of them were considered average monsters. The Giant Dragon Division had cleared a slightly higher 120,000 space cracks. This was inevitable, since the God Dragon Division had had insufficient resources for years. Their top disciples were incomparable to those of the Giant Dragon Division, so naturally there was no way to compare. If not for the essence of evolution, the situation would have been worse, but there was nothing they could do. They could make up for it slowly day by day. Other than this, the rest of the conditions were relatively good. For example, the Insect God Gymnasium and the Yin-Yang Gymnasium had recently sent people to contact their division, expressing their support for Subai. These two gyms were very special among the top 10 gyms. One was the representative of the elites, with thousands of people, while the other was the representative of explosive power, each disciple terrifying and most specializing in group attacks. The two gymnasiums had kept a neutral stance before, meaning that they did not favor anyone, so no one expected them to send a positive signal suddenly. After understanding the overall situation, Subai stood up and looked at his fellow disciples. Everyone has worked hard during this period, and we may have to work hard still in the future, but I won't let everyone work hard in vain. In the end, you'll definitely understand that following me is a very good choice. No matter what, when the curator competition is over, I'll distribute at least 10 precious pets. As for what kind of pets, I want to keep that a secret for now. All I can tell you is that they'll be rare and powerful ones. They're absolutely world-class and no worse than any pureblood dragons. They're extremely rare even in the entire void. His words aroused the curiosity of everyone present. What sorts of pets were those for them to be comparable to pureblood dragons? He could even give them at least 10. Hee. Senior brother, give us a clue at least. Ouyang-du asked curiously. No, you only need to know that I'll never lie, so work hard and perform well. That's it for today's meeting. You're dismissed, you can start your own work. Subai shook his head. His words made everyone even more curious, especially since he did not reveal the kinds of pets he would be giving them. Their chief disciple was simply good at keeping them in suspense. Still, no one doubted the truth of the matter. This was Subai, a powerful man who had single-handedly brought the God Dragon Division out of the original cycle of death, after all. He would never lie about such simple stuff. In this way, the desire in them to compete with one another was inevitably evoked, for they wanted to obtain the promised rewards. After the meeting was concluded, the disciples left one after another. Only He Yu, Han Wei, and Ouyang-du did not leave immediately. Subai looked at the three and said, "You don't have to fight with others. You'll all have one each." "Thank you, senior brother." Upon hearing this, the smile on their faces widened, and they hurriedly thanked him. "I'll leave things to you over the next few days. I have to go out and do something. Just call me if you can't handle it." Subai waved his hand and said. He Yu nodded and said, "Don't worry, we will take care of the matters you leave to us." After assigning some matters, Subai left the office and flew out of the gathering place with Purple Jade and Little Tyrant. "Jade, I saw you preparing a gift yesterday. Was it for Ultimate Invincible?" he asked the elf with a wink. "Howl. Yes, we're friends, after all. It'd be awkward to see each other without even preparing a gift." The elf nodded. "Do you need my help?" Howl. "No, it's already been prepared." "All right, then. We'll set off after preparing for a while." Subai nodded and then activated his 1,000 Variations Summoner skill. He had not used this appearance-changing skill obtained from the Mewling Fox for a long time. After using it, he became a Westerner with blonde hair and white skin. Once all this was done, he flew on Planet I outside. "Let's go to the Vatican." "Yes, Master. I connected the electromagnetic satellite signal, and the teleportation will begin soon." With the mechanical and ethereal sound of Planet I, golden psychic energy burst out, and in a flash of light, Subai and his pets had disappeared into the mist of the sea. The Vatican was said to be a country, but in fact, it was just a country in a city. It covered only an area of 0.44 square kilometers and was not as big as a park or village in Rabbit Kingdom. 100 years ago, when the aura had just recovered on a large scale, the area where the Vatican was located, including all the nearby land, had all sunk into the sea. From a distance, only a whirlpool shrouded in black mist could be seen. A golden light descended on a small village more than 500 kilometers away from the coastline. This was Subai, who had come here with the help of the electromagnetic wave of a small town not far away. It was not that he wanted to come here, but that electromagnetic signals were too hard to find, and the one closest to the Vatican was located here. The West was unable to guard against the monster invasion due to a number of reasons, especially since the social order in most places had collapsed recently. Those who could escape had already fled, and what was left was the long restoration of the city-state systems, the construction of tall concrete walls, and the opening of tough defensive shields. Therefore, it was actually difficult for Subai to find an area closer to his destination. Just when he landed, energy balls of different attributes suddenly flew down from the sky. They were quite powerful and had emperor strength at least. Is there such a powerful monster in this random place? Subai frowned in disbelief. This was impossible in the Rabbit Kingdom. At most, only a few monarch monsters would occasionally appear in the suburbs. The places with emperor monsters had been directly sealed and turned into wildernesses that only professional pet tamers could enter. Hence, the country was considerably safer. Of course, those emperor monsters could not do much harm to him at all. Planet I easily blocked the attacks with its psychic shield and then released its gravity skill. As soon as the gravity field appeared, it directly sucked down a group of emperor six-winged turtle doves, which were about to attack. Quack! No matter how much they struggled by flapping their wings, it was completely useless, for they were still directly sucked in, allowing Planet I to seal their spiritual power. Planet I's skill had been strengthened by Subai, and it was not something that these guys could break free from. He grabbed one and touched it. It was very fat, so he could not help but drool a little. We'll be having them for lunch and dinner tonight. Cuckoo. Upon hearing his words, this six-winged turtle dove shrank its head in fright and hurriedly rubbed his hand to beg for mercy. They were very intelligent and could understand his meaning. It's too late, I'm eating you today. He shook his head. At this moment, the six-winged turtle dove fell to the ground with a snap, feeling depressed. Howl. Bye. Shall we visit the small town not far away? Asked the elf at this time. You can go over and take a look to understand the situation. It looks like this should be the last stop before we're out of the sea. Subai nodded in response. He was still completely unclear about the situation here, so it was necessary to go in and check the situation. If it had not been for this reason, he would not have gone to a human town at all. With Planet I, it was equivalent to carrying the achievements of the entire mankind. Therefore, it was too easy for him to survive. He could even survive in better conditions than most people. In fact, Subai had worked so hard to copy the means of production because he was worried that Blue Planet would not be able to hold on one of these days. At that time, he could at least guarantee that he and some important people would survive well. After 10 minutes, he entered the town. This small town covered an area of about 3 or 4 square kilometers. It was surrounded by high concrete walls, and there were 3 layers of shields inside the walls. Flying pets patrolled and guarded the place, and a giant electromagnetic satellite monster floated in the sky. Raw tilde there are many people here, and they're all blonde. Bye. The girls here are even more voluptuous tilde little tyrant stared at the blonde beauty walking by the side of the road, and its eyes lit up. The dino's claw gripped his shirt as it gestured to him. The dino was very interested in the exotic style here. Subai. This guy is hopeless. Come on, let's go in. He looked at the entrance of the small town in front of him and said. From the words of these people who were entering and exiting, he already understood that this was a place to stay in the Vatican maelstrom. With his blonde hair and white skin, he looked quite nondescript. He nodded and quickly took out 10 crystal nuclei. This entrance fee was naturally extremely expensive, but it was mainly aimed at outsiders. Here, paper currency had lost its purchasing power, and people used crystal nuclei and spirit crystals for transactions. Okay, you can go inside, but remember to follow the rules. One of the 2 guards checked the crystal nuclei and then let him in. Once he was inside the town, Subai let his pets roam around and observe the human culture. This small town was generally remote. The town was full of houses built decades ago, and only the mayor's living quarters in the central area were built to be magnificent. Most people here were also working for the mayor in order to get asylum. In general, this place was equivalent to a small kingdom. Raw-Arbai, this is really a free world. The strong have supreme rights. Wouldn't it be great if we could stay here? Little Tyrant gnawed on an oar and muttered. Hearing this, he could not help but pat its head. Shaking it, he replied, if the brave are mad, they'll draw knives to the strong. If the timid are angry, they'll draw knives to the weak. How is it a supreme right to enslave the weak? The real strong ones are those who challenge the strong and climb to higher peaks. I won't stay here, I don't think it's cool. His words caused the dino to put down what it was gnawing and raise its head. Roar! How come such compelling words don't sound like your original words? Purple Jade glanced sideways at the dino. Howl. It's from a man called Luzun. You should eat less and read more books. Subai. It's one of my standard ways of conduct. Have you ever seen me bully the weak? Roar. That's true, probably. I'll emulate you then. Little Tyrant nodded. All right. Let's head there. He glanced at a sign called the Scarlet Hunter Guild and said. These pet tamers had come to settle down in this hunting guild. After entering, he could not help but marvel at its magnificence. This hunting guild was so different from the grey and shabby buildings outside. Hello, I'm Heidi Flynn at your service. What do you want to consult about? The Scarlet Hunter Guild can provide all sorts of services. Just as he walked in, a beautiful blonde in a maid costume walked up to him and asked that with a smile on her face. Subai glanced at the other people inside. Some of the pet tamers were throwing away some money to get a handful of the maids before bringing them into private rooms with a face full of spring. This quickly made him understand what all the services were. This was really a free world for those with money and strength. I want to buy information about the Vatican maelstrom. He looked at Heidi Flynn and said. Although her figure was voluptuous, and she was full of exotic seduction, he did not have much interest in the woman. Of course. Please go to the private room and let us talk in detail. There's a computer set up inside, and you can get all the information you want from it. The woman gave him a gentle smile. Subai nodded and followed the woman into the private room. There was a large exquisite sofa, as well as bookshelves, computer tables, coffee tables, and more, inside. The overall style was quite grand. When they entered the private room, Heidi Flynn walked to a computer desk and said, Sir, all related information about the Vatican requires one sovereign-level crystal nucleus, and the news about people entering the Vatican this time requires 3 emperor crystal nuclei. If you need to team up with people, our guild can provide you with people for additional security, but the premise is that you must have a token to enter the place, and the cost is 50 sovereign-level crystal nuclei. She turned on the computer, entered her work serial number, and opened a list with relevant prices on it. Arbai, I should be able to hack into it and steal the information. The mechanical sound of Planet I circulated in his mind. No need. He rejected this idea telepathically. Although the price of the information was very expensive, it was nothing to him, so there was no need to make such an unnecessary move. He took out a sovereign crystal nucleus and handed it to Heidi Flynn. I want all the data about the Vatican. Please swear before this void oath not to tell other beings about the secrets. The woman took out a void oath and said. Subai made a promise before the void oath that he would 10,000 times the cost to the guild if he revealed the secrets. Heidi Flynn put the crystal nucleus into a special jar connected to the computer and then unlocked it. She then found the information he wanted. The external information was similar to what Subai already knew, but there was a very key message to it, and that was, following the Vatican's disappearance with a large landmass, a black fog and weird things had occurred. Some people said that they had experienced time stagnation and spent hundreds of years motionless in an area. Some people said that, after experiencing the acceleration of time, they became 50 or 60 years old in the span of a few minutes. Others claimed to have experienced time reduction and rejuvenation, their ages going back to around 30. After the entire Vatican completely disappeared, someone investigated it. The age of the trees in the nearby area did change, having truly experienced a weird time-changing event. This matter had been concealed. All the parties involved were ordered to make a promise before void oaths. Those who were unwilling to do so had been shot in the back or eventually committed suicide for some reason. At that time, the Rabbit Kingdom only knew that dark attribute fog had appeared at where the Vatican used to stand but did not know that a rare time-related event had occurred. The people keeping the secret had not benefited from it, too, even after so many years. In fact, most of those who had entered the Vatican back then died bizarrely. Despite that, some things were still detected from inside the Vatican maelstrom, which could be considered peculiar and mysterious. Darkness and time elements coexisted within, and monsters with these two attributes were labeled as too dangerous. It was speculated that a precious inheritance, related to the power of time, was buried in the center of the hidden realm, but it was very difficult to get close to that place. A fog of time shrouded the area, and not one of those who had ventured in managed to come out. Recently, though, the fog of time had disappeared and many tokens had flown out. Some people suspected that the time inheritance had been opened. Reading this on the computer, Subai's face eased. He thought that he had not come in vain. The Vatican was actually related to the time attribute, which was more difficult to acquire than the space attribute. If he could obtain a pet with the time attribute, it would be a great help in battle. However, according to the information, no one had successfully brought out a pet with the time attribute so far. As long as they left the hidden realm, those monsters would instantly die. It was said that if he wanted to obtain related pets, he must enter the most central area of the hidden realm.
Thank you.
I'm done reading, Subai said after seeing the information. He felt that this trip to the Vatican was not easy, and the information he had obtained was relatively vague. There must be more to this that only a few people knew. Do you need more information? Asked Heidi Flynn with her hands on the table, revealing a huge weapon. I want a copy of the date of those who have entered the place. Subai threw out 3 more Emperor crystal nuclei. Thank you for your patronage. This information is only part of our guild's compilation and isn't complete. Our apologies. It did not take long for him to obtain the relevant information. When he saw the list, he could not help but freeze for a moment, for he spotted many familiar names on it. If the royal families knew of this, how could their gymnasium not know? Subai was silent for a while. Could there be something in this that he did not know of? Do you require other information or want people to go with you into the Vatican maelstrom? Asked Heidi Flynn at this moment. No, that's it for now. He returned to his senses and shook his head. Afterward, he got up and opened the door, ready to leave. Now that he had the basic information, he was ready to enter the hidden realm. Sir, don't you need other services? For example, I can massage you for free. At this time, Heidi Flynn stopped him from leaving. He turned to look at her and shook his head. No need. He then took his pets out of the private room without looking backward. I can read that woman's thoughts. She wants to seduce someone strong and escape from her current life, Mewling Fox said telepathically once they were outside. We don't have this idle time. Who knows what she really thinks? He shook his head. Subai soon arrived at the gate of the town and walked out unimpeded. When he left the town, 5 people with emperor pets followed after. The leader was Bei Sen, a dark-skinned, brawny man with a height of 2.5 meters and weight of more than 300 kilograms. He walked over to Subai and said, Hey, friend, do you need a team to go to the Vatican maelstrom? I've been there. I understand the situation inside very well. Subai glanced at the 5 people and shook his head indifferently. I'm not going to the Vatican. If you have a token to sell to me, I'm willing to try it. Tokens are rare, we don't have any. Bei Sen shrugged and backed away. He glanced at the group and at the small town behind him. He released Planet Eye and flew straight ahead. After a distance of more than 10 kilometers, the holographic projection screen in front of Subai showed that the 5 powerful beings were quickly following him. Bai, that's the group before. Mewling Fox also raised its head in alert. I know. 1314, stop here. He nodded. Planet Eye stopped and slowly turned around. At this moment, the 5 people had chased and surrounded him. Friend, you said that you're not going to the Vatican. You're clearly lying. Bei Sen looked at him with a kind smile on his face. How about exchanging a token with a slave monster crystal nucleus? It's not good enough. He stared at these 5 and said slowly. Do you know that you're looking for your own deaths? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the 5 people burst into laughter. 5 contract books flew out, and each of them released 3 high-level emperor pets. There were 15 powerful and terrifying monsters in total, each of which was more than 100 meters long. Their powerful aura spread, like 15 small suns, making one's head dizzy. Ha ha ha. What did you say? Please say it again. Bei Sen touched a 6-winged ghost fire demon lion beside him and laughed at Su Bai. He seemed to have heard a big joke. The others could not help laughing as well. Friend, now we won't even give you the slave crystal nucleus. We much prefer shopping for free, however. Before they finished speaking, they suddenly felt a scorching heat. In a moment or two, the sky went ablaze, the earth turned into magma, and a large lava purgatory enveloped them. As if they had been transported to the sun, they had to employ all their defenses. However, they were just about to move when an existence of over 10 kilometers appeared in the domain and exuded infernal flames of the undead attribute. A pair of blazing eyes glared at the 5 people with anger. Friend, we were just joking with you. Don't take it so seriously, we'll get lost right away. Bei Sen looked at the terrifying existence in front of him and his face instantly blanched. The smile on his face stretched thinly, looking uglier than a crying face, as he stammered that. The other 4 people were even more stunned, not knowing how to face this terrifying existence before them for a while. It's too late. Su Bai shook his head indifferently. He had given them a chance, but it was a pity that they did not understand how precious that chance was. Roar. The dino roared to the sky and burst forth with fiery flames with a pale white stroke. The temperature of this flame was so hot that it made them feel as if the sun was falling down. Not only did it carry the power of the undead attribute, which could rob them of their vitality, it also contained the nearly perfected fire law. Once the world's fire element appeared, it surged wildly, its power having increased more than 10 times. Oh, no! Seeing this terrifying attack like the sun, all 5 people yelled in horror. The powerful fluctuations of the law made them have no desire to resist, and they fled back desperately, releasing life-saving pets one after another to block the flames chasing them. Everything was in vain, though, for amid their desperate screams and horrified cries, the 5, including their pets, were all engulfed in flames. When everything dissipated, all traces belonging to the 5 people had completely disappeared. Roar. It's so satisfying. Little Tyrant swaggered to him and said. Su Bai. He originally wanted the dino to kill the opponents directly, but it had to put up an act on purpose, scaring the 5 people before their death. Nonetheless, it had indeed done a great job in scaring those 5 people to death. Who could have imagined that an emperor pet would be able to comprehend a law to completion? This was simply unheard of. Generally speaking, only high-level sovereign monsters could reach this level. Bai, more people are coming. At this time, Mewling Fox pointed in a direction. He looked up, having felt their presence with his mental power as well. Clap clap clap. With a series of loud applause, a white-haired man appeared from a distance. Your pet is too strong. Are you interested in making friends? How about exploring the secrets of the Vatican together? Do you want to end up like them? Su Bai gazed at the white-haired young man, who looked like a swordsman with that thin sword on his waist. Ha ha ha. You misunderstood me. I really want to explore that place with you. I'm not here to snatch your tokens away. I know many secrets about the hidden realm, and I may share them with you. The white-haired man slowly approached Su Bai as he held up his hands. I know a way to quickly enter the hidden realm and gain the inheritance within, but we're still short of people. You're a very suitable candidate. I can promise before a void oath that I have no ill intentions. Su Bai eyed the middle-aged man, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Okay, I accept your invitation. Great. You can call me Dick. Let's go meet up with the other 3 teammates now. I promise you that they're all very kind people. This guy actually approached Planet I as if unafraid of being disadvantageous against Su Bai. My name is Fontaine Bell, you can call me Bell. Subai kept his eyes trained on the man. The alias he had decided to use this time was the name of the man who had once stood at the top of the food chain. Hello, Bell. Let's leave right away. Head in that direction. By the way, your next mount is really cool. Dick glanced at Planet Eye appreciatively and pointed in a direction. Along the way, I'll tell you some secrets that I know. They conversed on their way to the beach, and Subai found out from Dick that he was actually from the Adolf family. That family was much stronger than Chelsea's Louis family with its hundreds of years' history. Before the aura rejuvenation, it was already the world's top family and the master of a famous consortium. After the aura recovered, it continued to rise. It was said that they had secretly transformed a planet, and their headquarters was now located on that planet. Rumor had it that they were ready to flee from Blue Planet at any time. Bell, do you want to go back to my family with me? If we have time, we can explore the infinite void together. Blue Planet is too small and it's almost impossible to hold it, Dick said with a smile. I don't want to make that choice yet. Blue Planet hasn't completely collapsed, has it? Subai shook his head. Unlike in the Rabbit Kingdom, escapism was not concealed in other parts of the world, even a whole country had fled. Most people who knew the truth had already given up. Defending Blue Planet was fighting against the entire endless void. It was impossible for a small blue planet to resist, and its final outcome was doomed. The reason why they could resist was that a really terrifying existence had not started to act. Do you think the East can support it? No, they're also preparing to flee, Dick smiled. His voice was very low and he seemed to be rejoicing in the other's misfortune. Let's just go to the hidden realm first, I'm more interested in that. He shook his head. Haha, you're right. Let's wait until we come out of the hidden realm alive. The middle-aged man laughed at that. Before long, they arrived at the beach. Subai looked at the endless North Atlantia with deep eyes. From his location, he could see a black fog shrouding the left side ahead. That side originally had land, but it had gotten submerged 100 years ago. Wait, let me call them. Dick took out his phone to contact the 3 other people. Not long after, 2 men and 1 woman riding their pets flew out of a distant dark fog. When the blonde woman saw Subai, she showed a doubtful look. Is this the new teammate? Yes, his strength is equal to mine and he is called Bell, Dick introduced him. When the 3 heard Dick say that Subai's strength was comparable to his, the doubts on their faces disappeared, and they quickly introduced themselves. From their brief introduction of themselves, Subai learned that the woman was called Nora, while the other 2 men were called John and Senna respectively. Now that you all know each other, please tell me the specific situation, John, Dick said. John was a tall man with white skin and a big beard. He also had a tattoo on his neck. He glanced at them, nodded, and said, the 3 of us have just been to the Misty Vortex to check out the situation. The light wave in the central area is on, so we can enter any time. The dark mist has the effect of hindering perception, though. Dark monsters, especially a really scary transparent jellyfish, float in it. Once touched, the jellyfish will explode, split into countless small transparent jellyfish, and suck you of your spiritual power. There are other monsters. In truth, it's not particularly dangerous to us. I suggest that we start immediately. Many people have entered in advance these past few days. Bell, what do you think? Dick looked at Subai after listening to John's report. Let's go in. I'm very curious about the specific situation inside. He nodded. All right. In that case, let's set off on Bell's metal planet. The middle-aged man nodded. He did not hide Planet Eye's function and turned on its radar detection as they flew toward the dark vortex in the distance. Soon after entering the whirlpool, they encountered a group of transparent jellyfish. Be careful, John reminded everyone. It's all right. Subai shook his head. When the transparent jellyfish exploded, Planet Eye opened a metal shield. Since the jellyfish were not composed of spiritual power, they could not be destroyed. Immediately afterward, 1314 condensed several cannons and killed some hidden monsters on its way forward. This base is really good. John nodded, looking at Planet Eye a little admiringly. Dick and Senna, as well as the blonde Nora, did not expect that Subai's transportation tool would actually be a high-tech machine and were also quite shocked. "What's the name of your pet?" Nora could not help but ask. "It's a variant of a planet's core, but it's not as powerful as you think." Subai shook his head. "It's not an ordinary metal life. Ordinary mechanical life can't do so much," Dick looked ahead and said. In less than 10 minutes, Planet I had directly shuttled through the dark mist and arrived at the eye of the vortex, where a black stream could be seen. "Take out the token and hold it in the palm of your hand," Dick reminded Subai. "Okay, let's go." Subai took out the token that Fang Laobar had given him outside the White Lotus Wilderness. Planet I turned into a stream and plunged directly into the vortex. It stayed as a stream for a while as it shuttled through. At the same time, the token in Subai's hand turned into a stream of light, which plunged into his wrist, forming a white pattern there. Once he got accustomed to this feeling, he understood that this was normal and did not make a fuss. He raised his head and looked at the hidden realm within this maelstrom. In the dimness, he saw monsters and a world full of mysterious and strange colors. In the gloom, a constantly changing ancient aura could be felt everywhere. It seemed that this world had existed for countless years. "Dick, where's the shortcut you said?" he turned and asked. This world seemed larger than expected, but no other humans were around. "Follow me." Dick released a purple scorpion-tailed bat and flew in a certain direction. After going for a certain distance, a translucent light black flying snake suddenly appeared in front of him. "Be careful." As soon as this flying snake appeared, the middle-aged man's contract book appeared and a black pet emerged, killing the enemy monster before it could react. "Remember, many time attribute monsters are here, and they must be killed as soon as they are discovered, or else it'll be troublesome by the time they issue a time attribute attack." His reminder was clearly meant for Subai. He nodded, indicating that he understood. He followed the man's footsteps vigilantly. With Dick leading the way, fewer monsters were encountered by their group along the way. "Jade, can't you reach your friend yet?" he asked through voice transmission. "Not yet. I sent him a message, but Ultimate Invincible has yet to reply," the elf replied telepathically. "Okay, pay attention to our surroundings." He stopped communicating with it after sending this message. "Be careful. There's a deceleration area ahead. Many time butterflies aren't affected by it, and they like sucking vitality. If you're injured by them, the flow of time on you will increase hundreds or even thousands of times, making you instantly turn into an old man." After walking some distance, Dick pointed to the dark and narrow valley ahead. Subai looked up and saw some flickering light spots. He estimated that those were the time butterflies. "Can't we take a detour?" He could not help but ask this. "No, the other routes are more dangerous. This is a road that has been found at the expense of many talents for decades. Through this valley, it's almost half the distance from the central area. Plus, though the time butterflies are dangerous, they're still relatively docile. As long as you don't provoke and try to touch them, you can still pass easily," explained Dick. "Don't let them feel that you have a time attribute crystal nuclei on you, or else they'll instantly riot." Nora reminded him. "Thank you." Subai nodded. "Get ready, let's go." After giving everyone a few minutes to rest, Dick stood up and led the way into the valley. They entered the valley and walked at a relatively fast pace. Their physiques were comparable to monarch monsters, so walking for tens of meters was an easy feat. As they drew nearer to their destination, the sound of gurgling water gradually filled their ears. A small stream located at the entrance of a valley then entered their sights. When they walked in, they saw various black flowers and plants growing on both sides of the stream. The majority of them were sparsely grown fluorescent flowers. They faintly thrummed of time. These flowers' fragrance gave them a feeling of time going backward. "These are the flowers of time, don't touch any of them, their petals are actually disguised by some time butterflies." Senna, a tall and thin man who was walking behind Subai, reminded him. He nodded silently. As he followed the three people walking in front of him, he spotted many transparent time butterflies emitting fluorescent lights and breathing time in the canyon, especially on the cliffs on both sides. Most of them flew high. After walking for some distance, Dick whispered, "Everyone, continue walking but be careful. we're about to reach that place. Not long after Dick's voice fell, light shone behind him as a sun had suddenly risen. Dick and the others felt that something was wrong and looked back. Their expressions changed at what they saw. Thousands of time butterflies had started to riot. F***CK. Someone behind has thrown a time attribute crystal nucleus. Run quickly. It's over if we're hit. Dick's face changed and he barked this order quickly. Ride on your pets and run separately. I can't care that much anymore. Let's meet under the bronze tree outside the valley, Nora yelled as she rode her pet and rushed off. F***CK. John's expression changed, and he left in a different direction. Subai glanced at Senna, who had already run away from behind him, and jumped on Planet Eye, which activated its invisibility state. Oh, no. Bye. The invisibility state can't stop the power of these time butterflies. Not long after, Planet Eye was hit by a violent time butterfly to reveal its body shape, and the influence of the time riot began to spread. Its spiritual shield seemed to go through thousands of years in an instant and quickly waned. Sometimes, it seemed as if time would reverse all of a sudden and return to the way it was before the shield had been activated. Subai's expression changed. The power of time was really terrifying, and there was no way to intercept it via conventional means. Seeing the time butterflies, which were in full riot ahead, his expression turned gloomy. Because of the large-scale riot in the rear, the front was directly affected. After thinking about it, he quickly released Starry Omnivore Kraken and let it block the front. Pee-pee, stand in front, turn on your dark diving, and hide us, he hurriedly said. On 'em. Starry Omnivore Kraken's eyes lit up, and it rushed forward, opening its mouth to swallow a lot of time butterflies. The previous rioting time flow disappeared suddenly. On 'em. Although it was not in its complete form, his pet Kraken was still powerful, especially since the law of nothingness was circulating around its body. It seemed that under the transformation of this law, it was even fiercer than before. After swallowing some time butterflies, its eyes lit up and it immediately became active. Don't expose us, he glanced at it and then said. Planet Eye, pay attention to your detection. Yes. Under the Starry Omnivore Kraken's escort, they did not need to fear the time butterflies at all. The moment the Kraken swallowed them, the aura around its body seemed to undergo a certain change again. No. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from not too far away. Subai looked up and saw that the tall and thin man Senna, who had just flown away, was surrounded by a group of time butterflies. His shouts for help were gradually weakening because his body was aging by the second until he ultimately died. In the end, only some of his dense bones, along with his pet's bones, could be seen on the ground. It's too terrifying. Purple Jade could not help but show a look of fear. This power of time is too scary. Let's go. Subai was also quite scared. This was probably one of the most dangerous places he had ever been to. Time was intangible and difficult to resist. Even the current little blood dragon found it difficult to resist and might even be wholly consumed. Fortunately, the Starry Omnivore Kraken's specialty made it easier for them to deal with these insects of the time attribute. Once it devoured a large number of time butterflies, Subai took the chance to walk out of the valley. Howl tilde are we going to wait for them? I feel that they don't have any good intentions. The elf looked at the dark area ahead and asked. Why not? At least, they know the way, he said calmly. As for what tricks they have up their sleeves, I'm not afraid. Roar. Exactly. They don't know our Bai's true strength at all, so there's no need to be afraid. The Dino also roared in agreement. Still, I have to pretend a bit. Tyrant, Mewling, return to the contract book. I'll pretend to have sacrificed you too, he said after thinking about it. Roar. Okay. Hing. Remember to check your surroundings, the fox said. After doing all these, Subai put on a miserable expression and headed to the bronze tree on the top of the mountain ahead. Since he had allowed the Starry Omnivore Kraken to swallow the valley, he was a little slow to arrive. When he came over, Dick, Nora, and John were already there. Oh, God bless you. Belle, you came out alive. Thank goodness. Dick came over and patted him on the shoulder, asking, Are you not hurt? My pets were killed in battle. F***CK. Didn't you say that there's no danger? He looked at the other with a livid expression. I'm sorry, my friend, I also lost 3 pets. I've lost many years of life, too. I really didn't expect someone to provoke a butterfly riot. Dick apologized sincerely to him. Don't complain, just look at me and John, we've lost a lot this time. If I fail to get anything out of this journey, I'll really go crazy, Nora screamed. She had been directly corroded by the power of time and was now an old woman in her 60s. John was even more miserable. He had become a skinny, old man, who seemed about to die. Not only did I become like this, I also lost 3 pets. D*MN it must be Baker's group. They're the only ones who know this route. Don't let me meet them, or else I'll definitely kill them, yelled John angrily between his panting and labored breathing. Don't worry. If we encounter them, I'll never let them go. Dick was also full of murderous intent. He looked at Sue-Bai and said, don't worry. There's the time inheritance in the center of the hidden realm, it can definitely change the world, and your lifespan will be restored to the way it was. With a common goal and their hatred directed to that other group, the 4 people quickly reached a consensus again and decided to proceed. By the way, what happened to Senna? Why isn't he here yet? John asked aloud. There's a high probability that Senna is dead. The promise he made before a void oath has disappeared. A look of dismay appeared on Dick's face. After a moment of silence, he decided to continue with the 3 of them. Once they passed through the dangerous valley of time butterflies, the road ahead was much easier to traverse, and if there was danger, they managed to find a way to avoid it. Gradually, the mountain in front of them disappeared, and a city shrouded in darkness appeared in lieu. That's the city of Rome, the Vatican is in it. The inheritance of time is also in it. If we walk further, we'll enter the fog of time. Once we pass through that, we'll reach the city, said Dick happily. The other 2's faces showed faint hints of hope, wanting to obtain the time inheritance to restore their bodies. What's the fog of time? Asked Sue-Bai at this time. It's a grey belt shrouded in fog outside the city. Time demons live there, but they're not like the time butterflies earlier. They can communicate, so we can exchange treasures or time attribute crystal nuclei for free passes, explained the middle-aged man. I see. He nodded. As they moved forward, Sue-Bai suddenly received a telepathic message from Dick. Belle, in fact, if you want to pass through this mist, you must sacrifice a human soul, especially one that is full of desire, to the time demon. Nora and John are done for. Brimming with greed and desire, they happen to meet the requirements. In a while, when I call the time demon, you have to take this opportunity to suppress them. Don't be weak-hearted, they've already decided to sacrifice you. Even if they can pass through here, they won't be able to pass the river of time later, for their lifespan is too short. I'm giving you this chance, so make your own choice. When he heard this, he glanced at Dick, who calmly was walking at the forefront. The latter did not have any expression, as if he was not the one who had sent the telepathic message to him. He then glanced at Nora and John, but their faces revealed nothing. One day later, they arrived before the fog of time. It was a boundless grey mist with black shadows floating within, looking utterly terrifying. Let me call the devil, you take out the crystal nucleus for sacrifice, Dick said, glancing at Sue-Bai with a deep meaning. He walked to the front to recite some strange syllables, and a wave of mental power plunged into the mist. Sue-Bai glanced at Nora and John calmly and then took out the time attribute crystal nucleus he had collected. He placed it in front of him without any intention of making a move. Soon, a strange sound came and then a huge demon appeared at the edge of the fog. Hassi, Hassi. A strange voice came from the mouth of this world's demon. Sue-Bai looked up and saw that the time demon with a terrifying aura on its body looked a little cute, and its appearance was almost the same as Jengar in Pokémon. However, he knew that this was not a Jengar but a time demon with a strong power of time. Furthermore, its voice was highly similar to the sound of Ultimate Invincible. Was Ultimate Invincible actually a certain time demon? He looked at the elf, which also nodded, indicating that the voice was indeed very similar. Attack! At this moment, Nora and John shot at the same time. Their pets at hand suddenly burst forth with powerful attacks. The willow leaf monster beside Nora sent out countless vines without warning and tried to bind Subai and Dick at the same time. The spirit monster, ghost face doll, with John cast a freeze skill, and it instantly affected the two targets. Ha ha ha. Don't think we didn't see that you wanted to sacrifice us. Now, you have to die with Belle. Both assailants looked at Subai and Dick with sneers on their faces. Don't blame us. Just think of yourselves as sacrifices. Nora told the two of them as she let her willow leaf monster push them into the fog of time. That's it. You're too weak. Suddenly, a sneer sounded. Immediately after that, two puffs pierced their flesh, which caused their blood to spurt. Dick had moved behind them without their knowledge and pierced their bodies with two daggers. The two turned their heads over in shock, looking at Dick and Subai incredulously. No, you've obviously been pushed into the mist. They could not understand why the two were still alive when they had obviously been controlled by them just then. With another puff, Dick pulled out the daggers and pierced their bodies with these, causing fresh blood to spurt out further. Don't blame me, my friends. I'm more optimistic about Belle than you two. Dick grabbed their bodies and threw them into the mist. Also, compared to Belle, the desire in your soul is even more terrifying at this moment. The time demon even named you by name. Hassie. Once the corpses of the two were thrown in, the demon made a weird laugh. The two corpses flew a few times and then colorful souls were sucked into the demon's mouth until all the power in the corpses had been swallowed, leaving nothing behind. Dick looked at him and said, "My dear Belle, you're too soft-hearted. They've suffered such serious injuries yet overestimated themselves. They should have known their final value. I don't like attacking others first when they have yet to do anything evil toward me." Subai glanced at the man and shook his head. He did not expect Dick to kill the two without trying to conceal it. Haha. You're really a man of principles. Your pet isn't bad, either. The illusion it created was so powerful that even I could not see through it. Dick glanced at the mewling fox and complimented. Since we can go in now, let's just go. He did not explain anything and simply changed the topic. Of course, we can. Let's go. Dick laughed, happy to collaborate with a strong man with principles. However, he would have to sacrifice this friend later on. After all, only one person could obtain the time inheritance. Subai glanced at the man, who was walking in front, and followed him expressionlessly. Hassie. The time demon let out a weird cry and floated over their heads, enveloping them with its special breath. Thank you. Dick quickly took out a time attribute monster crystal nucleus and handed it over, and Subai did the same. Hassie. After taking the crystal nuclei from them, the devil looked very satisfied and praised them for being sensible. Very good. I'll cover for you. We just need to follow it forward. The time demons here all have territories. If you bribe them, we can pass through easily, said Dick. I see. Don't you think that it looks like the Jengar in Pokémon? He asked. Haha. The first time I saw it, I thought the same, too. I heard that someone had found a way to contract one. Unfortunately, he couldn't take it out. The man laughed. Subai nodded and said nothing. With the time demon's breath isolating them, the fog of time was not very dangerous to travel through. There were only some time acceleration or deceleration effects, which were relatively safe. Bye. I sent another message to Ultimate Invincible, but he has yet to respond to me, the elf said telepathically again. 1314, trace the direction of the electromagnetic wave and see where it's being transmitted, he asked telepathically. I've actually already checked it before. The electromagnetic wave is heading toward the central part of Rome. The ethereal mechanical sound of Planet I sounded in Subai's mind. Okay, I see. Subai looked up at the city, which was already within sight. It seemed like Ultimate Invincible should not be this certain time demon in the fog of time. However, it was very likely to exist in the city. This made sense when he thought about it. A mobile phone would not exist in this monster wilderness where there was no trace of civilization. It probably existed only in that city ahead. The fog of time gradually dispersed as the walls of Rome appeared before their group. Is there any danger ahead? He looked at Dick and asked. Do you see this green moat? If you walk past here, your life will be lost quickly, and you can't pass quickly, you can only walk slowly. The faster you run, the more terrifying the loss of life will be, and it'll increase exponentially, explained the middle-aged man.
I see. Thank you.
Subai glanced at both sides. He found that they were not the only ones who had come here. 6 others were at the sides, but he did not recognize them. They were all Westerners and seemed like they had indeed been operating here for a long time. They had likely figured out the relevant routes, or else they would not have been so fast. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that some of these people had changed their appearance just like him. However, he could not be bothered finding out, for he was already almost in the Vatican. He must go back with something. Let's go over and take a look. Follow my speed, we must not be too fast, Dick said when they finally left the fog of time.
Okay.
Subai nodded and walked behind Dick toward the bridge in front. This was a beautifully built, grey-white stone arch bridge. After seeing Dick stepping on it first, Subai did not hesitate to follow. Once he stepped on it, he clearly felt an invisible breath. The green leaf in his hand turned into a withered yellow color in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he himself felt time passing quickly, 3 or 4 times faster than normal. Where's Dick? Subai suddenly looked up. The man had disappeared mysteriously during the period he was feeling stunned. How? I didn't see how he disappeared, either. The elf widened its eyes. Mule Tilda, I didn't even feel his disappearance. Mewling Fox also shook its head. Roar. He really has ill intentions. I'll beat him up the next time I see him, Little Tyrant roared fiercely. Subai frowned, wondering if the man had already designed this a long time ago, or if there was some kind of abnormality in the bridge. It was not easy to say what kind of situation this was. He should already be cut off from others now. Let's move forward at this speed and see the situation. He merely urged his pets. He did not dare to speed up, for the time passing by too fast was really unstoppable. I feel that the acceleration of time here has a good effect on me. It's allowing the law and strength in my body to settle quickly. Even my rate of strength accumulation has accelerated. The elf flew up and looked at him. Roar.
Actually, I feel that way, too.
Little Tyrant nodded its head a well. Then you can quickly circle around me, speed up the flow of time on your body and grasp the speed yourself. Subai looked at them, having no objection to this. His pets were still too young compared to their long lifespan. As an analogy to human age, his pets could be considered to be babies around 2 or 3 months old. Even if they continued to advance and evolve, with their bodies becoming stronger, they had not experienced the passage of time and would still appear weak in some places. Originally, this situation could only be accumulated over a long time, but in this weird world, they found a shortcut. Roar Tilda, let's give it a try. Tilda the Dino took the initiative and then turned around to him quickly. Roar. It's really useful. Howl Tilda, it's truly useful. I feel a certain change in my body. Tilda, the time flow right now has exceeded 1,000 times the outside world, and it is still increasing, Planet I reported. Subai nodded. Dick had not lied to him at this point. Once he increased his pace, the speed of time passing would indeed increase exponentially. He opened his contract book and released the starry omnivore kraken again. On. The kraken looked at Subai with its big eyes, seemingly waiting for him to feed it. There's nothing to eat, just follow Purple Jade and go in circles around me. I'll give you some delicious food in a while. Tilda, the starry omnivore kraken became excited, be it from the anticipation of food or from spinning in circles. It flicked its tail and circled in place like an electric fan on number 3 speed and 10 times the speed of the others. The speed of time passing surpassed the outside world by 10,000 times. 1 day was equivalent to 10,000 days outside. Subai wanted to stop his pets, but upon thinking about their long lifespan of tens of thousands of years, he reckoned that it would not be bad for his pets to consume more. It was equivalent to letting it quickly change from a baby to a toddler. Although his pets' bodies had entered maturity period, they were still in their infancy in terms of longevity. Little Blood Dragon also joined the pets running around in circles. As time passed slowly, Subai gradually discovered the problem. He could not cross this bridge no matter how long he walked. The surrounding scenery was exactly the same as if there was no end to the bridge. Scratch, scratch, just when he was about to think of a way out, a sound like scorched rice being smashed reached his ears. Subai found that there were cracks in the surrounding space, where the original strong breath of time was passing quickly. Onum tilde starry omnivore kraken suddenly sprinted, and the edge of this space completely shattered, the falling pieces getting swallowed by it. Subai looked around and found that he had already arrived at the other side of the bridge and had reached the city. He did not expect to get rid of parts of this realm in this way. This was really a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. He turned his head to look at his pets. The lifespan of Little Tyrant, Purple Jade, and Mewling Fox had increased by 50 to 60 years on average, while the life of Little Blood Dragon and Starry Omnivore Kraken had increased by more than 500 to 600 years. These were all real as could be seen from the pet interface. It seemed like the space earlier had been a trap. There was a high probability that Dick had wanted to trap him inside. However, it was a blessing in disguise. After so much time, the aura around his pets had become thicker and more stable. Howl tilde Arbai, I feel like I will soon have a breakthrough and reach the high-level emperor. This feeling is so wonderful. Roar tilde I feel the same way tilde Little Tyrant also said. Same for me. I've gained a lot from that experience. The passage of time has made my body more mature. Little Blood Dragon agreed as well. Onum. In the passage of more than 100 years, the starry omnivore kraken had digested all the law of nothingness, which was entangled with it, and was at an extremely delicate point at this moment. Of course, although they had all consumed so much lifespan at once, it was still very small for them. Compared to their more than 10,000-year lifespan, the consumption of 100 years was nearly insignificant. Mewling Fox had experienced the biggest change, having successfully integrated the power of the demon crystal. Its aura was rapidly increasing even at this time. A huge spiritual vortex appeared in the sky and formed a funnel-shaped container, which continually poured dark power into its body. The dark aura in this world was very rich, so Subai did not need to feed it catalytic potions. Its aura quickly rose under the influx of dark power. Previously, after using a potion made with a dark wolf heart fruit to completely dissolve the demon crystal in its body, the fox was already not too far away from breaking through. It was just the right time right now, and its breakthrough was as it should be. As its aura climbed steadily, it suddenly grew stronger. A huge nine-tailed magic fox's phantom appeared between heaven and earth. Some people and existences in the nearby cities were shocked by this terrifying aura. Huh! What's that? Dick, who had been exploring in the city, looked at the nine-tailed magic fox's phantom with a hint of shock. It's terrifying and ancient. What kind of monster is breaking through? He suddenly felt an ill premonition. Could this be related to Belle? Had he really broken free from that hidden realm? Dick, don't look, speed up your exploration. This place is getting more and more dangerous. Let's find the inheritance and leave as soon as possible. Next to him, a companion from the Baker group glanced at him and said this. Exactly, that aura is very ancient and terrifying, but it has only just reached the Emperor grade. There's nothing to worry about for the time being, it's still more important to explore. On Subai's side, Mewling Fox's aura did not stop rising at the Emperor grade, and it once again absorbed a large amount of dark power into its body. Its snowy white body had completely turned into the color of darkness, and 9 tails, which grew out of its back, burst with infinite darkness. The fox then continuously exuded deep and ancient darkness. Coupled with the black aura wrapped around its body, the fox looked like an ancient king that had come out of the underworld. As a large amount of dark aura was absorbed by the fox, its aura directly broke through the low-level Emperor grade and then completely stabilized at the mid-level Emperor grade. As the dark aura around its body gradually congealed, its body turned snowy white again with hints of black aura. This dark aura could not be eliminated. Mule tilde Arbai, I've integrated 30% of the demon crystal's power, and my body can be considered to be a junior dark demon. The fox went to Subai happily. Haha. It's really a blessing in disguise. He caressed his pet's head. It was normal for Mewling Fox to break through. What actually gave him a pleasant surprise was it breaking through by 2 levels at once. He took a look at its stats and found the data belonging to the 1000-face fox about the same and with no major changes. However, the one belonging to the 9-tailed magic fox had changed. Name: race, 9-tailed magic fox, second form, monster, gender, female, level, middle level emperor, attribute, dark, features passive, dark domain, dark shadow, black armor, lord of the elements, the black territory demon spirit body, junior form. The highest incarnation of the dark attribute. A complete body can achieve absolute control of all the laws of the darkness and use these to do everything that can be done. At present, the laws of the darkness can be used for short-distance teleportation, erosion, invasion, etc. Skills: devilish warp, dark minions, shadow clone, dark erosion, dark grip, perception shield, a consummate skill with an absolute hit rate. It can block the opponent's perception for 1 second after being hit and can cooperate with the other form of perceptual loss by using it together with dream kill and other skills. Melanism, a consummate skill. The fox can accept darkness to erode itself, becoming completely blackened. Its strength can be increased by at least thrice and it will be considered immortal against opponents before this skill. Restrained, restrain all spiritual attacks, weakness, law of light, pure physical attack, evolutionary direction, none. The 9-tailed magic fox is its final form. Its body will transform into the most compatible dark domain demon with the continuous transformation of the demon crystal. Introduction: this is the second attribute obtained through the fusion of magic crystals. It has great potential. In theory, the fox can reach the peak of the immortal grade and has the opportunity to break through to the eternal grade. Looking at the data panel, Su-Bai exclaimed at the big improvement. Not only had his fox come to possess the most important dark territory demon spirit body, but it had also awakened 2 very powerful consummate skills. Perception shield was not an unfamiliar skill to him. When he encountered Xiao Yulong in the Abyss Star territory before, the strongest consummate skill of his high-level sovereign Dark Knight Dragon had been Perception Shield. It was also the Perception Shield skill that had allowed them to escape the pursuit of Dragon King Amethyst. Mewling Fox, which had advanced to the mid-level Emperor grade, showed the power of its talent. This Perception Shield could be said to have a terrifying effect once paired with lost perception and illusion. After being hit by the skill, all perceptions of the outside world would be lost. At that time, it would be particularly easy for one to lose perception and to fall into an illusion. Afterward, it could easily be hit with dream kill. It could be considered the perfect killing chain move. Melanism was purely a means of strengthening oneself. As the saying went, melanism improved strength by 3 times, and whitening weakened strength by 7 points. The melanism of the fox was determined by the amount of dark power. If it was similar to what was present in this environment, the melanism could easily enhance it as much as 5 or 6 times. In general, Su-Bai was very satisfied with the fox's upgrade this time. He happily rubbed and praised the fox. After all, it had always been the one who was dragged down by its level. Now, it was finally catching up and coming to the second echelon of the same level as the elf. On the other hand, Little Tyrant, Starry Omnivore Kraken, and Planet Eye were still in the 3rd echelon. "I'll give you some supplementary food when we get back," he caressed it and said. "Mule tilde okay." "Thank you." By tilde Mewling Fox mewled happily, having finally gotten rid of its status as a weakling. "Roar! Where are we going next?" The dino patted his leg and looked up. It did not care that it was in the last echelon now. Anyway, the 10 krakens were still in the 4th echelon. "We'll go and find your sister Jade's friend," replied Su-Bai after thinking about it. The most important thing was that they had no way of verifying if that so-called time inheritance truly existed. Even Dick had never seen it before. "Mule tilde I think our buy is right." The fox nodded. "Howl tilde I have no objections, either," the elf said. "Roar. Then let's set off." The dino raised its head. He nodded and then turned to address Planet Eye. "Send out some clones to monitor the surroundings. Report back if they find out something." "I understand." 1314 immediately made 50,000 clones of itself. Having been promoted to the Emperor grade, it could now make up to 100,000 clones. Its detection ability had also greatly been enhanced. Its infinite computing power could support it to process a lot of data, too. Seeing the clones turn into hummingbird-sized electromagnetic satellites, which flew in all directions, Subai suddenly thought of a sci-fi concept. Your clones already have a certain amount of computing power and wisdom, right? Is there any way for them to imitate the approach of the von Neumann probe? The so-called von Neumann probe was a spacecraft capable of replicating itself in a special shape. After it was launched, it could use the surrounding materials to copy itself and launch the copies into farther places. By copying itself repeatedly, its number could grow exponentially. Even if it was a galaxy, it might only take tens of thousands of years for it to complete a full exploration. This was a very high-tech machine. It was incredible for a detector to be capable of replicating itself, for there were too many difficulties to overcome before being able to do so. In fact, even basic smelting of materials was already extremely difficult to accomplish. This was not mentioning the manufacturing of electronic components, incorporating of chips, and finally the assembling of the machine itself. Civilizations that could generally do all that were fully capable of controlling a galaxy. Planet I, reporting to Arbai, I can't do that currently. Technology of that level requires strong artificial intelligence. Although my clones have wisdom, they can't compare to a strong artificial intelligence. Okay. Subai nodded, not surprised at this result. While it was particularly difficult for his pet to do that at present, it would be another matter once it reached the sovereign grade. After all, Planet I could solve the most difficult artificial intelligence problems. As its level increased, the computing intelligence of the clones would increase a lot as well. The reason why he paid attention to this was that possessing such ability would make it very easy for him to explore the endless void in the future. He had Purple Jade continuously send out signals with its mobile phone and then passed everything to Planet I, which locked on Ultimate Invincible's location through this method. Reporting to Arbai, that cell phone signal is located north of this city. In a short while, Planet I had determined the direction. I see, let's go. Subai turned to the north of the city and said. At the same time, many other people also came to this city of Rome. To the south of the city, a group of 8 eastern faces passed through the moat and came to the city. If Subai were here, he would definitely be able to recognize a lot of faces. There was Xiao Yulong from the Imperial Dragon clan, Zhu Lingen from the Zhu family, Wang Yize from the Wang family, and Wei Qingqing from Giant Kraken Gymnasium. With the exception of Wei Qingqing, who was a well-known representative of one of the top 10 peak gymnasiums, all the others were the 5 top royal families of the Rabbit Kingdom, and some were other first- and second-rate offspring of influential families. Judging from the formation, it was obvious that the leaders of this group were Wang Yize and Wei Qingqing. It seems that many people in the west have already entered in advance, and there are whirlpool clouds in the sky on the eastern side of the city. A pet has apparently just broken through. We have to hurry up. Wei Qingqing looked at the road leading to the east of the city. There's no way. Western families have been operating in secret for too long. We've finally found a shortcut to get in quickly. Zhu Lingen shook her head and sighed. Okay, stop talking nonsense and let's go directly to the center of the city. This time, the pet egg and inheritance must be obtained. I think that everyone knows how important it is for our family's plan, said Wang Yize indifferently. He had a black iron sword strapped on his back. After speaking, he took the lead to walk out and approach the city. Xiao Yulong and the others nodded and followed his steps. This time, there was nothing to lose. Once this rare and extreme time inheritance was obtained, it would greatly benefit the matter that their families had been planning for a long time. It could greatly improve their success rate. On the other side, Subai took his pets to the north of the city. When he came in, he did not have to go through Rome to reach north and traveled from the eastern side, instead. All the way from the east to the north of this city, he met with no danger. The city was quiet as if there were no monsters at all. Most of the surrounding houses had long collapsed. At this time, they had all become drab and dilapidated. The streets were full of cars which were already rusty and covered in crimson rust, with black plants growing wildly on the rust. The houses fared better and did not have many plants. The sides of the road were different, though, as they were covered with the black plants, eventually destroying the hard cement. These were not the most depressing, though. The most desolate were the bones that were about to decay. These were human bones, which could be seen everywhere on the roadside. Judging from this scene, everyone should have died in an instant during the disaster 100 years ago. This was because the cars on the road were neatly lined up, just like during normal traffic. There were no signs of people making preparation for doomsday and fleeing for their lives. Howl. Arbai, look ahead. Something is wrong. As they reached the north of the city, the elf suddenly howled. Subai looked up and saw that the houses in front had already experienced the kind of weathering that could only appear after 300 or 400 years. The contrast between the two areas was very obvious, and it seemed that the further they went, the older the area looked. Roar. The flow of time in this place is different. Little Tyrant raised its head and looked at him. Do we still want to go in? Let's go in and have a look. If it doesn't work, we can come out. We can't give up halfway, but we can speed it up, said Subai after thinking about it. While they talked, he released the starry omnivore kraken. With this pet of his, the place could directly be swallowed if something bad occurred. After all, its current ability to devour was already strong enough to destroy an entire world. Even if time could not be swallowed, it could still swallow space, drawing the law of nothingness against the law of time. Also, even if these were not possible, as long as the kraken bought them some time, they could leave by teleporting away. After all, the clones of Planet I were practically everywhere in the city at this point, so there would be no problem when they wanted to leave. Although the power of time was terrifying, there was no way to restrict space transmission. Onum. Starry omnivore kraken walked in the forefront, looking like a foodie exploring the way. As they walked deeper and deeper, the flow of time inside became faster and faster, and the houses also became more and more dilapidated. Roar! Arbai, what's that? Little Tyrant pointed to some crystal flowers, which had suddenly appeared on the side of the road. These crystal flowers had all grown from human skulls and had a touch of time and fluctuated with power. In this depressing atmosphere, the mental fluctuations were very noticeable and gave them a faint sense of fear. They also seemed to feel fear at the sight of these flowers. Flower of startling time. This is a spiritual flower that has come to possess the power of time due to an intelligent life form dying in the rapid passage of time. Each flower has a terrifying dreamy realm, which contains the power of time and the spirit. Don't touch them, we have to speed up. The flow of time here is already 1,000 times that of the outside world. Subai maintained his eyes in front as he said this. Although this time flow was nothing to his pets, he himself could not stay long. He did not have that much lifespan to consume. Jumping directly onto Planet I, he let it float in the air and quickly moved toward the central area. Along the way, they saw many flowers of startling time. The nearer they were to the center, the faster the flow of time. When Subai saw the central area, the flow of time was already 10,000 times that of the outside world, which meant that it would only be 1 year after 10,000 years here. When he reached the central area, he finally understood the reason for the fast flow of time in this place. Roar. Sister Jade, isn't that your friend, Ultimate Invincible? Little Tyrant pointed to a figure lying on the ground in front and asked. Purple Jade glanced at the figure and then at the mobile phone wrapped in the stream shield not far away. Several dictionaries were basically also wrapped in the spiritual power ball. Indeed, this should be Ultimate Invincible's body. Arbai, is he dying? The elf looked at the figure below, having not expected that this would be the case when it finally saw Ultimate Invincible. Subai looked at Ultimate Invincible as well. It was floating 2 or 3 meters above the ground and seemed to have fallen asleep. Its appearance was very similar to the time demon outside the city. It also looked like a Jengar, but it was white and not black. It was like a rare heterochromatic ghost. However, it seemed to be in a state of unconsciousness at this moment. Its life force, along with the aura of the law of time, was steadily fading away. In fact, the acceleration of time around it was caused by itself. This rich law of time was not what it had perceived but rather its origin. At this time, its body was almost transparent and on the verge of dissipating. It was as if it would turn into a puff of smoke and dissipate at any time. It could be seen that it had been in this state for a very long time. No wonder it had not replied for a while despite the elf's continuous contact. This was probably the reason. What was pitiful was that the law of time on itself had changed the flow of time in the surroundings, further hastening its pace of death. I don't know, let me look. Subai shook his head lightly and checked the fellow's information. Time Ghost, a time ghost dual attribute monster, born at the birth of this time mystery world. It is the king of all time ghosts, it has a strong time and possesses the power of ghost origin. Later, for some reason, a special relic of the original time came to this world, suppressing it and turning it into the watchman of the vestige inheritance. Due to the world turbulence, the vestige opened ahead of time. The imprints left in the time ghost were broken as a result, and a large amount of time was absorbed by the original vestige, causing the time ghost to fall into a near-death state. Now, only the indoctrination of a large amount of time can save the time ghost and stop the plundering of the original vestige. Power of time? Seeing that a large amount of time power was needed, Subai found things a little difficult. Where could he find so much power of time? However, he could not leave it to die, either. Not to mention how adorable this fellow was, he must also find a way to save it, at least for Purple Jade. Judging by the two's previous chats, this fellow was quite the cute and adorable creature. Bye, is it hopeless? He did not speak for a long time, so Purple Jade could not help but worry. In fact, it could feel that this time ghost, which was about to die, was ultimate invincible. After all, the elf was a limitless beauty. It did not want to see its friend die on their first meeting. No, there's still hope. Let me give it a try. Subai shook his head. He jumped to the ground and took out a small vine from the contract book, which was the vine of all things absorbed. If it can absorb the power of this world's time, then this time ghost can still be saved. As he said that, he put the vine of all things absorbed on the ground. The spirit settled in it, guiding it to take roots and absorb this world's law of time. Really? Purple Jade flew over and looked at the vine of all things absorbed. Let me try. The time flow here is fast, we happen to have some time. Subai nodded. Fortunately, this time had a fast flow rate, so it gave him more time. After the vine of all things absorbed was planted, the roots spread throughout the entire city and then to the ends of the world in a short time. As something made by the world vine, it could really draw the power of time. With the spread of the root system, the strong breath of time gradually appeared on the vine of all things absorbed. Some transparent vines constructed entirely by the power of time also grew. After about half a day, a small transparent time attribute spiritual fruit appeared on the vine. Upon seeing the transparent fruit with a diameter of less than half a centimeter, Subai smiled happily and patted the elf's worried face. Don't worry. This little fellow can be saved. Howl. Thank you, bye. The elf happily threw itself into his arms and rubbed against him affectionately. Haha. It's a small thing. I also like this fellow very much. Subai laughed and then poured all his mental power into the vine of all things absorbed. However, this fruit was not mature yet and could only continue to accumulate the law of time. Howl. Oh, no. Bye, he seems about to dissipate. The elf suddenly howled. Subai looked up and saw that the dissipating speed of Ultimate Invincible's body had suddenly accelerated by a lot. The spiritual fruit would take a while to mature, and by then, it would be too late. Can't I heal him? The elf raised its head and asked. Purple Jade was quite afraid that this time ghost friend would completely dissipate before receiving treatment. No, in your friend's current state, any external force applied, even if it's your healing power, will just end up dissipating him. Subai shook his head. Ultimate Invincible was on the verge of dying, and if not for the fellow's ghost attribute, it would not have lasted for so long. Howl. Are we going to just watch him die like this? The elf was at a loss for a while. It had happily come over to visit this friend but had not expected this to become a possible farewell meeting. The Dino also pulled on Subai's clothes, feeling unbearable. Raw Tilda, don't you have any other remedies? Raw Tilda, do you think that my first dragon blood can save him? The dragon asked aloud. His other pets had a good relationship with the elf, so they naturally did not want to see it upset. That's even worse, it's too weak for that now. He shook his head. Hearing this, his pets could help but fall silent. They looked at the time ghost, which seemed about to be blown away with one breath, and were at a complete loss. They usually took pride in themselves for being extremely powerful and taking lives like drinking water. Now, they were helpless in front of a life that was about to dissipate. Especially the wood attribute purple jade, it understood the law of life and might even evolve into the goddess of life. Still, it was helpless in this situation, and this made its pride and arrogance disappear all at once. It turned out that it was so bad that it could not rescue a friend. Subai glanced at the elf and sighed. Forget it. Let me try this method, but it's a little risky. In fact, it was not completely impossible, but the risk of this method was just high, be it for the time ghost or himself. If this failed, the time ghost would die directly. As for him, this would become a stumbling block and hinder his development in the future. Fortunately, the data of this time ghost was very good and its various characteristics were also very powerful. You have another way? The elf asked in surprise. Still, you must prepare for the worst. In the case that I fail to save your friend, then he'll completely disappear. Subai shook his head. He summoned his contract book and turned over a blank contract page. A special 6-point star array composed of the law of life and the law of water lit up, and a ball of light went inside the time ghost, which was about to dissipate. As soon as the ball of light entered its body, before the contract law could even unravel, the body of the time ghost flashed, turned into wisps of white smoke, and dissipated. Roar. It failed, whispered the dino in this tense silence. The elf sighed, feeling very distressed. However, it did not cry or lament this loss, as it would only be useless. It should have been the one to save lives, but it was currently relying on Abai. Even if he failed, Purple Jade could not blame him. At this moment, the elf found that it seemed to have a deeper understanding of life. This was an insight that it had never had before. A sparse breath of life came from the heavens and the earth, and its realm naturally reached the high-level emperor. The law of life on its body also became stronger. Howl. No, I want to give it a try. Purple Jade raised the staff and controlled a breath of green life to enter Time Ghost's body, which had almost completely dissipated. This was its instant recovery ability, brought by the undead tree heart. After using this, the elf could restore a life instantly even when the patient was seriously injured. However, this ability only slowed down the dispersing speed of the time ghost and did not help to restore its life. The elf refused to give up, but the time ghost continued to dissipate still. However, because of the elf's persistence, the contract law incorporated in the ball of light slowly unfolded. A picture of a monster resembling a Jengar appeared on his blank contract page. It was a sign of the contract's success. Unfortunately, soon, this page of the contract book turned grey, meaning that the creature was going to die. Just when the time ghost was about to dissipate, the statue of the recorder of all things in his contract book suddenly exuded a water-blue stream and enveloped his contract book. Immediately afterward, a strong and ancient aura of water radiated from the statue of the mermaid, recorder of all things. The entire statue sank into the contract book and seemed to deepen its mark on it. If it had only been pasted on the contract book before, it was now fully inlaid on it. With the completion of its embedding, the ancient law of water diffused and penetrated the time ghost's body, which had almost fully dissipated. Then a miracle happened. This ancient source of water burst and, unexpectedly, took back the body of the time ghost, which had disappeared. It restored it to the original illusory dying point and then completely locked this state, such that it no longer continued to dissipate. The picture of the time ghost was fully formed on the contract page. Subai stared at this scene and was dumbfounded. This was a revival. It was too impressive. Raw. Was that the strength of the 4 great creation pets? It's too formidable. Little Tyrant also stared at his contract book. Even a mere token had managed to bring a creature back to life. The power of world law was truly formidable. Death was one of the most unalterable laws in the universe. It represented the dissipation of an individual in various dimensions, such as time and space. Resurrecting a life form was equivalent to fighting against the irrevocable law, erasing the recorded information and forcibly transforming the state. Little blood dragon. Roar. Turned A. We've really gained new insights today. Mewling fox. Sigma. Turned A. It was so scary. Purple jade. Sigma. Degree. Underscore the elf and the fox both looked dumbfounded. They already thought that the dust had settled, but it had been forcibly changed. Howl. Bye. You're amazing. The elf threw itself into his arms and hugged him for a while, just like a little kitten. Haha. It's mainly the recorder of all things doing. He could not help but smile happily. After a moment of excitement, everyone returned to a calm state and waited for the time to mature. Although the time ghost did not continue to lose its time origin, it was still very difficult for it to wake up. It was necessary to help it restore its origin with the soul of time. Fortunately, it had met Subai, who not only had the vine of all things absorbed but also had the token of the mermaid, recorder of all things. Otherwise, it would not have survived this. With the passage of time, the fist-sized spiritual fruit of the time attribute finally matured. It exuded a strong time Tao. Fortunately, it was not discoverable because of the time ghost. Subai picked the fruit and walked over to feed the time ghost with it. Planet I suddenly said, reporting to Bai, people are coming. There are 3 in total. According to my estimation, they should be the person who entered the city from the north. Hee. There really is a treasure here. It's a time spirit fruit. It'll be ours today. 3 seconds after the voice of Planet I fell, 3 golden dragons flew in, landed not far from Subai, and surrounded him. I didn't expect that our golden dragon clan would encounter this kind of treasure as soon as we came in. We've really struck gold. The leading blonde man laughed. Boy, hand over the things and we'll give you a way to survive. Don't you know our golden dragon clan? A woman with a hooked nose coldly shouted on Subai's left. The golden dragon clan? What *T is that? Subai glanced at the blonde man and said indifferently, kill them. I don't want to see these people again. On 'em. Following his command, a loud rumbling sound shook the earth, and the starry omnivore kraken appeared behind the blonde man. Just when the blonde man felt that something was off and slowly turned his head, a giant mouth had already closed over his head. No. A faint scream came from inside the kraken's mouth. After swallowing one man, it looked at the other man and woman. The expressions of these 2 people had completely changed. They were horrified, desperate, and terrified. No. What kind of monster is this? The hooked-nosed woman trembled involuntarily. Even a powerful golden dragon had been swallowed by this kraken. Feeling the terrifying aura of the monster, she knelt involuntarily. God, what kind of horrible existence had they provoked? This young man clearly only had low-level emperors, so how did all of these pets become so terrifying all of a sudden? The other man tried to keep quiet as he concealed his panic. He quietly rode a high-level emperor golden dragon and attempted to flee. He ran, and the horrible breath behind him dissipated. He finally heaved a sigh of relief, but when he looked up, he realized in horror that he had run into the mouth of the huge monster from moments ago. He just turned his head and wanted to look back when a strong suctioning force caused him to be swallowed into the kraken's stomach before he could even scream. The hooked-nosed woman on the side covered her mouth with her hands, with her eyes wide open and her body as soft as mud. In this gloomy and depressing atmosphere, especially after experiencing such terror, she had been completely frightened. Earlier, she had watched as her companion flew straight into the mouth of the huge monster with a weird smile of relief. Don't kill me, please. The sight of the starry omnivore kraken made her scream in terror, but having lost her wits at this point, she did not put up a resistance at all. However, at this moment of crisis, the golden dragon next to her took a shot by flapping its wings and letting out its breath. Instead of avoiding it, starry omnivore kraken opened its mouth wide and swallowed this breath directly. The dragon's skill could originally destroy a town with a single move, but at this time, it penetrated into a black hole and was left with no sound. No. I'm from the Golden Dragon clan. The hooked-nosed woman stared at starry omnivore kraken's widening mouth and let out a shrill scream. Alas, it only lasted for about a second before she disappeared completely. Roar. These poor people didn't even know what they just went up against. The dino shook its head pretentiously. It was impossible for ordinary people to think that while these pets seemed like emperors on the surface, they actually had sovereign-level might and had almost no opponents under the sovereign realm. Subai did not care much. What this so-called Golden Dragon clan owned were just some rubbish blood giant dragons, so there was no way that those people could compare with Yulong Gymnasium. It could be seen that the dragons were only a few hundred meters in size. The size of a real dragon was calculated in kilometers. Those trash dragons dared to wave an axe in front of him. They were simply looking for death. Okay, Mewling, 1314, keep an eye on our surroundings. Kill anyone whom you don't know the worth of, Subai said calmly. He could not reason logically with many people because they always felt that they were particularly strong and wanted to bully anyone who appeared weaker than themselves. No longer paying attention to the outside matters, he fused the time fruit in his hand with the time ghost's body. This spiritual fruit, which had absorbed the rich time lore of this world, had reached high-level sovereign grade. Hence, it contained a lot of Tao. After putting it into the time ghost's mouth, the fruit soon became a stream of energy which spread throughout Ultimate Invincible's body. Because of the mermaid, recorder of all things, all the energy did not spill as it circulated inside Time Ghost's body. Over time, its body slowly returned to a peculiar white color from being transparent and its breath gradually grew stronger. Jade, use your treatment skills now, it'll recover quickly if we use a two-pronged approach, he instructed. Howl Tilda, I understand. Nodding, the elf immediately took out the most powerful treatment in its skill tree. Under the two-pronged approach, Time Ghost recovered quickly. In fact, Subai's original method of treating it was to use his summoner life-sharing skill so that all pets could help it share the damage. However, it was so weak that it could not even bear being contracted. Fortunately, after the mermaid recorder of all things help, all of this had been perfectly resolved. After more than 3 hours, the breath of Time Ghost returned to low-level sovereign and it was no longer in danger of dying. Once the elf stopped its treatment, Time Ghost floated there quietly, seemingly fast asleep. Subai examined it and found that the problem was basically solved now. Still, it had to go to the original vestige. The plundering of it by that vestige had been reduced by 90% because of the mermaid recorder of all things, but it was still continuing. Seeing this refinement of the attributes at this time, he could not help but smile. Thankfully, his efforts had not been in vain. Name, race, Time Ghost, monster, gender, male, level, low-level commander, attribute, time, ghost, darkness, features, passive, nothingness, exclusive characteristic of the ghost attribute. It can be transformed into nothingness, hence becoming immune to physical attacks. Shadow step, an active feature. Specify one of the opponent's pets and it cannot be kept into the contract book. Lost in the night, in the dark night or a dark environment, its strength will increase by 3 times and its concealment ability will increase by 5 times. Nightmare, in a dark environment, there is an 80% probability that it can induce a nightmare to an opponent. If the target falls into a nightmare, the Time Ghost can eat it, resulting in the target's death. This can be seen through by spirit monsters and will have no effect on them. Lights off, an active feature, a weather-type characteristic. By turning off the lights, everything will fall into darkness. This can be broken in an environment with the sun. Without light attribute characteristics of direct sunlight or a bright source of light, this skill effect cannot be broken. Time Cage, an active feature. For a limited period, the Time Ghost can trap the opponent on a time loop. This feature can also let it jump into a marked period in the past. Time Ghost, a passive feature. Triggered after a serious injury. This can make the time on one's body go backward and restore them to the state of not having injury. This feature can only be triggered 3 times a day. Skills, Shadow Ball, Hypnosis, Hidden Shadow, Shadow Curse, Dark Night Attack, Nightmare, Time Break, Consummate Skill, Time Stop, Consummate Skill, Time Acceleration, Consummate Skill, Restraint, Earth Attribute, Physical Attacks, and Time Attribute have powerful restraining effects on most attributes. Weaknesses, Light Attribute, Spirit Attribute, Evolution Direction, none. Introduction, the Time Ghost was born when the world had powerful control of time. At present, the loss of its origin is serious and it urgently needs to be supplemented. *********. Looking at this fellow's data panel, Subai felt that there was really nothing to fault. This was a godly pet. It was not in vain that he had spent so much energy saving it. Hassi. At this time, the time ghost finally woke up and let out a lovely cry. It looked at Subai with a big smile, then flew over, and rubbed his arm. The fellow knew it had been saved by him, so it kept expressing its gratitude to him. It was very affectionate with him, as if it were a cutie that he had cultivated since childhood. Ha ha ha. Don't just thank me, thank Purple Jade as well. Because of her, I managed to find and save you. Subai caressed the fellow's head. Although this was a ghost, it was still tangible when it was not in the state of nothingness. Time Ghost felt cold to the touch, and its texture was like a balloon filled with cold water. It was too comfortable to touch, so he could not help but keep caressing it. Hassi. It flew out of his arms, flew to the elf, and circled around the other, communicating constantly with it. Howl Tilda, that's right. I'm Purple Jade, I came here to see you specially. Purple Jade smiled and happily shook hands with Time Ghost. Hassi. Ultimate Invincible held the elf's hand gratefully and licked it with its big tongue. He looked at these gifts and saw that they were all good things. The various crystal nuclei, mineral veins, spiritual fruit, and spiritual flowers were all Emperor grade and above, some were at the Sovereign grade, too. In addition to these on the ground, it held 2 pendants which exuded a breath of time. It floated to his side and gave him a big smile. Ultimate Invincible placed a diamond pendant on his belt and said telepathically, I'll protect you. Haha. Thank you, you can call me Arbai. How about I call you Time Ghost? He caressed its head and smiled happily. Although this guy might have existed for tens of thousands of years, its mind was still as simple as the elf. Hassi. Hearing that Subai had given it a name, its eyes lit up with a happy smile. It lifted its claws and used spiritual power to condense the word Time Ghost in the air, indicating that it could write and that it liked the name very much. Haha. You're so smart. Subai caressed its head and allowed its big tongue to lick his hand. It was a creature of energy, and its tongue was also formed by that. Its touch was cold but did not leave any traces behind. After being affectionate with him for a while, it ran to the elf again and put another crescent-shaped pendant around the other's neck. It could be seen that these were all things polished by itself, which were full of strong time power. Through the pet interface, Subai learned that this thing was called the Origin Time Crystal. Wearing the pendant not only prevented the elf from being affected by ordinary time attacks and interferences, it could also record and mark the time its wearer experienced. This mark could make what the elf experienced different in the long river of time and could conveniently change time through the crystal stone by either saving or helping the elf jump out of the long river of time. It was an incomparably precious treasure, usually only produced when a world of origin was born. Howl Tilda, I prepared a gift for you, too. This is the latest tablet. There are many games you've never played before on this. Purple Jade took out a brand new tablet from its storage pendant. Hassi. Thank you. Seeing this exquisite tablet, Time Ghost was unbelievably elated. It first stuck its face to the tablet and then to Purple Jade. After inspecting the tablet for a bit, Ultimate Invincible could not help but start 2 games right away. Its originally dilapidated phone lagged too much. However, under the elf's dissuasion, it decided to play later, instead. The priority was meeting the other comrades, such as the dino and the fox. Raw. The ores you provided are really delicious. Little Tyrant roared happily. Hassi. Upon hearing this, Time Ghost immediately took out another pile and gave everything to the dino. It soon established a deep friendship with the latter. Mewling Fox, Peepee Kraken, Planet Eye, and Blood Dragon also greeted it. After getting to know all of them, Time Ghost was deeply impressed with its new master's team. None of them was ordinary. It originally reckoned that it was already very strong, but now it was a little worried. Time Ghost, can you take me to the origin vestige in the center of the city now? I want to find out its data. Your physical problem hasn't been completely resolved, you must go to the origin vestige to eliminate it completely, said Subai as he caressed his new pet's head. Hassi. Time Ghost nodded, indicating that it could take him over because it knew a shortcut. Through its thoughts, he had already understood what was going on with the origin time vestige. After the origin world was broken, a fragment of its law of time wrapped around a sleeping time attribute pet egg. It was the egg of a time dragon, a pure time pet. However, that egg broke and was demonized for some reason, hence emitting a strange and unknown aura. Ultimate Invincible had seen it once and had noticed that the egg was covered with transparent hair, exuding weirdness and lack of detail. This origin vestige had come to Time Ghost's world about 10,000 years ago and loaded Blue Planet with its world more than 100 years ago. It swallowed the Vatican, gaining massive power of faith. Unexpectedly, it woke up again 2 months ago and started swallowing the power of time, nearly causing Ultimate Invincible's death. A fragment of its soul entered the origin vestige, of which the time flow was very turbulent. The flow velocity in the centermost area was 100 times faster than that of the outside world. A lot of time treasures and monsters were inside it, too. Time did not age insects that were invisible to the naked eye and could not be touched. If one was parasitized, they would die as the insect would eat away all of their time and their vitality. The strand of Time Ghost's soul, which had been pulled away at that time, was sealed in the altar where the Time Dragon egg was located. It was the guardian of the origin vestige, after all. As long as the origin imprint on its soul recovered, Time Ghost could recover by itself. In fact, Ultimate Invincible was originally about to reach the immortal grade, but because its strand of origin soul had been forcibly taken and its origin had been continuously sucked away, its realm had steadily dropped. It was currently a sovereign entity entirely because of Subai's time fruit. "Come on. Let's go." He caressed his newly acquired pet's head. At this moment, a low rumbling sound came from the earth. What happened? Subai quickly looked at the ground. He saw numerous large cracks appearing on it and spreading toward the whole world with Rome as the center. Some cracks even appeared in the sky. Roar. This world has just died, for its origin has been extracted, the Dino roared in shock. Hassie. Time Ghost also showed a trace of horror. "Oh, no. We'll have to go faster." Time Ghost said that the law of time is being extracted now. When it's completely extracted, this world will be without time. This is a sign of self-protection from the Time Dragon, and it's making up for its body at the same time. After understanding Time Ghost's meaning, Subai's expression changed. Once this world became without time, he would be trapped here with his current strength. He, hence, must hurry up. "Time, lead the way. Let's hurry into the origin vestige." Subai smiled. He felt that some big shots had entered the origin vestige at this time, such that even the Time Dragon felt intense danger and wanted to transform this world into one without time just so it could protect itself. This type of time extraction was way more powerful than the vine of all things absorbed's absorption rate. As Time Ghost pointed the way, he made Planet Eye hide its spiritual breath once more. Then he asked Starry Omnivore Kraken to use its dark diving to increase their concealment. They quickly left the north of the city and arrived at the center of Rome. Here, the original buildings were no longer visible and only a large entrance could be seen standing. Hassie. Ultimate Invincible pointed the way, saying that there was a shortcut to the deeper part of the origin vestige. Subai found a small space crack and entered it. After a long period of darkness, a grey and broken world appeared in front of his eyes. This world was very strange, as there was no real sky. The ground was the earth, mountains, and rivers, while the sky was the earth, mountains, and rivers hanging upside down. And sometimes the earth and the high mountains in the sky were even connected. The plants on the earth and the plants hanging down from the sky covered his field of vision, making it impossible to see far. From time to time in the grey sky, he could see some transparent insects with flat mouths and sharp teeth that showed their body shapes. These were the so-called timeless insects, which looked very disgusting and terrifying. In particular, there were even more of such insects in the air. Hassie. Time Ghost pointed to the ground, indicating that it was better to go deeper and not to fly because the air was much more dangerous than the ground. Planet Eye, let's fly down. Subai landed on the ground and had Planet Eye fly close to it. After flying for a short distance, His pets felt violent spiritual fluctuations on the mountain col not too far in front. They sensed that the battle scene was very big. Roar. Let's go check the fighting out. Maybe we can even find that Dick guy. Let's teach him a lesson if we do. The dino tugged on his sleeves and roared. Hassie. Time Ghost shook its head and said that he could not detour to other roads as this was the nearest and safest route to their destination. It knew that there was a time fruit in that mountain col, and they were probably trying to get that. Then let's continue, Subai said in response. Planet I continued moving forward, and they soon came to the mountain kernel. As expected, two groups were fighting for the time spirit fruit. Roar. How coincidental. We've actually ended up bumping into Dick. Little Tyrant showed an expression of excitement. Two groups of people, four on either side, were fighting in full swing in this location. It could be seen that these guys had contracted time pets. Although there was no way to take out the pets here, if they did not form contracts with time pets, it would be really hard to move an inch. Bye, are we going to make a move? The elf turned and asked. Forget it. We'll leave with the spirit fruit. The people fighting for the treasures are all small-time mercenaries. The real powerhouses should have almost reached the central area, so there's no point in exposing ourselves to the ones present here. Taking a look at the people below, Subai shook his head. Although it would only take a moment to kill them, it was unnecessary. He would rather not expose himself if it could be helped, so he decided to proceed and get the business done, instead. As for Dick, he would leave a mark and then come back for him. Planet I flew past the low-level Emperor Time Fruit, while Time Ghost went ahead and picked it up quickly. Who stole the spirit fruit? Show yourself. As soon as the spirit fruit disappeared, the two sides who were fighting stopped and immediately blocked the surrounding area, activating various detection skills to check the surroundings. However, Planet I had already flown out of the area. Subai turned his head and changed his voice to reply, Dick, see you in the same place. Thank you for telling me about this. Upon hearing that, these people, including those on the man's side, immediately turned their eyes on Dick. No. It's got nothing to do with me. That person is slandering me. This is blatant slander. Everyone, listen to me. I don't even know who that person is. Dick backed away again and again, unable to explain himself. He could not understand why that person would frame him, and most importantly, how they knew his name. You don't know him? Why would he know your name if you're not acquainted? The person on his side also felt his trust crumbling instantly, thinking that he had been tricked by Dick. His eyes grew more and more unfriendly. No, you guys are being unreasonable. Seeing that the situation was deteriorating, Dick turned around and ran away with his pets. There was no way to explain this clearly, so his only choice was to flee. On the other side, right after Subai took the spirit fruit with time acceleration, he arrived at the center of the origin vestige under Time Ghost's guidance. The function of this time attribute spirit fruit was to speed up the flow of time by 1,000 times after consumption, lasting for 3 days and effective to any existence. Hing tilde Abai, that Dick is dead. My spiritual imprint on him has disappeared. Mewled mewling fox suddenly. Roar. This is an effortless victory. Abai, you're amazing. The dino curried favor with him. All right. Subai nodded nonchalantly. He turned to look at Time Ghost, hoping that they could find a shortcut. This place not only had layers of time barriers but also many powerful time monsters. If he wanted to reach the center, he would have to move forward layer by layer. Hassie. Ultimate Invincible was quite embarrassed and used its tiny paw to point at the barrier, indicating that it could pass through this time barrier by itself but could not lead others inside. Furthermore, it could not pass through the deepest barrier alone. Can you bring this phone in? Subai asked. The phone was a non-living thing, so it might be able to pass through. Hassie. Time Ghost nodded, indicating that the phone could get through. It easily walked through the barrier with the phone. The next moment, Planet Eye released a golden light and soon appeared within the barrier. It worked. He grinned and nodded. Time Ghost widened its eyes in surprise. Haha. Go on. You go ahead, he touched its head and said. Nodding, Time Ghost held the phone and continued moving forward. In just a few minutes, Subai passed through the barrier that dozens of individuals had spent their lives trying to pass through.
Bai, look over there.
As they came to the center, they could see some other people. Subai turned his head to look, a little surprised. Young Master Wang Yize is here with Xiao Yulong and Zhu Lingen. Even Wei Qingqing is here. Judging from this lineup, it seems that they're conspiring something big. He did not expect that these people would appear here. He understood why Wang Yize and the others were together, but he felt quite strange to see Wei Qingqing with them. The relationship between the top 10 peak gymnasiums and the imperial families was not so good. That Wang Yize is terrifying. Look at his few tricks, this time barrier is unable to bear it. Little Tyrant pointed to the guy, who was continuously attacking the barrier. His moves were not fancy, and he attacked with thunder and lightning. With every punch, the barrier broke a little. It seemed that because their gazes were too focused on the man, the others sensed it and looked in their direction as he revealed a hint of suspicion. What a keen insight! Subai retracted his gaze, a little surprised. He was very curious about what Wang Yize's divine skill was. He only knew that the man's divine skill allowed him to use monster skills with a human body, but he did not understand the specifics. This divine skill made the guy very eye-catching as he could use pet skills. In some respects, it was similar to Chen Ruoshue's card skill but was also completely different. Let's not care about them anymore and just keep going. He went to a place where there was no one and then used the same method again. Wang Yize once more looked in the direction where Subai had left, always feeling that something or someone had been watching him earlier. What's the matter? From nearby, Wei Qingqing of the giant Kraken Gymnasium asked this aloud. It's nothing. I just felt someone looking at me. Wang Yize shook his head. One group of people were Easterners, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman. All of them were standing behind a person, who was wearing a loose white robe. Subai could not see the face of the person in white robe, but from where he was, the person looked more than 2.5 meters tall. What shocked him was that the 2 men and 1 woman following the white-robed person were surrounded by immortal monsters. In other words, these 3 people were at least quasi-legendary pet tamers that had surpassed the Heavenly King level. To be followed by these people, the strength of the white-robed man must be even more terrifying. Subai did not dare to look at him long, for fear of being discovered. In addition to these Easterners were 2 other groups. One had 5 members, led by what seemed like an old missionary, who was a red bishop costume. The strongest of these 5 was the old missionary. He had a light attribute immortal monster called Sacred Beetle on his shoulder. Some scarlet blood could be seen on its wing cases. The third group comprised 7 people, and all of whom were Westerners. The leader was a young girl with silver hair and elven ears. This young girl was so beautiful that it made people feel deeply trapped in her appearance. No pets followed her, but Subai felt a threat coming from her, which was no weaker than the elderly missionary. Beside this girl were 6 men in knight uniforms. They protected her in the center. At this time, the 2 groups had united and were looking solemnly at the one led by the white-robed man. No way. The lineup of the group with the white-robed person was too terrifying. Although their number was few, they had immortal monsters, and the strength of each one was comparable to the old missionary and the silver-haired, elven-eared girl. Be the person the old missionary or the silver-haired elven-eared girl, both were only Heavenly King-level pet tamers and were far from the white-robed person's group. Subai felt that, even if they worked together, they might not be the opponents of the white-robed person's group. Bai, I can feel a dragon aura from that white-robed man. His pet dragon's voice sounded in his head. The silver-haired girl with elven ears also has extraordinary power in her body, the elf chimed in. Subai nodded, a little at a loss for words. This meant that besides Wang Yize, 2 more existences could use monstrous power with their human body. Not daring to look longer, he raised his head and said, "Let's go and find an area far from them. Let's leave here quickly." These people were so formidable and were all-powerful beings comparable to Dragon King Amethyst, so he would try not to provoke them as much as possible. Fortunately, the barrier was round, so it was relatively simple to avoid other people. Away from these people, Subai continued using the method so that they could move forward. This method could only be used by him, and even if other people wanted to use it, They did not have a monster like the time ghost that could pass through the barriers unimpeded. This should be his only advantage, and he must make good use of it. After a series of transmissions, he reached the deepest part, which was 10 kilometers away from where the altar was located. Hassi. Time Ghost pointed to the barrier in front, indicating that this was the last barrier it could get through. Afterward, even if there were 3 barriers left, it would be unable to get in. It's okay. Let's see how this goes. Subai touched its head and said. Hassi. Ultimate Invisible was very happy to be touched and cried joyfully before flying off with the mobile phone. Planet I immediately teleported over. A golden light flashed, and just as it was about to teleport, a special law aura activated, entangling it. Reporting to our there's a causal teleportation array on this barrier. We've triggered it ourselves, and it's currently impossible to predict the destination. The anxious voice of Planet I rang about. Subai's face changed. He had not expected that this would happen. He was a little surprised as he looked at the already formed teleportation law. He was about to be teleported away, but he did not know where he would end up at. Furthermore, his advantage of having a lead would disappear. Pee-pee, swallow it quickly. In this moment of crisis, Subai looked at the starry omnivore kraken next to him. To escape this kind of causal teleportation, he could only rely on this pet of his to break the law of causation. As soon as his voice fell, it rushed forward and opened its mouth to gnaw on the power of the law entwined outside Planet I. It then swallowed the remaining power of the law with a flick of its tail. Hassi. Time Ghost ran back in fright and waved its small paw, indicating that it did not know that this would be the case. It's okay. Not your fault. Subai caressed its head. 1314. Try it again. After attempting to teleport again, they smoothly passed through the barrier and were not redirected this time. It might be because the law had been swallowed by starry omnivore kraken. Upon entering this barrier, the origin vestige surroundings became more and more intense. Most of the plants were also hundreds and thousands of years older compared to outside this barrier. Are there any treasures around here, especially the ones that contain the law of life? Subai touched Time Ghost's head, already obsessed with this soft and cool skin. It was so comfortable to touch. Hassi. Ultimate Invincible pulled him forward as it motioned for him to follow it. There's a treasure. He glanced at it questioningly. Hassi. It nodded and pointed in a direction. He followed it and soon came to a small lake in the middle of a high mountain. The lake was crystal clear, so he could see the fine sand and pebbles at the bottom. In the center of this lake were 3 lotus flowers in full bloom. They had golden stamens, pink-white petals, and touches of purple at the tip of the petals, making them look cool and elegant. Apart from these 3 lotus flowers, the lake had 1 golden carp. This lake is spiritual water that contains the breath of life, exclaimed Purple Jade in surprise. Raw. I feel that this koi can increase my lifespan for thousands of years after consumption, Little Tyrant said. Hassi. Time Ghost nodded to show its agreement. It lifted a paw, and its law of time fluctuated, removing all the time-life dual attribute bugs hidden nearby. In a short time, it dispelled millions of time-life bugs. Hassi. It looked at Subai to say that there was no danger around anymore. He nodded and focused on the 3 lotus flowers. Lotus of life, it has existed for more than 1,000,000 years. This ancient life can absorb the breath of life and the laws of the void. Its lotus roots grow by 1 centimeter every 100,000 years. The lotus roots are the crystallization of the law of life. Anyone who dies for no more than a day can achieve the effect of being resurrected from the dead, and if taken by a living being, it can increase their corresponding lifespan. Longevity koi. The special koi living in the lake of life can increase the lifespan of its consumer by 100,000 years. At the same time, they will live the longevity of the koi and get a chance to make a lucky wish. Hassi. Sigh. Time Ghost pointed to the lucky koi and said that there were originally 2 here, but it had eaten one, which was very delicious. It also wished that someone could come rescue it from the sea of suffering, and Arbai came. Its prayer had not been wasted. Subai. This was indeed a very good opportunity for him. After thinking about it, He took out a liquid storage bottle and filled it with the water and then captured the longevity koi from the small lake.
Howl. Bye, I'll dig lotus roots for you.
With a wave of its staff, the elf moved the fine sands at the bottom of the lake, and jade-like lotus roots, 10 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide, were exposed. Jade, leave 1 centimeter and help me remove the 9 centimeters behind, he glanced at the elf and said. These lotus roots also seemed to have been eaten. The time flow inside was 100,000 times that of the outside world. More than 90,000 days passed outside with 1 day here. These roots were estimated to have been mutilated by Time Ghost.
Okay.
The elf nodded and summoned spiritual power to cut the 9 centimeters off. The lotus roots had extremely tenacious lives and could grow back again. Subai took one of the lotus roots and put the rest in a storage bottle containing lake water. He would find a new environment where he could continue raising the lotus flowers.
I won't give you this one.
I want to try seeing if I can upgrade my contract book from the amethyst to epic grade, he said with the treasure crystallized by the law of life in his hand.
Raw.
Although I really want to eat it, it's more important for you to be promoted, so I will refrain from eating that. Little Tyrant looked at the lotus root in his hand, then went to the bottom of the lake, and picked up the stones, which had been soaked in the water of life for a long time, to gnaw on them. These things were also tasty. Subai summoned his contract book and placed the lotus root in his hand on it. His mental power had long been restored, and it was more than enough to promote his contract book to the epic grade. The contract book soon felt the rich law of life contained in the lotus root. The power of the law of a lake spread from it. Soon, the lotus root turned into a stream of light, which merged with the contract book. After that, Subai felt that his mental power started increasing. The golden sun in the center of his sea of consciousness steadily weakened, and soon more than half was gone. Only when 1/10 was left did this stop. This made Subai feel a little surprised. He did not expect that much of his mental power would be drawn when it was more than 1,000 times more than ordinary people. One must know that he had only drawn 1,000th of his mental power when he was promoted to the amethyst grade. At the epic grade, this number had increased exponentially. It was no wonder that the number of pet tamers dropped sharply at the heavenly king grade. This threshold was too high, and ordinary people, who did not have external assistance of soul crystals, would find it too difficult to break through. He guessed that even 10 years of mental power was not enough. With the completion of the extraction of his mental power, his amethyst contract book exuded a ray of light, and the number of contract pages had increased to a total of 50 pages. Each star of the epic grade contract book would increase the pages by 7. As the pages of the contract were added and completed, the promotion of the contract book was concluded. From its appearance, the contract book was still amethyst-like, other than the pattern on it becoming much more intricate and some green stream appearing around it, which served as an isolation part of the contract book. In addition to these things, the epic grade contract book kept drawing the power of the law in the void to perfect itself, which was an ability that the amethyst grade one did not possess. It even attracted the power of the corresponding laws to the pets in the contract pages, helping them perceive evolution. This kind of blessing was always present and was a very good function for pets. On top of all those things, Subai found that his contract book had awakened 2 summoner skills. One skill was called Life Seed. This skill allowed him to collect a strand of soul and origin of contracted pets to form a life seed. If a pet of his died in battle or due to various reasons, he could collect everything about it through the life seed, and after a long period of gestation, the pet could be brought back to life. The more precious and special the pet and the higher the level, the longer it would take to be resurrected. Even so, this was still a terrifying skill, better than the divine skills of most pet tamers. A pet tamer's greatest fear was that the pet would die in battle. With the life seed skill, it did not matter how long it would take, for their pet could be resurrected eventually, could it not? Subai felt that this could definitely be called a divine skill. The other pet tamer skill was not of the life attribute but rather of the water attribute, which should have come from the mermaid, recorder of all things. The name of this skill was called Water Card, and it allowed Subai to use the pet skills in the contract book. That was, as long as the pet had signed a contract with him, and he had not released it in the contract book, he could directly use the pet's skill through the contract book. Seeing this summoner skill, Su-bai was completely shocked, feeling that it was a dream. This was another Pet Tamer skill that could hold a candle to a divine skill. Although he could not use the skill when he sent out the pet like Wang Yiza, with the contract book, it was already pretty incredible to Su-bai. With this divine skill, the problem of having a weak body as a pet tamer was completely solved. Generally speaking, even if the pet could be released in seconds during an attack, the pet would still have a reaction time. With this water card skill, he could directly issue a powerful skill to protect himself. If anyone wanted to avoid his pet and attack him, they would be taught a good lesson and might be greeted with a powerful skill. In the future, there would be no need to just stand behind and command his pets. At critical moments, he could use the contract book to attack his opponent actively. This could greatly increase the combat effectiveness of him as a pet tamer. Now that this shortcoming was eliminated, his battle effectiveness could be said to have doubled. Of course, all of this was fundamentally dependent on his pets. Although the water card skill of the pet tamer was strong, it was actually a borrowed power from one of his pets. Howl. Was the harvest great? The elf asked with excitement upon seeing Su-bai cheer. Ear. Little tyrant, Sigma, turned A, time ghost, Sigma, degree, _howl, _bai, hurry up and gather a life seed for all of us. This summoner skill is really too powerful. The elf widened its eyes and said. The dino hugged his thigh. Roar. My great _bai, I also want a life seed so that I won't be afraid of death in the future. Time Ghost also clung onto his arm. Hassie. Even Little Blood Dragon and Mewling Fox expressed their desires for their respective life seeds. This way, they could be resurrected even after they died. Even the simple-minded starry omnivore kraken made a rumbling sound, indicating that it also wanted one. Ha. Don't worry, everyone. No need to fight as I can condense a life seed for each of you. Su-bai looked at his enthusiastic pets and said. After mobilizing his contract book, he first condensed a life seed for the elf. As its soul and origin were extracted, combined with the law of life condensed by the contract book, a light green pattern appeared on the elf's contract page. At the same time, in its space, a green ball of light appeared and exuded a breath of life. This ball of light lay on an altar as it pulsated faint fluorescence. Howl. I feel like I have gained a deeper connection with the contract book and with _bai. The elf blinked and said coquettishly. Roar. It's my turn now. The dino ran over eagerly. Who did not want to have an extra life? Su-bai finished making life seeds for all his pets, including the 10 krakens. The only one that had no condensed life seed was the ice phoenix, which had left him. According to what he perceived from his contract book, that runaway pet of his was only a mid-level emperor. This was as he expected. Yes, it was talented and hard-working, but it was too cautious and did not seek opportunities. Naturally, it would have a difficult time advancing without any treasures to aid it. After thinking about it, he still initiated a life seed application through their contract link. He wanted to help the phoenix condense a life seed if it would allow that, as it was still contracted to him at the end of the day. Furthermore, the impact of its death would be too great on him. There was no way that he would know that the ice phoenix had become accustomed to the life of an ordinary seagull, taking its breath on an ice cliff and absorbing the element of ice between heaven and earth. Quack. The ball of light, which had suddenly appeared in front of it, made the phoenix jump up as it thought that a monster had discovered and was now attacking it. The phoenix opened its mouth and threw 1,000 miles freeze skill, instantly freezing the sea, fish, and shrimps below. However, the ball of light in front of it was still there. After finding that the light sphere posed no danger, the phoenix exhaled deeply. Quack. It turned out to be something my owner had sent over. Scared me to death. Changing to a safe environment again, it cautiously sensed the ball of light in front of it, and then became a little ashamed. I didn't expect such a good thing. Master still remembers me, and hasn't forgotten about me yet. Ever prudent, once it determined that the light sphere was not dangerous and could even allow itself to be reborn if it died, the phoenix did not hesitate to swallow the ball, allowing it to take away a trace of its soul and origin. I didn't expect _bai to have advanced so quickly. Ice Phoenix remembered the scene when it left its master. At that time, it thought that it would definitely advance faster than he did and that Master might even become a stumbling block and a hindrance to its promotion. In the end, the Phoenix found that after leaving, it was no better off. In 3 years' time, Subai had actually risen by 3 levels, from an elite to a heavenly king pet tamer. Every once in a while, it felt shocked when it sensed the promotion of Subai's contract book. The Phoenix had already gone to many places and seen many things. Although it was still very cautious, it had already understood that, while this world was indeed dangerous, those powerful monsters did not exist everywhere. It had indeed been overly cautious in the past. Ice Phoenix actually regretted leaving its master. Feeling the power of some laws appearing out of thin air inside its body, the Phoenix knew that this was the benefit that Subai had brought to itself upon his promotion to the Heavenly King-level summoner. Purple Jade and the others may already be sovereigns. Looking at the snowy white world before it, Ice Phoenix had mixed emotions. Shaking its head, it decided not to dwell on these matters anymore and to work harder, instead. The Phoenix has accepted the offer. It seems that she's still afraid of death as always. Subai looked at the newly condensed life seed on the contract page, which belonged to the Ice Phoenix, and could not help but shake his head. Thinking about it carefully now, he had truly let the Ice Phoenix go at the beginning in a fit of pique. In fact, as a newly hatched pet that was still bound by the ideological stamp of the world is very dangerous in its memory, the Phoenix's behavior then was normal. On the contrary, it was his fault as an adult for being petty with a had-yet-to-mature pet. Moreover, if something did happen to Ice Phoenix, he would be implicated. How? Did Ice Phoenix condense the life seed? The elf looked at his contract book and asked. Yes, she did. He nodded in response. Roar! What level is Ice Phoenix now? Asked the Dino, feeling curious. She's already a mid-level emperor and even reached that grade in such a short time by herself. Look at how you are. He poked Little Tyrant and gave it a side eye. Roar! She only focuses on cultivating all day long, no one can compare with her. The Dino shrugged, not threatened at all. It had no wish to compete with Ice Phoenix. Time Ghost, are there any good treasures around? Subai rubbed the ghost's head. Hassi. Ultimate Invincible shook its head to say that there was no more and that there was only one treasure in this part. Okay, we can't delay any longer. The others are about to catch up, we have to find a way to break through the last 3 barriers. Subai looked at the barrier in the distance and said after adjusting his mood. There were relatively few treasures in this ruin because the flow of time was too fast and many treasures could not survive besides the excellent treasures. Subai had only collected treasures at this level. One reason was that he did not want to expose himself, another was that there were only a few barriers from the innermost point. By the time those people arrived here, he had already entered the next layer. Also, from here on, the quality of the treasures rose linearly. Roar! Just let Pee-Pee bite a few holes on it directly. After we go in, let it swallow the space near the hole and bring out the mist of destruction. It's a great idea since the other people can't enter that way, either. The Dino took out a piece of ore and fed it to the starry omnivore kraken, which swallowed it happily. It was always easy forming a deep friendship with it, one just had to give the kraken food. All right. Let's give that a try, then. Subai glanced at the eager starry omnivore kraken and then nodded. Indeed, compared to other methods, this was the fastest and the least labor-intensive. After flying to the third-to-last barrier, he glanced at his pet kraken. Onum. With a flick of its tail, Pee-Pee Kraken rushed out directly and opened its mouth to swallow the barrier. However, with 2 bangs, it bounced back directly. Despite biting down on it, the barrier remained intact. Subai checked it for any injury and fortunately found none. Onum Tilda the Kraken shook its head, indicating that its posture had been wrong and that it would like to try again. It then flew to the edge of the barrier first, opened its mouth to swallow the nearby space, and spread its body to both sides, eating up most of the sky and the ground. Subai did not stop the Kraken and just let it enjoy eating. As it swallowed more and more areas, the mist of destruction spread. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that it was present inside the barrier. Onum Tilda Pee-Pee Kraken flew over and indicated for Subai and the others to enter its mouth as it would take them across the mist of destruction.
Don't you swallow us down.
He patted its head. Onum tilde, / the kraken nodded as it told him not to worry. Just as he was about to open his mouth and exhort it again, it grew bigger and opened its huge mouth to swallow them all in. Subai only felt that it had gotten dark before everything was swallowed by this darkness. From a distance, he could see rows of gigantic snow-white peaks, each of which was higher than Mount Everest. He knew that those were the teeth of the starry omnivore kraken. Everything else was fine, there was no strange smell of the ilk. In fact, it was very clean and hygienic inside his pet's mouth. Howl tilde brother Peepee's mouth is really big, the elf exclaimed. After a bit, starry omnivore kraken opened its mouth and vomited them out. Onum. The kraken rushed to Subai's arms as it flicked its tail again, indicating that they had passed through. Subai looked around and saw the layer of transparent barrier. They were already inside the barrier. Further away, he could faintly see some aura fluctuations. Those people were not far behind them. Howl. Arbai, those people should have caught up. They're only several layers away. Some of the vegetation I left behind has just perceived violent fluctuations of spiritual power, which should have been caused by them breaking the barriers, howled the elf. Let's see if there are any treasures on this layer. If there aren't any, we'll go to the next layer as soon as possible. Subai smiled. His pets immediately started exploring. Not long after, a dark attribute treasure was discovered on this floor, a bunch of weird skeletons. This pile of skeletons were all immortal monsters when they were still alive. Most of their energy had been absorbed by the bear-like skeleton in the middle, so its skeleton looked like tungsten steel. In fact, even the dino expended much effort just to get it. Raw. If the souls of these skeletons hadn't all dissipated, they would have definitely become departed spirits, Little Tyrant said. Subai put away the skeletons and said, let's go to the next layer. Once we pass through that, we'll reach the central area. The bear-like skeleton contained almost the complete lore of darkness, especially since it was an immortal monster when alive. As such, the immortal Tao blood and seeds were integrated into it. It was a good thing, but he had no time to study it for the time being. Starry omnivore kraken repeated its previous maneuver and soon brought everyone across the barrier. The temperature of this layer was a lot colder. Subai looked around and found two good things. One was a time crystal of the ice attribute, containing a complete lore of ice and a lot of time force. Once taken, it could let nearly billion years of vicissitudes of ice crystal formation. If detonated, its power could permanently freeze a world. The other was an ancient crystal with a high concentration of the lore of time. Its function was to return the user to 3 minutes ago, but it was limited to one existence. These were extremely precious treasures, as only a few fragments of the origin world had formed after countless years. Let's go across this barrier to reach the central altar. Subai stood in front of the barrier. It was unfortunately not transparent, so he could not see what was on the other side of it. Hassi. Time Ghost expressed that it could perceive its own soul inside. Onum tilde starry omnivore kraken continued to use its previous method. Although this barrier was strong and brimmed with mist of destruction and the law of nothingness was unattainable, it still easily passed through this last barrier. The last layer was still a dark environment, which was very suitable for sleeping. Subai even guessed that this might be one of the reasons. In the central area, he could clearly see an altar with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer. The altar had many carvings or formations of mysterious patterns. Countless monster bones could be seen on top of the altar. They all had different time aura. Looking closely, the monster bones were actually immortal level or even eternal level. However, at this moment, the lore of time on their body was already very thin. It seemed like they had been absorbed by the large pet egg in the center. In the center of the altar was a 3-meter-tall pet egg. This was the complete time attribute pet, Time Dragon, that Time Ghost had mentioned before. At this time, the dragon egg appeared in that dreamy translucent color. Apart from being a little bigger, the whole egg looked unremarkable. Only the breath of time around it showed its difference. On top of the egg was a huge crack over 1/2 meter. Having been almost fully repaired, only this crack could be seen. It was from this crack position that the long hair-like transparent tentacles swelled out, which spread to almost all the area, and even farther, above the altar. The time dragon egg was inside the mouth of a huge dragon head, with flesh and blood and exuding the powerful aura of time and Tao. It was this dragon head that had formed the vortex nearby. The law of time was also constantly attracted to this dragon head as it remained immersed in the dragon egg of time. In addition, lifelike grey and red mists continuously drilled out of a grey mist vortex at the center of the dragon's head. After turning around the egg a few times, this mist merged with it and then the hair-like transparent tentacles grew longer. Roar! What is that? Why do I feel a tremor all over my body? Little Tyrant looked at the grey and red mist, which seemed to be alive, and could not help taking 2 steps back. Fortunately, the grey mist seemed to be only interested in the time dragon egg, and even when they came over, it did not show any aggressiveness. Subai looked at the egg and its data appeared before his eyes. However, the information was so frightening that he did not know what to say for a while. Alas, the origin world was destroyed, too, so the entire Time Clan perished. As the last hope of reviving the Time Clan, the dragon egg was transported into a vast and endless void. Although the Time Clan was no more, the long river of time had not been destroyed. After a long time passed, they could finally recover in the long river of time, and this time dragon egg was the key to their revival before the strangeness completely invaded the long river of time. At this time, though, the dragon egg has been discovered by that strangeness and is being transformed by that strangeness. They are preparing to steal the luck of the Time Clan completely and completely transform everything into strangeness. This time dragon egg has been transformed by more than 70%. Taking away its untransformed origin means obtaining the luck of the Time Dragon Clan and gaining their favor. This luck can help life jump out of the long river of time. From then on, it will not be affected by time, and life is in the hands of itself. They can peep into its future and find its energy. This was what Subai had seen before his eyes. He had no idea that a time dragon egg could involve so many concealments. Long river of time. That was something he had never seen before, let alone the Time Clan that had once stood as the guardian of it. To him, these were all too powerful and ancient existences and legendary folklores. He was afraid that Wang Iza and the others outside did not have the slightest clue on the secrets of this egg. Hassi. Time Ghost pointed to a time seal floating on one side of the altar, indicating that the origin of its soul was there. I see. Don't worry. He caressed its head and said. The altar was full of strange long hair-like transparent tentacles, so now he was unsure how to pass. These tentacles were strange things that even the Time Clan had lost to, and he was even less likely to defeat it. If he rashly touched them, he was likely to be in great danger. Hal tilde Abai, I also feel that it's best not to act rashly. Those things are too weird, we can't deal with them. Purple Jade expressed its support to him. Roar. It's best not to touch those things. They give me a very, very dangerous feeling. Once they come into contact with your body, you probably won't be able to get rid of them anymore. Little Blood Dragon also warned him. Pets had instinctual fear, which was an absolute perception of danger. Hassi. Time Ghost waved its small hand, indicating that as long as it issued an attack to break the time seal, it could summon its own origin soul. Don't worry. I'll definitely help you get the soul fragments back. Trust me. He caressed its head comfortingly. After all, the chance to get rid of the shackles completely was right in front of Ultimate Invincible, so it was normal for it to become anxious. Under his assurance, the ghost finally calmed down and followed him. Its eyes still stared at its sealed soul on the altar, though. What are you going to do next? The elf glanced at him. I already have a plan. Subai smiled. He first let Planet Eye fly around the altar to check the situation. Finally, he confirmed that there was no treasure in this place and there was really nothing else except the altar. 1314, where are those people now? Planet Eye had left a clone behind on each layer. Those people are now in the 4th layer. They have found the traces we left behind and have determined that there are people ahead of them. Now, they all have joined hands and are working hard to break the barriers, so their speed has greatly increased. We can expect them to arrive in an hour, maybe even 20 minutes if they're fast enough, Planet Eye responded. I see. Subai nodded and turned to look at Starry Omnivore Kraken. Come and swallow some space to create mist of destruction. Onum tilde, its eyes lit up and it flicked its tail excitedly. The kraken followed him and gnawed wildly along the way, chewing out thousands of big holes above the altar. Dense mist of destruction spread from the kraken, and it did not take long for it to spread across this layer.
Okay.
Now, come to me and don't move. Activate dark diving as we hide here. Once those people draw near, we'll see what the consequences of touching that strangeness are before we act. Subai found a rather hidden location and said, "Roar! Why don't we just hide inside the mist of destruction? Anyway, Pee-Pee isn't afraid of it," asked Little Tyrant, feeling baffled. There was still the possibility of being discovered if they hid here, but they would never be discovered if they hid in the mist of destruction. Subai could not help but pat its head. By the time they come in, the mist of destruction will have spread to us. Pee-Pee can't be immune to the mist of destruction the entire time. Also, though the mist of destruction is safe, we can't see the outside from it. Raw tilde okay, I was a smart Alec. I'll go punish myself by eating 30 tons of ore. The dino bumped its own head with its fist.
Subai.
Of course, there were many small clones of Planet Eye nearby, all disguised randomly and staying in different positions in case of emergency. After everything was set in place, it was a long wait. Those people were slower than expected. They did not arrive even after half an hour, and the mist of destruction had already filled the place at this point. The dino, elf, and ghost were already playing games out of boredom. They sat on the ground and would laugh joyfully from time to time. Ultimate Invincible would even occasionally raise its chubby hands to cheer, completely forgetting about regaining its soul fragment. After another 10 minutes passed, violent law fluctuations came. A few minutes later, the barrier outside the altar shattered and a group of people rushed in. They then could not help but take a few steps back. Oh, my God! It's the mist of destruction again. Who's in front of us? It was the silver-haired, elven-eared girl who had just asked this question. It's still here. The time dragon is still here. Someone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the time dragon egg, which was still on the altar. If this had been taken away, then they had really come here in vain. Wang Yize turned his head and looked at the thousands of mist of destruction around. He got this feeling that the person responsible for the mist of destruction's appearance had not yet left and was still lurking in the dark. No, the person had likely not left yet. Look at this time dragon egg. What's the red and black mist? Why does it give people a terrifying feeling? Wei Qingqing of the Giant Kraken Gymnasium asked aloud from next to Wang Yize. That's an unknown matter, it's full of deep sins. The old missionary held the cross in front of his chest and said piously. The only ones who did not speak were the strongest team, which was headed by the white-robed man with a height of more than 2.5 meters. At this time, the white-robed man had taken off his large hat, revealing a human head with a pair of white horns. He had white pupils, and a muscular body that seemed to contain infinite power. He looked at the egg of time dragon and fell into silence. The situation seemed to be beyond his expectation. It turned out that you're a member of the 12 Dragon Slayers. You should be the legendary White Dragon King. Seeing the appearance of this white-robed man, Subai immediately understood his might. Because of Wei Ya, he had a deep understanding of the 12 Dragon Slayers organization. He knew the appearance of each of them. This White Dragon King was amazing, and he guessed that he might be a true legendary-level Pet Tamer. My lord, do we need to look for that hidden bug? The Catholic cardinal behind the old missionary asked at this time. No, you go and take out the time dragon Dan and I will purify her, the old missionary said.
Okay.
The cardinal nodded, letting loose 2 light attribute holy light butterflies of the low-level sovereign to the altar. The other 3 groups took a look and did not stop him, thinking that someone should test the waters. Naturally, Subai, who was hiding in the void, did not do anything at this time. These 2 butterflies flapped their wings and flew over. They had just flown to the top of the altar when the strange and transparent long hair-like tentacles, which had remained motionless all this time, suddenly reacted, entwining both monsters' bodies at a terrifying speed. The butterflies immediately emitted strong holy lights to try and burn the weird creature, but it was completely useless. The grey mist filled out, and the butterflies blackened at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally turning into a burned color. Both had obviously died. It was as if strong sulfuric acid had been poured on two ordinary butterflies. Seeing this situation, everyone's expression changed involuntarily. The strangeness was too terrifying. When it launched an attack, it could automatically add time to speed up the attack. The strange grey mist it had released was also unheard of. The two butterflies did not have the chance to resist at all. Oh, no, help. Just when everyone thought that everything was over, a large amount of grey mist suddenly appeared on two bishops, digging into their 7 apertures. Oh, my God. Kill them quickly. They have become infested with evil, the old missionary shouted when he saw this scene. The immortal holy beetle on his shoulder flew out and summoned a golden stream, which enveloped the two bishops, instantly wiping them out and leaving no traces behind. The golden streamer then turned into a cluster of flames. In the center of the flames was the grey mist which constantly twisted, giving everyone the impression that it was made up of countless small bugs. Although this grey mist was trapped, it still twisted without fear of the powerful holy light and raging fire. Seal it. Oh, my God. What in the world is this evil? The old missionary's face changed. His attack could not destroy the grey mist. The holy beetle temporarily sealed it off with holy fire, and the storm calmed down for now. The old missionary's face looked very ugly. He had directly killed 2 of his men. Everyone, did you see that? This grey fog and long hair-like things are so weird. I think that we should work together to take out the time dragon egg. We don't have much time left, the old missionary looked at the others and said. Now that the weird and long hair-like tentacles had been disturbed, it had started to spread everywhere, and the mist of destruction was also spreading faster and faster. Time was indeed running out. Don't tell me that you think we can solve this grey fog by working together. Not in the slightest. White Dragon King looked at the old missionary and gave a sneer. Do you know the origin of this thing? The old missionary looked at White Dragon King without feeling annoyed. This strange thing destroyed the powerful Time Clan. Most of the Time Dragon egg has been transformed by it. If we want to obtain benefits, we must break it and obtain its uncontaminated source. White Dragon King looked at the old missionary and explained coldly, looking very arrogant. Break the dragon egg. The silver-haired, elven-eared girl showed a trace of hesitation. Do you still want to swallow it alone? You do it and we'll watch. It was Wei Ching of Giant Kraken Gymnasium who had spoken this time. The silver-haired, elven-eared girl frowned, with an urge to tear the speaker's mouth apart. I agree to working together with the goal to destroy the time dragon egg. Wang Yize concurred at this time. I agree, too, the silver-haired, elven-eared girl said coldly. I have no objection, the old missionary said. Very well. At least you're not a bunch of idiots. White Dragon King snorted and looked around again. The guy who is hiding, you'd better come out now, or else you'll become everyone's enemy. Roar. Only fools will expose themselves willingly, little tyrant grumbled. Very well. Let's start. Don't hold back as we only have one chance. If we fail, this strangeness will be triggered completely. White Dragon King released a black mid-level immortal monster, bottom-dwelling demon fish. This was a large, fat fish with a turquoise-green body. It did not seem to be special, but it exuded the aura of plague and chaos. Seeing this monster, the old missionary, Wang Yize, and the silver-haired, elven-eared girl all showed looks of shock. This person actually had a mid-level immortal monster. Especially the silver-haired, elven-eared girl, she did not expect that this arrogant person with a horn on his head actually possessed power that was not inferior to her. He even had such a high-level pet. After recovering from their shock, they also released their pets and condensed a series of powerful attacks. Attack! With a cold shout from White Dragon King, the demon fish attacked. It flicked its tail and an attack backed by grey law flew out. The attacks of other people were also launched at this time. Together, they flew to the time dragon egg. The grey mist, which felt their concerted attacks, flew up quickly and condensed a grey shield to protect the time dragon egg. Powerful attacks from the immortal and sovereign monsters flew toward it one after another, each capable of destroying the world. The concentration of power in their attacks was something even a high-level immortal monster could not resist. The grey fog shield persisted for 4 or 5 seconds before it shattered completely, and then their concerted attacks accurately smashed onto the time dragon egg. The sound of the cracking of the eggshell spread. Bursts of light flashed, and fragments of the time dragon eggshell flew about. Looking closely, except for 30% of the transparent liquid, the dragon babe had condensed into a transparent crystal, which exuded the original breath of time. The remaining 70%, meanwhile, was in the form of a strange red mist, which exuded the aura of strangeness. Instead of spreading out, they disappeared out of thin air in a strange manner. "Oh, no," someone exclaimed, horrified to see that their pets had been entangled in the strange red mist. Under the catalysis of the red mist, the form and aura of these monsters skyrocketed. In an instant, they had turned into large black and red monsters. They had no skin, only muscle knots, which looked hideous and thick. Thick blood vessels also protruded from their bodies. A bizarre, red mist swirled around the newly transformed pets. At that moment, these monsters had turned into a strange species, which had never been seen before. Not only that, everyone discovered that red mist had polluted their contract books. The source of the red mist was naturally the contract pages of the pets, which had become contaminated before them. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The red mist was almost pervasive and too bizarre. With a tearing sound, these people could no longer care too much and directly tore and discarded their contract pages. After all this was done, they were relieved to see that the red mist did not spread further. Despicable. At this time, most people came back to their senses, only to find that 3 people on the scene had been prepared and had not received the strange red mist at all. White Dragon King in a white robe and Wang Iza in a Taoist robe buried their heads in the clear crystals scattered about. The other was an electromagnetic satellite monster that had sneaked in unknowingly. It hugged a transparent crystal, which contained at least 10% of the time dragon egg's origin, and a crystal stone with a time seal. The satellite monster then quickly ran back into the mist of destruction. As it reached the edge of the mist of destruction, this electromagnetic satellite monster was instantly destroyed. Frightening wisps of red mist flew out from the crystal, too. Just when everyone thought that the thing was about to fall out, a special aura appeared and took it into the depths of the mist of destruction. D***MNit. Come out if you've got the ability. Wei Ching Ching cursed. Both Wang Iza and White Dragon King silently glanced at the mist of destruction, while they navigated through the weird, grey and red mist as well as the contaminated monsters. They took away the transparent crystals containing the origin of the transformed time dragon egg. Others did not have the luxury to curse. At this moment, the dragon's origin crystals were rapidly dwindling, and they were in fact substantially fewer than before. Everyone quickly joined in on the grabbing of crystals. Even the weird, red mist was caught in the fight for the origin crystals. Just as the red mist swept away a part of the time dragon's origin, it seemed to feel the approach of the mist of destruction. It quickly turned into a thin mist, which dissipated somewhere unknown. Even most of the red mist that had penetrated into the transformed monsters withdrew and left the area. After the red mist left, these monsters quickly turned into ashes, having been swallowed by it in that short period. For some reason, the strange fog came fiercely but also left in a hurry. Soon, only the people snatching the origin crystals of varying weights could be seen on the scene. They looked at one another. The others also left one by one and did not stay in this place for a long time. After all, the mist of destruction was too terrifying, and they had no means to resist it. Not long after, sounds of fierce fighting came from outside the innermost barrier. It was not easy to leave this place safely, especially when they still had the origin crystals related to the Time Clan's fortune. Howl tilde abai, they seemed to be fighting. Purple Jade howled from within the mist of destruction while it stood on starry omnivore Kraken's back. That's a normal development. He nodded. Roar! Shall we go out, too? Little Tyrant raised its head and asked. There's no rush, we have the biggest origin crystal. They must be keeping an eye on the surroundings, especially that White Dragon King. I don't think that he'll give up like that, he shook his head and said. He took out the crystal box sealing Ultimate Invincible's soul fragment and added, it's more important to help Time Ghost restore its soul first. While he talked, he exposed the crystal box outside the shield and to the thin mist of destruction. The mist of destruction steadily eroded the crystal box. As the crystal box became thinner and thinner, a cloud of grey mist suddenly emerged from it and was quickly wiped out by the mist of destruction. Roar! Is this that strange grey mist? Little Tyrant took a step back and sucked in a breath. Of course. Don't touch the origin crystal. There's an even more powerful red mist in it. Subai glanced at the dino. Why do you think that the strange, red mist didn't compete with us for these origin crystals? That's probably the way to escape. The grey mist and red mist was pervasive and seemed to be everywhere, unable to get rid of. Even though it experienced the mist of destruction, there was still a large amount of strange red mist lurking in this crystal and waiting for an opportunity. If not for the pet interface, he would never have discovered the existence of this red mist. However, even though the interface had pointed it out, he was still clueless on the mist's exact location. In fact, he could not tell at all. Of course, he did not know why the red mist had retreated. What he said was based on a guess after he discovered the red mist in the crystal. The grey and red mist did not need to compete at all as it was probably completely rooted in this origin crystal and could not be removed. Roar! The dino looked at the 50 catty or so crystal floating at the side. It shrank its claws and took 2 steps backward again. This thing was really dangerous. Fortunately, it had not touched the crystal yet. As the crystal box was gradually getting eroded, Subai took out a long crystal and connected it to the box. After a while, he saw wisps of grey mist coming out and pouring into the long crystal. Afterward, he dragged the soul fragment belonging to Time Ghost and pulled it into the shield. He checked the soul fragment and confirmed that it was not contaminated by grey. Only then did he hand it to Ultimate Invincible, which was waiting with eager eyes and an outstretched hand. Hassie, Hassie. The ghost let out a happy cry, took a deep breath, and sucked the wisp of soul into its body. Suddenly, it emitted a light ray and its aura directly reached the mid-level sovereign grade. Hassie. It rushed over, hugged Subai's neck, and rubbed its head on his to express its love. Bye. I love you so much Tilda haha. It's nothing much. He rubbed its body, feeling as comfortable as if rubbing a ball of water balloon. After being affectionate with him, the ghost detached itself from him but still happily bounded around him. It had lost its freedom for more than 10,000 years. Not only did he save it, he also freed it from the origin vestige's control. It could not be any happier. Subai sighed and looked at the Time Dragon's origin crystal in front of him, not knowing how to deal with it. The crystal contained abundant red and grey mist, which was completely unknown. The most frightening thing was that this thing could contaminate anything and there was no way to contain it. At present, only the mist of destruction could completely isolate and destroy it. However, the mist of destruction was also the turtle shell of this origin crystal, so how to store it safely and not let the red mist come out to harm people was very important. Unfortunately, his pet interface did not give him any methods, and could only identify where the strangeness was. Hassie. Seeing that Subai was at a loss on how to deal with the mist, Time Ghost flew up to him. It told him how it could realize the time break skill and then leave the crystal in a state of perpetual time suspension. Without time, the red mist would soon be unable to move. No matter how strange and unknown it was, it still had to follow the basic rules. Subai's eyes lit up when he understood Time Ghost's meaning. Yes, this was definitely a good idea. Why did he not think of it? Can you make this crystal be in time break forever? He asked, touching its head. Hassie. Ultimate Invincible nodded, its smile always wide. It meant that if the mist were a living thing, it would be too difficult to perform this, but since the mist was not, the ghost only needed some time to do that. Then I'll have to trouble you. You're so awesome, little fella. Once we settle the strange grey fog, I'll give you a portion of the Time Dragon's origin, said Subai as he continued to caress its little head. Hearing his words, the ghost suddenly became more diligent. Its 2 small hands flipped a few times and then a powerful force of time shot out directly. This force wrapped around the Time Dragon's origin crystal and formed a transparent layer, which seemed capable of being blown away gently and breaking easily. At this time, the crystal lost time and fell into an almost eternal time break. Su-bai took out a crystal box with a powerful sealing ability and then attached various sealed treasures bought from the Alliance to isolate the mist. He placed it back into his storage ring thereafter. All these were done, he glanced at his pets and said to starry omnivore Kraken, "Find a safer place for us to go out." There was no way for Planet I to teleport in this mist of destruction, so they must at least enter a normal world. Tilda, with a flick of its tail, Pee-Pee Kraken flew in the mist for several rounds, then activated the dark diving feature, and sneaked out of the mist of destruction. After confirming that there was no one around, Su-bai kept the Kraken. He stood on Planet I and prepared to teleport away, not intending to participate in other people's fight to snatch more crystals. After all, he was already the absolute winner of this trip to the Vatican. If he coveted other people's things, that would make him greedy and he would just be looking for unnecessary trouble. Your Kraken is very special, and so is your ancestor Blood Dragon. You're really a person with many secrets, Su-bai. Su-bai heard a voice from a distance. Looking up, he saw that the person who had spoken was Wang Yize. He had met this person in Shanghai before, and he had escaped from the guy once. He had no idea how the other had discovered that he would appear here. He was not afraid of Wang Yize but rather of the White Dragon King, who was still lurking in the dark. Once the fighting drew them out, it would be too difficult. Hearing the other man's words, Wang Yize could not help but smile. Drew the others out? Who did Su-bai think he was? Killing him on his own was simply a matter of a few minutes. How could it draw others out? His face turned cold, and a black spider exuding the breath of time appeared out of thin air. Its powerful breath was a blend of darkness and time. While its sharp claws swayed, a large invisible net exuding a strong breath of time appeared. It tried to change the time around Su-bai. Seeing the large black octagonal spider, Su-bai's face turned cold. It was a low-level sovereign time attribute monster. Wang Yize was really ready to kill him this time. He could feel that, once he was trapped by the big net of time, there would be no possibility of struggling and his time would definitely be tampered with indiscriminately. As the net of time fell, Wang Yize broke forth with a terrifying aura. He drew out the long sword on his back and condensed an infinitely destructive thunder on it. The laws of thunder, which spread to the surroundings, turned into a giant thunderland, which looked like a combination of thunder and lightning forest from a distance. With the help of the spider he had only recently contracted, he felt that killing Su-bai was only a matter of one move. He had spent a long time conquering this powerful monster, the time spider. The web of time woven by it could slow down the time of any existence ensnared in its web by 1,000-fold, which meant that its skills would surely hit the target with no possibility of dodging them. After all, it would be 1,000 times faster than the opponent. Time Ghost, go ahead and teach them a lesson, Su-bai said coldly. He did not want to have a conflict with Wang Yize here, but if the latter wanted to find death and felt that he was very easy to bully, he would have to teach him a lesson. Hassi, Hassi. Time Ghost flew out with a loud sound, its body exuding ancient and powerful time fluctuations. It glanced at this huge octagonal spider with disdain, lifted its claws, and pulled the other casually, breaking the invisible web of time around it. A mid-level sovereign time demon. The moment he saw Time Ghost, Wang Yize's expression suddenly changed. How could Su-bai succeed in subduing a mid-level sovereign time monster with his current strength? This was absolutely impossible. He looked at the very ancient Time Ghost and said in his heart, impossible. How could such a powerful monster be contracted by Su-bai? This was too unreal. It doesn't matter whether this is real or not, take my sword first. Even if the time-slowing net was forced, Wang Yize still threw out his condensed sword. For a moment, there was only a huge sword light condensed by thunder and lightning left between the sky and the earth, and this sword light flew towards Su-bai with an infinite aura of destruction, at an extremely fast speed. Hassi. Faced with such an attack, Time Ghost was not afraid at all. Raising its claws, an invisible time fluctuation directly enveloped itself and Su-bai. This was a time acceleration skill that made their time here more than 10,000 times faster than other places. Dodge, Su-bai said indifferently. Even at the sight of the huge thunder and lightning sword lights in the sky, his face still showed a dignified look. Nonetheless, judging from these sword lights, he could tell that Wang Yize was indeed much stronger than the others. This sword light had completely reached the immortal grade, and he had no way of issuing an attack against it at present. If he was hit, he would definitely die. However, this was destined to be impossible. The local time acceleration of nearly 10,000 times was equivalent to an increase of their speed by nearly 10,000 times, and they evaded this attack in an instant. With a bang, the sword light fell and directly left a huge scar, which penetrated through this small fragment of the original world. The ground was neatly chopped, revealing a huge bottomless canyon, and the power of infinite thunder and lightning collapsed in it. Hassi, Hassi. Just when the sword was over, Time Ghost attacked again. The originally gloomy environment suddenly became extremely dark, making the people in it almost lose their perception. This was Time Ghost's lights off feature, which could make everything fall into the dark after being activated. In this environment, its strength would skyrocket 3 times, and its concealment ability would increase by 5 times. Hassi, Hassi. Ultimate Invincible projected a series of special evil thoughts with a smirk on its face, constantly invading the spiritual world of Wang Yize and the octagonal spider, causing them to see nightmares. With the lights off, the success rate of nightmare-inducing skill was very high, and the octagonal spider soon became engrossed in nightmares first. Hassi. Time Ghost appeared in the nightmares of the octagonal spider and directly ate its soul. Boom. At this time, a few spiritual sword lights suddenly exploded, cutting through the 4-year-old evil thoughts and seeing through Time Ghost's ability to turn off the lights. D***MNit. This is the Time Ghost King? Isn't it all dead? Wang Yize glanced at the Time Ghost, which had just flown out of the spider's body, and finally found out its uniqueness. This thing was not dead. Why is it still alive and kicking, and at such a terrifying strength, too? Ghost, use time stop and kill them, Subai ordered coldly. Since he had already made a move, he must kill all the enemies at once. Hassi, Hassi. Time Ghost nodded and powerful time fluctuations came from its body. Oh, no. Use time acceleration, instead. Let's dive into the mist of destruction. Subai immediately changed the order because an immense sense of crisis had suddenly surfaced in his heart. It was as if he would die immediately if he did not leave. At that, Time Ghost proceeded to activate time acceleration, and Subai took his pets directly into the mist of destruction. Just when they got in, White Dragon King and the others had appeared where they were moments ago. Fortunately, they were very close to the mist of destruction, or else it would be too dangerous. You ran away so fast. White Dragon King glanced at the mist of destruction, frowned slightly, and made a decision. Forget it. He escaped, but there's still a little mouse to catch here. White Dragon King shook his head and suddenly appeared in front of Wang Yize. With a bang, Wang Yize flew straight to a 2,000-meter mountain range behind him, looking like a meteor falling from the sky. With another bang, the entire mountain range behind him broke. Rocks and soil flew everywhere. Cough, cough. Wang Yize glanced at his sword, which was already in the shape of a fist. Behind him was the corpse of his huge thunder and lightning destroyer. White Dragon King had killed it with a single blow. Wang Yize's mouth was bleeding and his expression was heavy. He did not expect this White Dragon King to be so terrifying. He had trained his pet for so many years, and it had been about to advance to the immortal grade, but it had been killed by White Dragon King with a single punch. His mood was so bad at this time. Not only had he failed to capture the ancestor blood dragon, he had also lost 2 generals in a row, which was simply suffering a double loss. However, he did not have time to grieve. He mobilized a space-powered void worm and his entire body began to blur, seemingly about to disappear any time. Boom. Suddenly, White Dragon King appeared in the place where Wang Yize had just disappeared. He raised his hand and punched down, and the already fragmented mountain range was shattered. Not only that, but this space was violently shattered by him. With his fist as the center, the space around 1 kilometer seemed to be glass as it shattered into countless pieces when hit. He escaped. White Dragon King retracted his fist, looked at a blood-stained hand and threw it to the ground in disgust. Naturally, this was not his blood. He felt irritable. After all, the 2 nice fish had both escaped from his clutches. This is fresh blood, That kid couldn't have run far. Chase him. Looking back, White Dragon King threw Wang Yi's blood to his men and his figure disappeared again. Let's wait for a while. We'll leave when it's a suitable time. Within the mist of destruction, Su Bai exhaled deeply. The feeling that White Dragon King had given him was too terrifying, and he felt that Wang Yi was dead meat this time. After waiting for more than an hour, Starry Omnivore Kraken took Su Bai out of the mist of destruction. The location was still the place where Wang Yi had fought earlier. Roar. D***MN. White Dragon King did this. Wang Yi must be dead this time. Little Tyrant also jumped up in shock. From a distance, a huge space vortex with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers formed. The chaotic spatial wind, along with the power of thunder and lightning, constantly fell into this space vortex. Let's go. This battle scene really shocked Su Bai. Fortunately, he had run fast. Planet I exuded a gleaming golden light. This time, there was no more accident, and he left steadily. With a flash, Planet I reappeared, but this time, it was inside a void. What happened? Su Bai showed a trace of doubt. Why had he not been teleported away directly? Looking backward, a huge and gloomy continent was quietly suspended in the void. Hassi. Time Ghost flew in front of Su Bai, indicating that it had something to do with it. Su Bai understood the reason from his pet. This was a special world where time monsters were born. There were numerous and powerful time monsters here, but they were all tied to this world and could not leave. After all, time monsters were too precious. If they were taken away in large numbers, it would have a very bad effect and might even destroy the stability of the long river of time. Normal time monsters would be destroyed directly if they were forcibly taken away. However, if they were a little special, they could escape annihilation, though it was still difficult to take them away. If he wanted to take a time monster away and leave, he would have to wait for it to break through to the immortal grade, cutting off all connections with this world. Otherwise, he could go into this world's core and take a small piece of origin amethyst for its use. That way, it could break through the special confinement of this world. He originally thought that, since Time Ghost had died once, it would no longer be affected by this. Unexpectedly, it was still restrained by the laws of this world. It could only be said that this world's imprisonment of time monsters was too strict. I see. Let's go dig the origin amethyst then. Su Bai nodded. Digging the origin amethyst was not particularly difficult for him since he had the starry omnivore kraken. However, it seemed that the laws of time and darkness were getting stronger and stronger because they were getting closer and closer to the place where the source was. His perception was blocked as a corollary. Reporting to Bai, my electromagnetic signal is blocked. The ethereal mechanical sound of Planet I sounded in his ears. Hassi. Time Ghost shrugged, saying that it was not clear about this, either. It had never been to such a place, after all. It was difficult for the ghost to shuttle through, especially since the world source gave it a special pressure. Okay, then. Su Bai showed a look of helplessness, eyeing the starry omnivore kraken, which was constantly gnawing ahead. PP, you can speed up as much as you can. This kind of complete world, particularly a time-sided world, had a very strong repressive force. Not even starry omnivore kraken could swallow it, it could only gnaw the earth, opening up a passage into the land of origin. This process might take a week. If starry omnivore kraken did not contain the law of nothingness and had a part of the eternally miraculous beauty as well as the power of the mermaid recorder of all things, its speed might be much slower in the face of this time-sided world. Onum. It shook its tail and sped up. As they went deeper into the world, the aura of various laws became more and more intense, and the difficulty increased as well. However, this was also an opportunity for his pets. Purple Jade and the others sat on Planet I, perceiving the aura of law escaping from the land of origin. Su Bai was a little anxious, for he had no way to contact the outside world from here. There was no way of knowing the state of things, either. He did not know the situation in the sea abyss, which was very troublesome for him. However, he had no other choice, he could not give up Time Ghost. Its power was undoubtedly strong. Ultimate Invincible was an absolutely powerful and excellent helper in dealing with those terrifying powerhouses. Hence, it was impossible for him to give up this newly acquired pet of his. Once out of this time-sided world, its time attributability would shine even more. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. A vast void appeared in front of Su Bai and his pets after traveling all this time. This grey space had billions of streamers flowing. In the center, a large crystal with purple streamer could be seen floating quietly. The slowly rotating stream on the body turned it into nothingness and then reappeared on the same spot after a while. It exuded a strong breath of time and darkness, which were the dominant laws of this world. Howl tilde, the origin crystal here is so big. Purple Jade exclaimed in surprise. Roar. It's really big. Way bigger than the one we got that time, and its breath is even more terrifying. I feel that if we attack it, we'll definitely be killed by the law of explosion. Little Tyrant was also stunned. Last time, in the Abyss Star territory, they destroyed a dead star and obtained an origin crystal, which was just the size of a human head. Su Bai originally wanted to obtain it by forcibly knocking out the origin amethyst. However, after seeing the size of this origin amethyst, he chose to give up this idea. If he really dared to do that, only an eternal-grade monster could handle the repercussions. It was worthy of being the origin crystal of this time-sided world. The sufficiency of this source had reached a terrifying level. Hassi. Just as Su Bai was thinking of how he could obtain the origin amethyst, Time Ghost flew in front and waved its little claw to indicate that it could solve this conundrum. The ghost said that it could take away a small piece as long as it had a way to get close to the crystal. The difficulty was approaching the origin amethyst. I see. He caressed its little head and thought about the proposal before deciding to give it a try. Ghost, enter the contract book. I'll send you close to the crystal. This was his decisive method, taking the token of the mermaid recorder of all things in his contract book. The level of security in this place was still very high. Nonetheless, although this world's core was awesome, compared with the existence of the recorder of all things, it was just lacking. Hassi. Time Ghost nodded, letting him keep it into his contract book. With his mind control, he let the contract book enter the origin space and fly toward the crystal. As the contract entered the origin space, the surrounding laws, which originally presented streams of light, suddenly turned into chains of different colors, flying toward the contract book, tying it up, and destroying it. Just as these chains neared, the statue of the mermaid emitted a pale blue light. These streams then went away as they ignored the existence of the contract book. Su Bai's hanging heart finally relaxed. Sure enough, thanks to the recorder of all things, the mermaid's token and the contract book had undergone further integration. The power of this token was easier to stimulate, and it would automatically protect his contract book. The contract book came close to the huge crystal at the heart in just a few minutes. With the contract book beside it, Su Bai realized that the crystal was at least 100 kilometers in size. It was indeed worthy of being part of an ancient and powerful world. He mobilized his book with his mind and released Time Ghost. Time Ghost flew directly into the crystal without saying a word. The law chains surrounding the crystal could not move in time. Hassi. Time Ghost flew into the origin amethyst and began absorbing the rich time power of it. Its origin was badly depleted, or else the time skills it had previously used could be increased several times. The vine of all things absorbs fruit that Su Bai had used to make before could only help it recover a small part of that lost origin. Being able to enter the world's core was the greatest help for it, as the time origin contained here was the same as itself. With the absorption of the source of time, its snowy white body gradually glowed. From a heterochromatic ghost, it turned into a shining heterochromatic ghost. It was now a shining ghost. 3 days later, it had completely refilled its lost origin. It was shining brightly now. Get some more origin, Su Bai told Time Ghost telepathically. Since it was already there, it must as well get a lot. Before they left this place, he would find a few other time attribute monsters to take away. These monsters could be of great help to his relatives and friends. After all, they were all monsters with the time attribute, and it was more precious than owning monsters with the space attribute. Hassi. Time Ghost nodded and opened its mouth to bite off a few more pieces. After it successfully took away 10 small pieces, Subai quickly kept it into his contract book. This was because the laws in the origin space had begun to riot. His contract book flew back. When Time Ghost was released, it flew to Subai with a wide grin on its face and took out 10 egg-sized amethyst stones. Subai took the things and then caressed its head. "Don't you need one yourself? Why'd you give it all to me? Hassie." Time Ghost shook its head, saying that it had no need to integrate so much origin of time. "All right, then. Let's go." He let Planet Eye leave a small clone outside the origin space. He then buried the channel they had dug and teleported directly back to the ground. Led by Time Ghost, he grabbed 10 more time attribute monsters with very good potential and put them into his contract book, ready to take them out. Bye, something big has happened. Planet Eye successfully reconnected to the external network and quickly received bad news. They had lost contact in these 11 days, during which someone had sent hundreds of messages for help. There were still many people anxiously asking where he was. Without speaking, Subai frowned and watched the news bursting out of Planet Eye. There were 3 major events, but they were all connected to one another. The biggest event was that over a dozen Rabbit Kingdom's royal pet families, including the giant Kraken, Water Law, and God Insect Gymnasiums, had all departed. They jointly transformed a planet and named it Sirius. It was already too late to stop them when the public learned of this. Those people had already moved everything they owned, including themselves, to Sirius. Obviously, it was long planned. The fleeing of so many large forces this time had directly caused a mass panic and the Void Realm to fall completely. It was to the extent that various powerful Void monsters could enter Blue Planet without any hindrance at present. It could be said that Blue Planet's persistence of more than 100 years had been completely destroyed by that one move. Moreover, the Sirius Alliance announced that it would be accepting pet tamers who wanted to flee, even though the official Rabbit Kingdom and the remaining big gymnasiums all tried to stop this. The Saint Star of the Western Holy Sword Alliance had also begun to intervene at this time, wanting to obtain powerful professional pet tamers from the Rabbit Kingdom, too. In the face of external and internal troubles, the official Rabbit Kingdom and the Pet Alliance could only unite to expose a planet called Hope Star, which they intended to use as a backhand. Both then announced that they would unconditionally receive anyone. Regardless if they were ordinary people or pet tamers, all were unconditionally welcome. Hope Star was built secretly by the Rabbit Kingdom and Fuyao Gymnasium. The terraforming of it was way better than that of Sirius and Saint Star. It was the official relocation planet, too. This one move of theirs finally stopped pet tamers from moving to the other 2 planets. It was also because of this that mankind had fully entered escape mode, though. Soon, Blue Planet would be overrun by monsters. Mankind could only survive in their new homelands. No matter how good those transformed planets were, they could not be compared with humans' original home. This was the biggest event. Subai did not feel much surprised about this because it was just a matter of time before the endless void swallowed Blue Planet. It was just impossible to fight that with sheer human power. By retreating, humans could preserve their vitality and also wait for opportunities. The shortcomings of this choice, however, were too obvious. For one, the planets terraformed by humans were too easy to destroy. They could not easily shoot at the void monsters. 2, for fear of harming the innocent. The void monsters would then become more unscrupulous. Such immortal monsters could devour the entire planet Sirius in one bite. Moreover, a world with a weak origin was weak in all aspects, so the probability of birth of geniuses, treasures, and godly pets would be greatly reduced. It was not even clear whether a child born in the future would have a contract book or not. Blue Planet was different. The origin and size of it over the past 100 years had been increasing continuously, and it was the most suitable for human reproduction. It could be said that abandoning the planet was also abandoning the foundation of mankind. The situation this time was no longer solvable, though. The external pressures were still manageable, but the internal issues were just too serious. However, Hope Star did not leave Blue Planet just yet. It had stayed put above the monster wilderness in the savage area south of Rabbit Kingdom for now. The first was to attract people, asking them not to leave Blue Planet and to do so only when there was no other choice. This not only gave people a way out but also called on mankind to defend Blue Planet. The second and third things were closely related to Su-bai. The second event was that senior brother Chang Tian along with 2 other senior brothers and 1 senior sister had rebelled. They joined forces with the imperial family of Tang and killed Gaon, abducting the precious algae monster and stealing all his master's years of research data on planet terraforming. It was his younger brother Su Yu, senior sister Li Shui, and senior brother Liu Xinghe who had sent him the distress signals. Now, Su-bai did not know whether they were dead or alive. Judging from the last message they had sent him, they were still being hunted down. Seeing this, his heart sank. His master had been murdered. Some of his fellow apprentices might have been killed in battle as well. He recalled his master, that tall and arrogant old man without a single hair. He felt that Jiao Nan must have been heartbroken before he died because he had been killed by the disciples whom he had cultivated since young. The Tang family. Chang Tian, Su-bai repeated those names several times, and a murderous intent came to life in his heart. Jiao An had always been kind to him. He was a softy at heart, whose bark was worse than his bite. He had always respected the old man and never imagined that he would leave this world like this. He must avenge his master's death. This was not all, though. The most ruthless thing was the third thing. When it rebelled, the giant Kraken gymnasium took people to Bayou Manor, snatched the Kraken's nest, killed the 9-tailed magic fox which was guarding it, and held his parents hostage on planet Sirius. He was required to exchange the Blood Moon divine skill, the ancestor blood dragon, and the starry omnivore Kraken for his parents within a period of 1 month, or else a broadcast of his father and mother being executed would be shown. In fact, after knowing of Chang Tian's betrayal and Jiao An's death, he had almost guessed that his family would definitely not be spared. Fortunately, the third matter had been resolved. Thanks to the joint efforts of Elder Zhong Lu of Yulong Gymnasium and several other masters who had withdrawn from the Void Realm, though they could not heavily fight back against Sirius, they still managed to catch some important officials, including a legendary Pet Tamer of the giant Kraken Gymnasium. They used these people to exchange for his parents. Even so, the Kraken's nest was still in their hands. He was also uncertain about the whereabouts of his younger sibling and the others. They were probably still being hunted down. Giant Kraken Gymnasium. Su-bai took a deep breath and looked into the dark sky. His expression looked a little confused and full of self-blame. He was wondering whether all those things would have happened or not if he had not come to the Vatican. Although his parents were fine, 9-tailed demon fox, his master Jiao An, and his many senior brothers and sisters had all been killed. Especially Su Yu. His last call for help was 8 days ago and then there was no more news. His younger sibling's life and death was currently unknown, making him feel extremely guilty. Howl. No, it's not Arbai who's in the wrong, it's those D*MN people. Purple Jade seemed to understand what Su-bai was thinking and sat on his shoulder with confidence. Roar. F*CK them. Don't think about such useless things. Wait for us to find a chance, and we'll smash that planet Sirius *T to pieces. Little tyrant cursed loudly. His other pets also expressed their opinions one after another. Whatever Su-bai laid his eyes on, it would be their point of attack. Reporting to Arbai, I've once again received Su Yu's call for help. They're still alive and being hunted on. At this time, Planet I received another message. Teleport away and kill them all, he growled in a low voice. There was no way to change what had already happened, and the only thing he could do now was to send those D*MN people to hell. Junior brother Su Yu, have you succeeded in calling for help? Li Shui looked at him and asked, at our current speed, it won't take long before we get caught. The traitor apprentices of our deceased master have joined hands with the aliens. If no rescue comes, we may have the same fate as our fallen senior brothers and sisters and be buried in this nebula. When Chang Tian and other 3 traitor apprentices killed their master, the 4 showed no intention of letting them go and had colluded with the aliens to hunt them down. Over the past 10 days, their fellow disciples had all been killed one after another. Now, only the 3 of them were left. The help they had sent to the Alliance was all in vain because the entrance to the world was now completely occupied by aliens. They broke the blockade Jiao and had worked so hard to build and entered Blue Planet. As for the three of them, the only person who could rescue them from their dire predicament was Su Bai, for Su Yu knew that his older brother had a way to teleport to their location. It finally connected. My brother said that he's on his way to us. We just have to hold on for a little more, Su Yu said. I hope that he can make it in time. If it's too late, we'll have to run separately. That can also give us some time, so at least some of us will survive. Li Shui exhaled. They were almost out of fighting power at this point. Many of their main battle pets were either seriously injured or dying. If they got surrounded, all hope would be lost. I understand. Su Yu glanced at the shining nebula behind him and nodded silently. Haha. Don't be discouraged. It's good to be buried in these nebulae. Sister will die with you. Li Shui grabbed his hand and spoke with a smile, seemingly worried that he would think too much. Haha. We're all sons of stars. If we die and are buried in the nebula, being re-incubated into stars is indeed the most romantic way to die. He showed a slight smile, which then disappeared again. Still, I believe that it's those traitors who are going to die. Bai, the distance is too far to teleport at once. On Blue Planet, above Can, a flash burst forth and Planet Eye appeared. Su Yu's location was quite far from Blue Planet. Here, this is the origin amethyst. Quickly restore your spiritual power and teleport again. Su Bai took out an amethyst stone the size of a pigeon egg, which was one of the crystals they had obtained in the Vatican. While Planet Eye was supplementing its origin, he glanced at his hometown Can. From above, he could see few human beings. Ugly aliens had already occupied this place. Carp Town and Bayou Manor no longer existed. In just half a month, all the familiar things in his memory had completely disappeared, and those familiar things were no longer in existence. Reporting to Bai, several aliens are rushing over from the east, reported Planet Eye. Not long after, Su Bai saw aliens full of tattoos diagonally flying toward them from the east. When they saw that it was a human being from Blue Planet, they integrated themselves into the body of the monster under them and controlled it to fly over. Once they got near him, they hurled countless spiritual attacks on him. Su Bai frowned. These aliens had robbed his home, and now they still wanted his life. Hee. Hassi. Time Ghost let out an unhappy cry and pointed its little claw to the few aliens before issuing time stop. In an instant, these aliens stayed in place, completely motionless. With a wave of purple jade staff, green spiritual power enveloped them. These aliens, who were still alive and kicking just moments ago, had turned into a pile of bones. As time resumed, they all fell to the ground. This was the horror of the time attribute in the outside world. It could only be broken by either relying on the monsters of the same time attribute or by using the so-called One Force to break the 10,000 laws. The power must be strong enough to break the imprisonment of time. The probability of encountering this situation in the outside world was very rare. Roar. Bai, let's turn around and destroy this place directly. This is our territory, and we can't give it to these aliens. Little Tyrant looked at its perished homeland below and said unhappily. This was its birthplace, so the Dino was very upset that the aliens had invaded it. We'll settle it later when we get back. Humans and aliens can't exist together, he nodded and said. These were the resistance from an invasion, the struggle for survival and resources, and the irreconcilable contradiction between the two civilizations. Blue Planet belonged to humans and only humans. Bai, my spiritual power has been completely replenished, and I can teleport us again. Planet Eye reported. The origin amethyst could instantly restore its spiritual power. Teleport now. Su Bai nodded and said. He estimated that this time he should be able to directly teleport to Su Yu's side. By the way, did your older brother say who he's going to bring with him? Although Chang Tian isn't among our chasers, our former third senior brother, who's leading the group hunting us, is a quasi-legendary pet tamer with immortal pets. If Su Bai's people aren't strong enough, we'll just become takeout food to them. While they escaped, Li Shui suddenly asked this. I already asked him that, but he didn't tell me who he's going to bring. It should be some seniors from Yulong Gymnasium. He told us not to go our separate ways, for they can arrive in a few minutes, Su Yu explained. This is already in the depths of the nebula. If we move forward, we'll reach the area where the immortal monsters exist. Those places are the base camps of aliens. It was 5th Senior Sister Lan Kui who had spoken this time. They encountered aliens several times as they fled, and if Su Yu did not have a part of the algae monster's core that Gao An had given him before his death, they would not be able to last this long. While they were discussing all this, a bright light appeared in the space not far away from them, and then a golden planet materialized. Bai, there are hidden aliens here. The moment they arrived, Mewling Fox sensed that something was amiss and immediately marked the location. Just kill them, Su Bai said indifferently. It did not matter what they were here for. Hing QAQ kill them all. The fox nodded and activated its mind power. It permeated out, and in a few seconds, more than 50 sovereign monsters had appeared, floating in the nebula. They had no scars on their body and were already dead. Although the fox was only a mid-level emperor, its strength was on par with the mid-level sovereign grade. The main reason was that its combo moves were too formidable. First, the opponent would lose its perception. In the second, when its perception disappeared, the fox would simply follow up with other skills to kill it. As insurance, it could also summon hypnosis and then a dream kill trick. Mewling Fox had just used its mind to obliterate their souls directly. So many aliens have been hiding near us. Seeing these corpses, the three could not help showing a look of shock. They had not discovered anyone hiding nearby at all. These aliens must be fishing and waiting for us to come out. They wanted to kill the people who came to the rescue. They didn't expect the people brought by junior brother Su Bai to be so strong, killing all them in one move. Senior Sister Lan Kui said happily. We're saved. While they were talking, planet I had already flown over. Seeing that Su Yu and the others were all right, Su Bai signed in relief. Senior Sister Li Shui, Senior Sister Lan Kui, Su Yu, all of you come up, he looked at the three and said. Sure enough, Su Bai is reliable. If you didn't arrive in time, we would really die here. Li Shui was the first to jump on top of Planet I. She still wore a blue sailor suit, revealing the pure style of a youthful lady. However, at this time, she looked very frail and weak. Her blue short skirt was bloodstained and her snowy white coat was a little messy. Don't worry. I'm now here, so you're safe. Su Bai glanced at this lady, who was holding Su Yu's hand, and nodded. Take out any injured pets. I have medicine here. Purple jade can also help. Su Yu nodded and refrained from mentioning the matter of Master Gao An and their fellow disciples. Hey, junior brother Su, didn't you bring your seniors from Yulong Gymnasium? Lan Kui discovered that there was no one but him here, so her expression became a little solemn. The other two also looked at him, obviously having noticed it now, too. If you don't have your seniors at the gym, I suggest that we evacuate immediately. Third brother, that traitor, is still chasing us. He's a quasi-legendary pet tamer with immortal monsters. We have to leave immediately. If we don't, it'll be too late. Li Shui looked at him and said, we can discuss avenging our master and the others next time. At present, none of the three of us has any combat power left, and it's not suitable for us to take revenge in this state. She was afraid that Su Bai would be impulsive and quickly dissuaded him from taking action at present. Since you didn't bring the seniors, don't be rash. Let's just leave for now. Listen to our advice. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge 10 years later. Where there's life, there's hope. Lan Kui also persuaded him not to seek revenge now. She had some understanding of Su Bai's strength. He had yet to reach the Heavenly King level and could not beat their quasi-legendary Pet Tamer third senior brother no matter what. Third brother and the fourth senior are chasing us. One is a quasi-legendary Pet Tamer, while the other is a Heavenly King Pet Tamer. The other 5 are title-level summoners with sovereign pets. If you can't fight quickly in this place, it's best not to start one. As long as the battle time is long, we'll 100% attract those immortal monsters worshipped by the aliens. Su Yu did not persuade his older brother blindly but just told him what he knew. He knew that the latter was not a reckless person and would know how to choose wisely after knowing the situation. Although he had always trusted his big brother, He did not think he had grown enough to be able to compete with a quasi-legendary pet tamer who owned immortal monsters. Compared to Subai's strength from a few months ago, it was basically impossible. "They've already arrived," said Subai while looking ahead. "Ha ha ha ha. Junior brother Su, your perception is quite keen, but it's impossible for you to escape today. In order to catch you, I had to endure for more than 10 days without killing the 3 of them." At this time, a loud, arrogant voice sounded on the left side, followed by a light black stream covering an area of nearly 1,000 kilometers. Subai glanced at third brother Sun Jie, who was already showing his figure, and sneered. "You even blocked the space. Aren't you afraid that you've caught a shark, instead? Not to mention a shark, even a dragon will die in my hands today." Sun Jie smirked disdainfully. "Since we've fought on the same side before, I'll give you a chance. Hand over your ancestor blood dragon, the blood moon divine skill, and the algae monster's core on Suyu, then we'll let you go." The man, dressed in a black outfit, was tall and big and had a handsome face. As he gazed at Subai, the figure of a colorful snake slowly appeared behind him. This snake with 5 colors and 6 wings exuded the breath of an immortal monster. It made one's heart palpitate and it stared at Subai with a pair of blood-red eyes. "You have no possibility of resisting," Sun Jie said with a smile. "D***MNU. Today, I'll smash your body into pieces. Tyrant, attack." Subai looked at the man and spoke indifferently. He did not want to listen to the others rambling anymore and just wanted to smash him into pieces. Li Shuai and the others wanted to stop him, but he had already made his move without giving them a chance to persuade him otherwise. The faces of the 3 turned gloomy. He was too impulsive even when he had no way of winning this fight. He must be completely overcome by hatred. If they had known this, they would not have asked him for help. Now, they even had to help him. This was what the 3 people were thinking at the moment. "Raw. Take this." Little Tyrant raised its claw to conjure more than 100 blighted fireballs and rushed toward the opponents. "Subai, you're only holding out hope until faced with the grim reality. So you refuse to give up until you see your deathbed? Fine. I'll fulfill your wish." Sun Jie sneered and looked at the 5 people around him. "Go up and kill him." Hearing his order, the 5 people resolutely directed their pets to charge. 10 sovereign monsters flew toward Subai. "Hing. Leave these guys to me and Tyrant." As Mewling Fox spoke, it turned into a stream of light which lunged forward. The 2 pets cooperated to kill the 10 sovereign monsters with ease. After all, killing sovereign monsters was as easy as drinking water to these 2. In less than a minute, 10 sovereign monsters' corpses had been added to this nebula. With the fox and the dino teaming up together, those monsters had easily been dispatched. This was the case even when Mewling Fox did not use its consummate skill but only assisted Little Tyrant. This development was unexpected to Sun Jie. He originally thought that, if Subai wanted to deal with the 10 sovereign existences, he could only dispatch the ancestor blood dragon. He did not expect that he would only release 2 emperor pets yet still easily solved all 10 sovereign pet. "Ghost, your turn." Subai spoke the order softly as he released Little Blood Dragon. Roar. His pet dragon uttered a dragon chant, revealing its true ancestor body, its eyes focused on Sun Jie and the others. "I've been waiting for your dragon." Sun Jie sneered. He was just about to order his snake to deal with the ancestor blood dragon, but at this time, a sudden change occurred. Hassi. At this moment, a white ghost had suddenly appeared not far from him. A special force exploded, which directly enveloped him and his snake. This is a time." Sun Jie's face changed suddenly. He did not get to finish his words, for he realized, to his horror, that his time had stagnated and he could move at all. As for the 5 pet tamers with him, they did not even have time to react. Subai's pets, which had received his order long ago, simultaneously attacked the snake without hesitation. The dragon's dragon curse had naturally been launched first. The curse and the fixed body skill were cast first to ensure that Time Ghost's time-based feature would hit the opponents. A gloomy breath enveloped these pet tamers as the third attack, the shadow-killing dragon curse, was evoked. 10 shadows that had inherited 70% of the dragon's body strength appeared, attacking and killing the enemies. The cross-blood killing mark of his pet dragon, fire theft of the dino, dream ray of the fox, and nightmare of the ghost had been launched, too. Therefore, in less than a minute, everything ended. Sun Jie and the other 5 scumbags were completely destroyed, leaving only the Dao seed and the immortal Dao blood of the colorful snake. From beginning to end, Sun Jie had not understood how he died. Everything that had happened was just too weird. Even Li Shui and the others were confused while they stood on Planet I, completely not expecting that this would happen. They still could not understand how the battle had panned out. Sun Jie is dead. Lan Kui slowly turned her head, looked at Li Shui, and asked with a dazed expression on her face. I think so. The other woman looked at the traces of battle in the distance and nodded slowly. The result was obvious at a glance, but they all could not believe it. Soon, Time Ghost flew back with the immortal Dao blood and Dao seed of the snake. Su Bai's other pets also returned to him. "Oh cow, we can go back now." He took a deep breath and finally let out the suffocated feeling in his heart. If Sun Jie had not underestimated him, he might have had to use his Blood Moon divine skill. However, the guy gave him a chance with his arrogance, leaving no room for himself to resist Su Bai's set of combo attacks. After he finished speaking, he found that the 3 were still looking at him blankly. Before they recovered, he explained, he got careless. "Brother, one of your pets is a time monster?" Su Yu swallowed and pointed at the ghost. "Yes, this fellow is a time monster. I hope that you won't talk about it outside." He nodded in response. Upon hearing this, they widened their mouths and did not know what to say for a long time. Heavenly King level, a sovereign time pet, and an ancestor blood dragon. No wonder you dared to come rescue us alone, you're already this formidable. Li Shui stared at Su Bai and sighed. He felt that if Gao could see this disciple's current strength, he would be shocked and speechless. His growth rate was too abnormal. It had only been half a year, but it felt like more than 10 years had passed on him. She seriously wondered if this man had been in the hidden realm for decades. In fact, he had indeed spent several years in the time world. After all, his time had been accelerated by thousands of times. "Are the other senior sisters and brothers dead?" asked Su Bai after a moment of silence. Su Yu did not speak and only nodded slowly. "They all died in the hands of Chang Tian and the aliens," Lan Kui whispered. After a moment of silence, Su Bai took a deep breath and looked at the 3 of them. "We'll definitely take revenge for this hatred. Let's go back now. Now.